You woke up. It's the middle of the night, and that's okay. You don't have to do anything now. You don't have to fix anything or solve anything or figure out how you got here. You only have to lie here and breathe and let this voice keep you company for a while. Nothing is required of you, nothing at all. Maybe you woke up at 3 a.m. and can't go back to sleep. Maybe your mind started racing the moment your eyes opened. Maybe you wake up at this same hour every single night, and you're lying there in the dark wondering why, and dreading how tired tomorrow is going to be. If any of that is you, then you are exactly where you're meant to be right now. You're in the right place. There's nothing wrong with you. This happens to more people than you could ever count, and it's happening to a great many of them at this very moment. Let me say that part plainly because it matters. Right now, all over the world, millions of people are awake just like you, in the dark, in the quiet, some of them staring at the ceiling, some of them lying still with their eyes closed, waiting. In every time zone, in every kind of room, in cities and in the countryside, in this hour that feels so lonely, you are, in fact, in enormous company. The world only seems asleep. A whole quiet population of us is awake with you tonight. You are not alone in this, not even a little. And before we go any further, one small, honest thing, said softly and then set aside. This is a calming rest session, not medical advice. If you're waking most nights and it's wearing you down, a doctor can help and it's worth asking. But that's a daytime thing, that's a tomorrow thing. For right now in the dark, there is nothing to look into and nothing to decide. There is only this, your breath, your body, this bed, and the slow hours of the night, which are yours to rest in. So let's begin, gently, right where you are. The first thing, if your phone is in your hand, let this be the last it asks of you. Let the screen go dark. Set it face down, somewhere you don't have to hold it. You won't need to look at anything. Your eyes can close now, if they haven't already, and they can stay closed. Everything from here can happen behind closed eyes, in the warm dark, with nothing to see and nothing to watch. And the clock, turn it away. If there's a clock you can see, a glowing number on a nightstand, a display across the room, just turn your face from it or turn it from you and let it go. Here's the truth about that number, it has nothing kind to tell you at this hour. All it can do is start the arithmetic. If I fall asleep now, I'll get this many hours. If I'm still awake in an hour, I'll only get this many, and every time you check it, the sum gets smaller and the pressure gets larger. That math will keep you awake far more surely than the wakefulness itself. So we set the clock down along with the phone, not because there's a rule, but because you deserve a few hours off from counting. The time doesn't matter now. Whatever it is, it's simply the middle of the night, and the middle of the night is for resting. Good. Now just feel where you are. You are lying down. That all by itself is enough. Even if sleep takes its time coming back, your body is lying down in a bed in the dark, and that is deeply restful in its own right. Your muscles are off duty. Your weight is handed over. You don't have to hold yourself up. The bed is doing that, so let it. Let the mattress take the full weight of you. There is nothing you need to carry right now, not even yourself. Feel the places where your body meets the bed. The back of your head resting into the pillow, a small warm weight given over completely, your shoulders settling back, the long line of your spine laid down along the mattress, your hips heavy and supported, the backs of your legs, your heels. Wherever your body touches the bed, let it press a little more fully into that support. Let it sink just slightly, as though the bed were rising up to meet you the same amount you're letting go down into it. Feel the covers over you, their weight, the gentle, even press of them across your body, the way they hold in your warmth. Feel where the air meets your skin, maybe a coolness at your face or your shoulder where the covers end and the warmth kept close everywhere underneath. That small contrast, cool air and warm cover, is a good thing to notice. It's real, it's here. It's this room, this bed, this moment, and nothing in this moment is asking anything of you. Listen for a breath to the quiet, the particular quiet of the middle of the night. Maybe it's not perfectly silent, maybe there's the hum of something in the house, the wind outside, a car far off, the soft sound of your own breathing. You don't have to change any of it. Just let the sounds be where they are, at the edges, while you rest here in the middle of the quiet. The night is large and calm, and it's holding everything, including you. This is the real room, solid, safe. The bed beneath you, the covers over you, the dark all around, the quiet. This is where you actually are, and it's a good place to be. Whatever your mind was doing a moment ago, whatever it was reaching for, let it come back here, to the simple, physical truth of a body at rest in a dark, safe room. There's nowhere you need to be but here. There's nothing this moment needs from you. Now I want to tell you something about your mind at this hour, because it will help to understand it. And once you understand it, it loosens its grip. You may have noticed that things feel worse at 3 a.m., that the very same worry, which is a small, manageable thing in the afternoon, becomes a towering, impossible thing in the dark. That your mind reaches, again and again, for the exact thoughts most likely to frighten you. The money, the health, the conversation, the thing you said, the thing you didn't do, the future, and each one arrives already enormous, already a catastrophe, already certain. Here is what's actually happening, and it's not a flaw in you. It's just biology, and it's just the hour. When you wake in the deep middle of the night, the fast, ancient alarm part of your brain comes online first. It's the part that's built for threat, for danger, for scanning the dark. It wakes up quick and it wakes up loud. But the slower part of your brain, the calm, reasoning, wise part, the part that can look at a worry and say, that can wait until Tuesday, that's not as bad as it feels, we'll handle it, that part is still half asleep. It comes online slowly. It's not at the desk yet. So for this stretch of the night, you've got the alarm ringing with no one there yet to answer it. Every worry that floats up gets handed straight to the alarm system, and the alarm system does the only thing it knows how to do. It sizes everything as an emergency. That's why the thoughts feel so huge and so true right now. Not because they are huge and true, but because the part of you that measures things is off duty, and the part that sounds the siren is working overtime. This means something important, and I want you to really hear it. The catastrophe you feel at 3 a.m. is not the truth about your life. It's the truth about the hour. It's what every worry looks like under this particular light. Come the morning, when the reasoning part of your brain is fully awake and back at its desk, these same thoughts will shrink back down to their ordinary size. Some of them will turn out to be small. Some will turn out to be manageable. Some you'll have forgotten entirely. Not one of them will look the way it looks right now. So you don't have to solve any of it tonight. In fact, you can't. You literally do not have the right equipment online right now to think clearly about anything hard. And that's fine, because nothing hard needs to be thought about at 3 a.m. Nothing. There is no problem so urgent that it must be solved in the dark by a brain that's half asleep, when it could be solved in daylight by a brain that's rested and clear. Whatever your mind offers you tonight, you can say to it gently, not now. Morning will look at you in the mornings. And if a worry comes back, because it will, that's what worries do, you don't have to fight it, you don't have to push it away hard. You just set it down again, not now, morning. As many times as it takes. You're not failing when the thought returns. You're just practicing setting it down over and over, and each time it gets a little easier, and each time you sink a little lower towards sleep. There's a kind of relief in that if you let yourself feel it. Nothing has to be figured out tonight. The whole tangled business of your life, all of it, can be set on a shelf by the door and left there until it's light. Nobody is going to touch it. It'll all be there in the morning if you want it. But for now, for these dark, quiet hours, you are off duty, completely. The night asks nothing of you but that you rest. So let's set it all down, and let's turn toward the breath, which is the oldest and surest way back down into sleep. You don't need to breathe in any special, difficult way. You only need to make the out-breath a little longer than the in-breath. That's the whole secret. When you breathe out slowly, longer than you breathe in, you send your body a signal it has trusted for millions of years. The signal that says we are safe, we can rest, we can let go. The long exhale is your body's own switch for powering down. and it's always there. You carry it with you everywhere. We're just going to use it now. So let's take one slow breath in, gently through the nose, not too deep, just an easy, comfortable breath in. And now let it out, slowly, longer than it came in, all the way to the soft, quiet end of it. Good. Again, breathing in, easily, filling just enough. And out, long and slow, letting the breath pour out of you like something warm being poured from a jug, unhurried, to the very end. And notice, if you can, the little pause at the bottom of the exhale. That small, still moment after the air has gone and before the next breath comes. There's a quietness in that pause. You don't have to rush out of it. Just rest there for a heartbeat and let the next breath arrive on its own whenever it's ready. In again, soft. And out, long, slow, a little longer than feels necessary, emptying gently all the way down. With each exhale, imagine you're letting something go, not thinking about it, not examining it, just letting it leave with the breath. The tightness in your shoulders goes out with the air. The day you had goes out with the air. The list in your head goes out with the air. You don't have to keep hold of any of it while you breathe. In, and slowly out. Let the breathing find its own rhythm now. You don't have to count it or control it. Just let each out-breath be a little slow, a little long, a little soft, and let the in-breath take care of itself. Your body knows how to do this. It's been doing it your whole life. You can hand it over. And as the breath slows, feel the body beginning to follow it down. That's the way it works. The breath goes first, slow and long, and the body listens, and the body begins to soften and settle behind it. There's no effort in this. You're not making yourself relax. You're just letting the slow breath lead and letting everything else drift along after it, downward, into the bed, into the dark. Now we're going to move slowly through the body, part by part, and let each part grow heavy and warm and still. This is the long, quiet work of the night, and there's no hurry in it at all. We have hours. We have the whole rest of the night. So we'll go slowly and we'll go gently, and if you drift off somewhere in the middle of it, that's exactly right. That's the whole idea. You don't have to stay with me, you only have to sink. Let's begin at the top. Bring your attention softly to the crown of your head and to your forehead. So much quietly gathers in the forehead, a faint holding, a faint frown, even in the dark, even when you think your face is still. So let it smooth. Let the forehead go loose and wide and soft. Let the small muscles between your eyebrows unknit and settle. Imagine the skin of your forehead spreading out, flat and easy, like the surface of still water. Nothing to hold there, nothing to furrow about. Just a smooth, heavy, restful forehead, sinking back toward the pillow. And let that softness spill down into your eyes. Let your eyes grow heavy in their sockets. Let them sink back, let them be still. There's nothing for them to look at behind these closed lids, only the warm dark, so they can rest completely, no longer moving, no longer searching, just resting deep and heavy in the soft dark behind your face. Let it move down into your cheeks, let them soften and fall. Let your jaw unclench. The jaw holds so much without our ever asking it to, so let it come loose now. Let the teeth part slightly. Let the jaw hang heavy and easy, however it wants to sit. And your tongue, let it rest soft in your mouth, no pressing, no holding, and all of it growing heavier. The whole face letting go of its long day of expressions, going slack and peaceful and still. Feel your whole head now, heavy on the pillow, truly heavy. A head weighs more than we think, and yours is fully given over to the pillow now, supported completely, needing to do nothing, needing to hold nothing up. Just a warm, heavy weight, sinking gently into the softness beneath it. And let that heaviness begin to pour slowly down the back of your neck and into your shoulders. The shoulders. This is where we carry so much of it, isn't it? The whole weight of the day gathers here quietly and rides up toward the ears without our noticing. So let it drop now. Let your shoulders sink down away from your ears back into the bed. Feel them growing wider and looser and heavier. Let them melt down into the mattress. Let them be fully, completely at rest. There is nothing on your shoulders now, nothing to shoulder, nothing to carry. You set it all on the shelf by the door, remember, and your shoulders are free of it, sinking, heavy and warm. Let the warmth and the heaviness flow down your arms now, slowly, down through your upper arms, past your elbows, down through your forearms, to your wrists, your hands, all the way to the very tips of your fingers. Feel your arms getting heavier the further down it flows. Feel them growing warm and dense and still, so heavy now that you couldn't lift them even if you tried, and you don't need to try, you never need to lift anything again tonight. Just let them lie there, wherever they've fallen, warm and loose and impossibly heavy, sinking down into the bed. And your hands, let them be completely soft. No holding in the hands, no gripping. Let the fingers curl however they naturally fall, half open, loose at rest. Let the palms soften. All day your hands do things, hold and grip and reach and work, and now they are done and empty and open, and there is nothing at all for them to hold. Feel how the whole upper half of you is beginning to settle, the face smooth, the head heavy, the shoulders dropped, the arms and hands warm and sinking. Breathe into it. One more slow breath in and a long breath out, and let it all get heavier still on the exhale, a little lower, a little deeper into the bed. And now let that same slow warmth move down into your chest, and let your breathing be even easier here. Feel the chest rising just gently and falling all on its own without any help from you. You don't have to breathe, your body is breathing you. Let it. Feel the gentle, automatic rise and the slow, soft fall, and with each fall a little more letting go, the chest softening, the ribs loosening, everything around the heart growing calm and quiet and warm. And down into the belly now, let it be soft. So often we hold the belly tight without knowing it. Let it round and rise and fall with the breath, completely unguarded, completely soft. Let go of any holding across the middle of you. Let the breath sink lower into the belly, so that it's the belly that rises now, slow and easy, and the whole center of you grows warm and heavy and loose. And let that heaviness pool there, low in the center of you, like something finally allowed to rest. The way a stone settles at the bottom of a still pond, all the way down and stays. There's no hurry in it, nothing pulling it back up, just down and softly still. Now let the warmth spill lower over the hips, and let the hips grow wide and heavy in the bed. Feel how the whole base of you is held, the mattress rising up to meet the small of your back, the hips sinking into it, all that weight simply given over to the surface beneath you. You don't have to hold your hips in any particular way. You don't have to hold anything. Let them settle open and loose and heavy, and let the letting go move down into the tops of your legs. Down through the thighs now, slow, the big muscles they're softening, unclenching, growing warm, all that quiet strength you carry through the day, all that standing and walking and bracing, done now, set down now, gone soft and heavy in the dark. Feel the weight of your thighs pressing gently down into the bed, heavier than you'd think, sinking, and the warmth flowing on, past the knees, letting the knees loosen and rest, and down into the lower legs. Feel your calves grow heavy. Feel them lengthen and soften and sink, all the way down to the ankles now, the ankles going loose, and into the feet. Let your feet be warm. Let them fall open however they want to fall, the toes uncurling, the soles softening, all the small tired bones of the feet spreading and settling and letting go. And now, if you follow it, you can feel it, a warmth in the whole length of you, from the crown of your head to the very soles of your feet. One long, heavy, warm, unbroken stillness, every part of you resting on the bed, and the bed holding all of it, so that you don't have to hold any of it yourself. There is nothing left for you to do, nothing to keep up, nothing to manage, just this warm, heavy body, breathing itself, sinking slowly deeper, held completely by something solid underneath you in the dark. And here, in this stillness, I want to give you something gentle to rest your mind on, something soft and slow and far away from anything you have to think about. Imagine, if you like, a house at the edge of the sea late at night, long after everyone has gone to bed. You are not doing anything in this house. You are simply resting in it, the way a warm room rests around a sleeping person. Outside in the dark, the tide is going out. You can hear it if you listen, that long, unhurried sound of water drawing back over the sand, a slow hush, and then a pause, and then another, softer hush, a little further away. The sea has been doing this all night, whether anyone listened or not. It asks nothing of you. It only goes on, slow and patient, pulling gently back from the shore, breath after breath after breath. Let your own breathing fall in with it if it wants to, the long draw out like the water sliding back down the sand, and the quiet turn and the easy return. You don't have to make it happen. You only have to let it, the way the shore lets the water come and go, out, and the tide slips further out, taking a little more of the day with it each time. Out and softer, and the beach grows wider and quieter and darker. There is no one out there. There is nothing to watch for. Just the slow breathing of the sea in the dark, and the warm house holding you, and your own warm body sinking heavier into the bed with every long breath out. And notice gently how far away everything already feels. The things that seemed so loud when you first woke, they've begun to draw back too, haven't they, like the tide, a little further out now, a little quieter, a little less sharp at the edges. That's not something you had to force. It happens on its own when you stop feeding it, the way the water leaves the sand when nothing calls it back. Let it go on going. Let it all keep drifting out into the dark, where it will wait until morning and trouble you no more tonight. Because here is a thing worth knowing softly in the middle of the night. Nothing out there is asking to be solved right now, not one thing. In the small hours, the mind sometimes reaches for a problem the way a tongue reaches for a sore tooth, over and over, as if this time the touching might fix it, but it never does, not at this hour. The problem only grows tender and large under all that attention, so we're not going to touch it. We're going to let it lie in the dark, untouched, unpoked, whole and quiet, until the light comes back and the world is the right size again. It will keep, whatever it is, it will keep until morning. And you may find, when morning comes, that it was never as large as it felt at 3 in the dark, that the daylight shrinks it down to something ordinary, something with edges, something you can hold in one hand and set down again. That's the daylight's gift. But you don't need it yet. You don't need anything yet. It's still the middle of the night, and the middle of the night asks only one thing of you, that you rest. That you lie here, warm and heavy and held, and let the tide go out, and let the hours pass over you like slow water and sink. Let's take another long, easy breath together now. In gently through the nose, not too deep, just a slow, soft filling, and hold it lightly for a moment at the top, and now let it go long and slow all the way out, and feel how the body answers, how everything settles a notch lower on the exhale. The shoulders, the chest, the belly, the whole warm length of you, sinking a little deeper into the bed as the breath leaves. That long breath out is the oldest signal your body knows. It's the sign that says the danger has passed, that it's safe to rest now, that the watch is over. Every slow exhale tells the deepest, quietest part of your nervous system the same thing, over and over. Safe, slow down, you can let go. You don't have to believe it with your thinking mind. Your body believes it all on its own, breath by breath, and it's already answering, already loosening, already slowing, already drifting down towards sleep, whether you notice it or not. And you are not doing this alone. I want you to remember that, here in the dark, all across the world, in this very hour, there are people lying awake just as you are. Someone in a quiet apartment with the window open to a warm night. Someone in a house in the country where the only sound is the wind. Someone far away in another time zone where it isn't even night at all, resting anyway. Thousands upon thousands of people, right now, lying in the dark with their eyes closed, breathing slowly, waiting for sleep to come back. You are part of a great, quiet, invisible company of the awake, and there is nothing wrong with any of you. You are simply human beings in the night, doing the most ordinary thing in the world, which is to rest, and to wait, and to breathe. You are not alone in this. You never were. So let that loneliness ease the way the ache in the shoulders eased. There is nothing strange or broken about being awake right now. It is one of the oldest things people do. And this is simply a calm thing to do while the body settles, a quiet room, a low voice, a slow breath, no clock to watch, no light to chase, nothing to fix. If the wakefulness goes on and on across many nights, and it's wearing you thin, then a doctor is a good and kind thing to see in the daytime when the world is bright. But that is a thought for the daylight, not for now. For now, there is only the warm dark and the slow tide and the weight of you sinking into the bed. Let's go back into the body now softly and let it grow heavier still, because there are always deeper places to let go, layers underneath the ones we've already loosened. Bring your attention gently to your jaw, not to change anything at first, just to notice. The jaw is a quiet keep of tension. All day it holds and clenches and sets itself against things, often without our ever knowing. So let it unclench now. Let the back teeth part just slightly so they aren't touching. Let the jaw hang loose and heavy, the way it does in the deepest sleep, when the mouth softens and falls a little open and the whole face goes slack and easy. Let it be like that now. Let the hinge of the jaw, just below the ears, grow warm and soft and released. And let that softness spread up into the muscles at your temples and back around the sides of your head and into the tiny muscles around your eyes. So much holding happens there around the eyes, even in the dark, even behind closed lids. Let it all go still. Let the eyes rest heavy in their sockets, sinking back, not looking at anything, not searching the dark for anything. There is nothing to see, there is nothing to look for. Let the eyes grow so heavy and so still that they seem to sink away entirely, and the space behind them opens up wide and dark and soft and empty. And let the forehead be smooth. Feel it widen and cool and settle, all the little lines of the day smoothing away, the whole broad plane of the forehead at rest. Nothing gathered there now, nothing furrowed, just a smooth, cool, easy stillness across the front of your mind. Isn't it something how much quieter the whole head feels when the face lets go, as if a low noise you'd stopped hearing has finally switched off? That's the sound of holding, stopping. That's the feeling of a body that has decided, at last, that it is allowed to rest. Now let your awareness sink back from the face into the deep muscles along your spine, the long muscles that run either side of the backbone, top to bottom, the ones that hold you upright all day, that keep you standing and sitting and moving through the world. They are always working, those muscles, from the moment you wake. And now they can stop. The bed is holding you upright, or rather, the bed means you don't have to be upright at all. You're lying down, fully supported, and those long, tired muscles along your spine have nothing left to hold. So let them let go, one small section at a time, from the base of your skull all the way down to the base of your spine, releasing, softening, sinking, letting the whole back of you spread out and settle heavily into the mattress. Feel the points where your body meets the bed, the back of your head, your shoulders and upper back, the backs of your arms, the base of your spine and your hips, the backs of your legs, your heels. At each of those places, feel the weight of you pressing gently down and feel the bed pressing gently back up, holding you steady and solid and sure. You are cradled at every one of those points. You could not fall. There is nowhere to fall. The ground of the bed is beneath you, and beneath the bed is the floor, and beneath the floor is the whole patient earth, holding everything up, holding you up, without the slightest effort, the way it has held every sleeping thing since the beginning of the world. Let yourself be one more sleeping thing, held by the earth in the dark. And let the covers over you do their quiet work too. Feel their gentle weight lying across your body, light, but there, a soft pressure that says you are covered, you are enclosed, you are kept. Feel the little pocket of warmth they've made around you, your own warmth, gathered and held close by the blankets, so that inside this small warm space, you are exactly the right temperature, exactly comfortable, exactly safe. And maybe there's a coolness on the air beyond the covers, a coolness against your cheek or on the room around you, and that's good too. That soft coolness on the outside and the gathered warmth on the inside, the pleasant heaviness of the blankets, the give of the mattress underneath, all of it wrapping you, all of it saying the same low word, rest, rest, rest. Let another breath go, long and slow, out and down and heavier. I wonder if you can feel now how the boundaries of your body have started to soften. It happens as we sink towards sleep. The clear, hard edge between where you end and where the bed begins. It begins to blur and grow uncertain and matter less and less. Your hands, so heavy now, may not feel quite like hands anymore, just a warm heaviness somewhere down there in the dark. Your feet, far away. Your legs, a long warm weight you can barely be bothered to locate. It's all just warmth and heaviness and slow breath, and the body dissolving softly into the bed, into the dark, into the quiet, losing its edges the way a stone at the bottom of that still pond loses its outline in the deep green water, still there, but blurred and settled, and far below the surface. That softening of the edges is a good sign. It means sleep is near. It means the part of you that holds the shape of yourself so carefully all day has begun at last to loosen its grip. Let the shape of you go soft. You don't need to keep track of where all your parts are. They're all here, they're all safe. They're all heavy and warm and resting, and they'll keep just fine without you watching over them. Let go of the watching. Let go of the keeping track. Let yourself become just a warm, breathing weight in the dark, with no edges that need defending and no shape that needs holding, sinking slowly down and down. And if a thought drifts through, as thoughts will, some stray image, some fragment of the day, some worry testing whether you're still listening, just let it drift on through, like a slow cloud crossing a dark sky. You don't have to chase it. You don't have to answer it. You don't have to push it away either. Pushing is just another kind of holding. Simply let it pass across the wide, dark space behind your eyes, unhurried, unanswered, and let it go on out the other side, growing smaller, growing fainter until it's gone, and the sky is dark and open and quiet again. Thoughts come and thoughts go all night long in every drifting mind, and none of them can keep you from resting unless you take hold of them. So don't take hold. Let them float. Let them pass. Stay here, low and warm and heavy, and let the sky above you clear itself, cloud by slow cloud. There's a little quieter now, a little further down. Let's return one more slow time to the breath, because it's always here, faithful, waiting, asking nothing. Feel the next breath come in gently on its own. You don't have to draw it, just notice it arrive, a slow, soft filling low in the belly, and feel it turn without any effort. And feel it lave long and easy and complete, the exhale unspooling all the way to the end, and a little pause at the bottom, a small still emptiness before the next one comes, and it always comes. You never have to reach for it. It simply comes, all on its own, as it has, every moment, for your whole life, breathing you through every night you've ever slept, and it will breathe you through this one too, all the way down into sleep, whether you attend to it or not. So you can let even the breath go now if you like. You don't have to follow it anymore. You can let it slip out of your attention, the way you're letting everything else slip, and let it carry on in the background, slow and automatic and sure, while the rest of you sinks further and further down, past thinking, past listening, down into the warm dark where sleep is already waiting for you, patient and close and kind. And as you sink, let me offer you something new to rest your attention on, softly, the way you might rest a hand on a warm stone that has held the day's heat long after the sun has gone. Imagine, if it comes easily, a small house at the edge of a quiet field, late at night, long after everyone inside has gone to bed. You are not there to do anything. You are only there to notice how deeply that house is at rest. The windows are dark. The doors are closed. The little sounds of the day have all faded out, one by one. The kettle cooled hours ago, the last footstep on the stairs long since stilled, and now the whole house simply holds its warmth and waits for morning without any impatience at all. Nothing in it needs tending. Nothing in it is waiting on you. It rests, the way you are learning to rest, with all its work set down until light returns. And out beyond that house, the field lies under the dark, and the grass bends only slightly in the slow night air, and everything green and living out there has slowed itself for the night as well. The trees are not straining toward anything. The roots are not hurrying. Even the water in the soil moves only where it wishes, unbothered, unwatched, taking all the time in the world. This is what the night is for, not for solving, not for reaching. Just for the long, slow holding of warmth in the dark, until the turning of the earth brings the light back around, as it always does, without any help from you at all. You don't have to picture any of it clearly. Let the image be as vague and soft as it likes. A house, a field, a dark sky, the sense of something resting nearby, blurred at the edges, the way everything is blurring now. The picture isn't the point. The feeling underneath it is the point, that quiet certainty that things are cared for, that the night carries itself, that you can loosen your hold and nothing will fall. And notice now how far away the day already feels. The things that felt so close and so loud when you first woke, they've drifted back some, haven't they? They've grown a little smaller, a little softer, the way a sound grows fainter as you walk away from it down a long corridor. You didn't have to fight them. You didn't have to win against them. You only had to stop feeding them your attention, and they began on their own to lose their heat and their size, until now they sit somewhere out at the edge of things, dim and distant and no longer pressing. That's how it works in the dark, in the quiet, when you stop pouring yourself into the worry. It cools. It shrinks. It waits until it's a manageable size, and manageable things can always wait for morning. Because whatever it was, whatever thought found you when you first opened your eyes tonight, it will still be there in the daylight if it truly needs you, and it will be a different size then. Smaller, clearer, wearing its true proportions instead of the swollen midnight ones. You will meet it rested, in the plain light of an ordinary morning, with the slow, sensible part of your mind fully awake and standing beside you. And you'll wonder a little how it ever seemed so vast at 3 in the morning. That's the trick the hour plays, and now you know the trick, and knowing it takes away its power. So set it down, not forever, just until the light, it keeps, it all keeps. Let your attention drift back down now, out of the field and the dark sky, back into the simple warmth of your own resting body, heavier now than when we began, deeper into the bed, softer at every edge. Feel how the weight of you has settled even further while your mind was wandering out across that quiet field. That's the way of it. Give the thinking part a gentle place to rest its gaze, something slow and undemanding, and the body takes the chance to sink a little more, all on its own, unnoticed, the way snow settles on a still night without a sound. And here is a new warmth to notice, if you'd like one. Bring your attention gently to the small hollow at the base of your throat, that soft dip just below where the collarbones meet. It's a place that holds a little tension without our ever knowing it, a place that tightens when we brace, when we hold our breath against the world. Let it soften now. Let that little hollow grow warm and open and easy. Feel the softness spread outward from there, across the tops of the shoulders, down along the collarbones, until the whole upper chest feels wide and unguarded and slow. There's nothing to brace against here, nothing to hold your breath for. You are lying down in the dark, and the only thing being asked of you is to keep breathing, which you are already doing perfectly without any effort at all. Let that warmth pool and spread down into the chest, where the slow breath rises and falls of its own accord. down along the ribs, one by one, each one loosening, each one letting the breath move it a little more freely, down into the soft center of you, behind the navel, where so much quiet holding lives. Let it all go warm and heavy and slack. Feel the belly rise a little with each breath in and fall a little with each breath out, soft and unhurried, like the slow swell of dark water far from any shore, lifting and settling, with all the time in the world and nowhere it needs to be. And down further still, into the hips, those deep, strong joints that carry you through every day, that hold you upright and moving through all the long hours. Let them give up their work now completely. Feel the weight of your legs pulling gently down into the mattress from the hips, the thighs going heavy and thick and warm, the knees softening, the long muscles of the calves letting go of the last of their holding, all the way down to the ankles and the feet and the very ends of the toes, where the warmth seems to gather and slow and pool. The whole lower half of you, heavy as warm sand, sinking, held, done with the day. You will not need these legs again until morning. They can rest completely. They can go as still and heavy as stones on a riverbed and stay that way, undisturbed, for hours. There is such relief in that, in knowing there is nowhere at all you have to walk to tonight, no door to answer, no stairs to climb, no distance to cross. For these long dark hours, the whole task of moving through the world is simply cancelled, set aside, given back. You get to lie perfectly still and let the earth hold your entire weight, and that is not laziness, and it is not failing at anything. It is exactly, precisely what the night is asking of you, to be still, to be held. To let the great slow machinery of rest do its quiet work in the dark, the way it's meant to, the way it has since long before you were born. And all the while, remember, you are not doing this alone. In this same hour, under the same turning dark, there are so many others lying just as you are lying now, some who woke as you did and couldn't fall straight back, some listening to a quiet voice in the dark, as you are, some simply lying in the warm and the still, waiting for sleep to come back around. A person in a city apartment with the faint hum of the street far below. A person in a farmhouse with the wide silence of fields pressing in at the windows. A person in a narrow bed in a place you'll never see, in a country you'll never visit, breathing slow in the dark, just like you. All of you awake in the same night, all of you sinking toward the same rest, a great quiet company of the wakeful, scattered across the dark face of the world and joined, without ever knowing it, by this one simple thing, the being awake and the letting go and the drifting back down. You are one warm light among thousands. You are never the only one. The loneliness of the hour is a trick too, and it also loses its power the moment you see through it. So let that be a kind of blanket over you, along with the one you can feel, the knowledge that all around the sleeping world, others are doing exactly what you are doing, breathing themselves gently back towards sleep, none of them judging you, none of them hurrying you, all of them simply keeping the same slow, quiet vigil until rest takes them, one by one, back under. And it will take you too, not because you force it, because you stop forcing anything at all. Let's soften the mind itself now, a little more, the way we've softened the body. Picture, if you will, that all your thoughts tonight are written in the finest sand, on a wide, flat shore, at the very edge of a dark and gentle sea. Every worry, every plan, every fragment of the day, all of it just faint marks pressed into smooth sand near the waterline. And the tide is coming in. Slow, unhurried, patient as the moon that pulls it. Each low wave slides up the shore without a sound, and where it touches, the marks go soft and blur and dissolve and slip back into smoothness as the water draws away. One by one, your thoughts are being gently unwritten by the rising dark water, smoothed flat, erased so tenderly you can hardly tell the moment each one goes. You don't have to erase them yourself. You only have to let the tide come in, the way it wants to, the way it always does, and take them, and leave the shore clean and dark and empty behind it. There is nothing you need to keep, not tonight, Anything that truly matters will still be there in the morning, written fresh in daylight ink. So you can let the tide have all of it now, every to-do, every unfinished thing, every worry you carried into the dark. Let the water take them, one soft wave at a time, and smooth the sand, and carry them out into the deep where you don't have to hold them anymore. Watch the shore grow emptier. Feel your mind grow quieter with it. Fewer marks. Fewer thoughts. A wider and wider stretch of smooth, dark, untroubled sand, and the slow hush of the water, coming and going, asking nothing of you but that you lie here and let it work. And that hush, let it be the only sound your mind holds on to now, that slow, soft coming and going, like breath, like tide, like something vast and calm that has been moving in this same unhurried rhythm since long before there was anyone to hear it, and will go on long after this night is folded away and forgotten. You are a very small, very warm, very safe thing at the edge of something enormous and gentle, and it is rocking you slowly, the way the deep water rocks everything that rests upon it, down and down and down. Notice how your breath has changed all on its own since we began. Slower now, lower, softer at the turn. You didn't make it do that, you simply stopped interfering, and it found its own resting rhythm, the rhythm of a body letting go, the rhythm sleep is built upon. There's no need to deepen it or lengthen it now. It knows exactly what it's doing. It has done this every night of your life. Just let it be and let it carry you, and let each slow exhale set you down a little lower into the warm dark. The way a leaf comes to rest on still water and simply stays, going nowhere, held perfectly, drifting only in the smallest, gentlest way, and then not even that. Let your face be soft. Let the little muscles around the eyes stop their holding, the fine ones at the corners, the ones that squint and search and read all day long. Let them go loose and still and heavy. Let the space between your brows widen and smooth, that place where the day gathers itself into a small knot of concentration. Let the knot untie quietly, thread by thread, until the brow is flat and open and easy. Let the jaw hang slightly loose, the teeth unclenched, the tongue resting soft in the floor of the mouth. Let the whole face grow as still and untroubled as the face of someone already deep asleep, because that is what you are becoming slowly, from the inside out, feature by feature, breath by breath. And with the face soft, the whole head grows heavy on the pillow, heavier than you'd think a head could be, sinking into the cool softness beneath it, fully supported, fully given over, nothing left to hold it up, no reason left to lift it. Feel the weight of it settle completely. Feel how good it is to let even that go. The last small effort of holding your own head, released, handed over to the pillow and the dark, so that there is truly nothing left anywhere in you that is working or bracing or keeping watch. Just a warm, breathing weight in the quiet. Just the slow tide coming and going. Just the dark house at the edge of the resting field and the wide sky and the company of the wakeful all around the turning world, and the long, soft breath moving through you on its own, carrying you gently down. There's nowhere to be. There's nothing to solve. There's no one you have to be for anyone right now, no version of yourself you have to hold together, no thread you have to keep from dropping. In the dark, in this hour, you get to lay every last one of them down and simply be a body at rest, breathing, warm, and let that be more than enough, because it is enough. It is, in fact, everything the night is asking, and you are already doing it, already halfway home, already sinking past the place where thinking has any weight at all. Let the quiet grow. Let the space between my words grow with it. There's no need to follow every word now. Let them blur if they like. Let them become just a low, warm sound in the dark, no more meaning to them than the sound of slow water or wind in far trees or a fire settling low in a grate. You don't have to understand anything. You don't have to stay with me. If the words start to come apart and drift and lose their edges, the way everything is losing its edges now. That's exactly right. That's the sound of you going under. Let it happen. Let the meaning slip loose from the sound, and let the sound carry on beneath you, holding you the way the water holds you while you sink lower than words can reach. Down past the field and the dark house. Down past the smooth, empty shore. Down past the last faint thought still drifting somewhere far above you like a single slow cloud in a clearing sky. Down into the warm and the heavy and the still, where there is nothing to do and nothing to be and nowhere at all to go. Only this, only rest. Only the slow tide of your own quiet breath, coming and coming again, carrying you kindly down, and down into the deep soft dark where sleep is already waiting, patient and close, and warm around you like the oldest and gentlest of blankets, drawn up slowly over everything and holding you and letting you go. And now in the stillness, let a new warmth begin to gather, not from outside, not from the covers or the room, but from somewhere deep at the center of you, low behind the navel, where the body keeps its quiet furnace burning all through the night, steady and low, whether you tend it or not. Feel it there, a small, mild heat, no bigger than a held coal wrapped in soft ash, glowing gently, patiently, asking nothing of you. And with each slow breath, let it spread. Not fast, not urgent, just the way heat moves through a warmed stone long after the sun has gone down, outward through the belly, soft and loose, up under the ribs where it eases the last of the tightness there, down into the hips, into the heavy tops of the legs, a slow, even warmth, filling you the way warm water fills a cup, from the bottom quietly, until every part of you is holding the same gentle heat, and there is no cold edge left anywhere in the body for the mind to catch on. Let that warmth reach your hands. So often the hands are the last to let go, the fingers that have gripped and typed and carried and held on all day, all week, all year. Let the heat find them now. Feel the palms grow warm and open in the dark, the fingers uncurling just slightly, softening, giving up their old habit of holding. There is nothing in your hands now, nothing to carry, nothing to reach for. They can lie exactly where they are, warm and slightly parted, as empty and as easy as the hands of someone already deep asleep, because that is what they are becoming. Feel the warmth pool in the center of each palm like a little sun, and let it seep up through the wrists, along the forearms, softening every small muscle it passes through, until the arms themselves feel warm and weighted and entirely at rest, laid down beside you like two things you have finally, gratefully set down. And out beyond the warm circle of you, the night goes on turning, slow and indifferent and kind. Somewhere far off, a train is moving through the dark. You can almost hear it, that long, low sound that carries for miles when everything else is quiet. A sound that has meant the same thing to sleepless people for 100 years and more. Somewhere else, rain is falling on a roof, soft and steady, and a person you will never meet is lying beneath it, listening, awake as you are awake, comforted by the sound as you are comforted now. Somewhere a night nurse walks a dim corridor with quiet shoes, keeping her small kind watch. Somewhere a fisherman sits in the dark before dawn, waiting for a light that hasn't come yet. Somewhere a mother rocks a child back down towards sleep, humming something low and wordless. All of them awake in the same wide dark as you, all of them part of the same quiet company that no one ever sees, the great soft brotherhood of the wakeful, holding the night open so gently between them. You are one of them tonight, and there is no shame in it, and no failure in it. Only this, only breathing, only the slow warmth moving through you, while the world turns on without needing a single thing from you until morning. Let the breath grow slower still. Let the out-breath lengthen, the way a shadow lengthens toward the end of the day, unhurried, drawing itself long and thin across the ground, in through the nose softly, and out long and slow, longer than you'd think a breath could last, out, and a little more, until the breath empties all the way to the bottom gently, and then simply waits there in the stillness at the end, in no hurry at all to fill again. And only when the body itself decides, the next breath comes drifting in on its own, unbidden, easy, and out once more, longer than before, carrying a little more of you down with it each time. You don't have to count, you don't have to keep time. The breath knows the way. It has always known the way. It breathed you through every night of your life before you ever thought to help it, and it will breathe you down through this one too, all on its own, if you'll only let it, so let it. Hand the breathing over, and just be the one who is breathed softly in the dark. Picture now, if you like, a wide, still lake at the very last of the twilight, that hour when the water goes to glass and the whole surface holds the dim sky without a single ripple. No wind, no sound, just the smooth, dark water stretching out flat and perfect in every direction, and the deep hush that lies over it. And imagine that your mind is that water, that when a thought rises, it is only a single drop falling from somewhere high above, touching the surface. And yes, there are rings, small rings spreading out slow and silver from the place it fell, but watch how they widen and thin and fade, how the water always returns to stillness, how it cannot help returning to stillness, because stillness is what it is, and the ripple was only something passing through. Let your thoughts be drops on that dark water. Let each one touch and ring and fade. You don't have to stop them from falling. You only have to be the deep, calm water underneath that takes each one in and smooths itself again and waits, flat and dark and patient, under the last of the light. And if one of those thoughts is a worry, one of the ones that came sharp-edged out of the dark when you first woke, let it fall too, and let it ring, and let it fade with all the rest. Because you know something about this hour now. You know that the fast, frightened part of the mind wakes first in the deep of the night, before the slow, wise part has stirred. And it looks around in the dark and finds no daylight, no voices, no ordinary business of living to reassure it, and so it reaches for the biggest story it can find and calls it true. Everything it hands you at this hour comes pre-sized as a catastrophe, not because your life is a catastrophe, but because that is simply what fear does when it wakes alone in the dark with no one to check it. It is the hour talking. It is not the truth of your life. And the proof of that is waiting for you a few short hours from now, when the light comes up gray in the window and you look back at the very same thought and find it small and ordinary and entirely able to wait, the way it always turns out to be able to wait. So let it wait. There is nothing here that needs solving tonight. There is nothing here you can solve tonight, in the dark, with the frightened part in charge. And knowing that you are free, honestly free, to set it all down on the far shore and turn back toward the warm. Let your jaw be heavy. Let the small space between your back teeth open just slightly, so that nothing in the jaw is clenched or set or held. Let the tongue rest soft and wide in the floor of the mouth, touching nothing, doing nothing. So much quiet effort lives in the jaw through the day, the holding, the answering, the swallowing down of things unsaid, and it can all go now. Let the jaw hang loose and heavy as a thing on a hinge, and feel how, when it lets go, something in the whole face lets go with it, and something behind the eyes, and something at the very base of the skull where the head meets the neck. A whole quiet chain of holding, coming undone, link by warm link, and pouring itself softly down into the pillow. Feel the neck lengthen and soften along the back. Feel the small muscles there, the ones that have held your head upright and turning and watchful all your waking hours, finally off duty, finally released, going slack and warm as the head settles its full weight down and asks nothing more of them. And down through the tops of the shoulders, that slope of tension we carry without ever naming it. Let it melt, let it spread flat, let the shoulders widen and drop and grow heavy against the bed, as though they were being smoothed down by two warm and patient hands, pressing all the days, holding out toward the arms, and out through the loose, warm hands, and out through the fingertips into the dark, and gone. There is a kind of dark that is not empty. This one, the dark of a room where you are safe, where the door is closed, where the walls stand quiet around you, and the roof holds the sky off, and everything that needs locking is locked, and everything that needs doing is done or waiting patiently for the light. This dark is full of rest, full of quiet, full of the soft weight of the hour. A thick, kind, velvet dark that has been settling over this side of the earth for hours now, deepening in the streets, pooling under the trees, filling every quiet room where someone lies breathing. It is not against you. It was never against you. It is the oldest shelter there is, the one the body learned to trust long before there were words for trust. The dark that means the day is over, the dark that means you may stop now, the dark that has folded itself around every human being who ever lived, on every night there ever was, and drawn them gently down. Let it fold around you now. Let it be a shelter and not a stage. Let the closing of your eyes be simply an agreement with the dark that is already here. And notice, as you sink, how the sounds of the night have changed their meaning. Whatever small sounds reach you now, the tick of the house settling, the far hush of the world, the faint whatever it is at the edge of hearing, none of them are asking anything of you. They are just the sounds a safe night makes as it goes on around a resting body. You don't have to listen for them. You don't have to name them or explain them or wonder at them. Let them arrive and let them pass, the way the drops touched the still dark water, the way everything is passing now, gently, over the surface of a mind that is settling deeper than sound can reach. Even my voice, let it become just one more of the safe sounds of the night, no more urgent than any of the others, a low warmth moving through the dark beside you that you can follow if you like or let go of entirely, whichever carries you down more softly. Because down is the only direction now. Everything in you is agreeing to it. The warm belly, the empty hands, the loose jaw, the heavy head, the long, slow breath drawing itself out and out into the stillness. There is a weight to you now, a good and honest weight, the weight of a body that has finally stopped fighting the pull of the earth and simply lets itself be held. Feel how the whole length of you presses down into the softness beneath. The shoulders, the back, the hips, the backs of the legs, the heels. Every part that touches the bed grown heavy and warm and given over, pressing down a little more with each breath out, sinking a little deeper into the yielding dark, as though the bed was slowly taking you in, and you were letting it gladly, without a shred of resistance left anywhere in you to hold you up. And you can trust the sinking. You don't have to steer it. You don't have to help it along or wonder how far down it goes or whether you're doing it right. There is no right, there is only the letting, and you are already doing the letting, already further down than you were a few breaths ago, already softer, already warmer, already closer to the deep still place where the thinking finally stops. The body knows how to fall asleep. It has always known. It is the most ordinary miracle there is, and it is happening in you right now, quietly, underneath all you're noticing, the way a tide comes in underneath a sky full of clouds, without needing to be watched. So stop watching. Let the tide come in. Let it lift you gently off the last hard edge of waking and carry you out over deep, soft water, in the warm dark, in the good company of the sleepless world, with nothing left to do and nowhere left to be, and no weight left anywhere in you that isn't already sinking, kindly, slowly down. Let the next breath out be even slower, and the one after that slower still, and in the widening space between them, let the stillness rise up around you like warm water rising in a deep and quiet room, covering the feet, covering the heavy legs, rising past the warm belly and the loose open hands, higher, softer, warmer, up past the slow heart and the easy breath, until it closes over the quiet head as gently as a hand smoothing a sheet, and there is nothing above the surface anymore, nothing left in the air, only the deep warm still beneath, holding all of you on every side in a hush so complete and so kind that there is simply nothing left to want. And here, beneath the surface, the sounds of the room have softened into something rounder, further away, the way voices sound to someone drifting in the warm shallows of a lake with their ears just under the water, present, but muffled, wrapped in a gentle hush that takes all the edges off. If a pipe ticks somewhere in the walls, if the house settles, if the wind moves against the glass, let each of those small night sounds arrive already blunted, already softened, folded into the same warm quiet that is holding the rest of you. Nothing out there is asking for you. Nothing out there needs you to rise up and answer it. The whole quiet building around you is doing what you are doing. Resting, cooling, settling into the small hours, easing its weight down onto its foundations, the way you are easing yours down onto the bed. And I want you to notice, without reaching for it, how the darkness behind your closed eyes is not really empty at all. It is a soft gray dark, a velvet dark, faintly moving, the way the inside of your eyelids drifts and shifts when the body is letting go. You don't have to look at anything in it. You don't have to make a picture or chase the little drifting shapes that come and go. Just let the dark be a room with no walls, a room that goes on softly in every direction, warm and dim and endless, and let yourself be a small settled weight held somewhere near the middle of it, cared for, unbothered, dissolving slowly into the greater dark around you like breath fading from a cold window pane. There is nothing to find in that dark. That is its great kindness. All day the eyes are hunting, reading, scanning, checking, measuring the distance to things, keeping their restless watch. And now behind the closed lids, in the warm grey quiet, they can finally stop their hunting. Let the eyes grow heavy in their sockets. Let them sink back, soften, give up their focus entirely, until they are simply resting the way two smooth stones rest at the bottom of a slow river. Covered, held, going nowhere, asking nothing. When the eyes let go like that, something in the deep old part of the brain understands. It reads the stillness of the eyes as the truest sign that the day is truly over, that the watch can be handed off at last, that it is safe now to fall. So let them rest. Let the small muscles all around the eyes, the ones that have been quietly braced for hours without your ever knowing it, let them melt and lengthen and lie down. And feel how, when the eyes give up their tension, the whole forehead follows, the brows smoothing out wide and cool, the temples softening, the scalp itself loosening its grip, until it feels as though a warm hand were resting lightly on the crown of your head, doing nothing, asking nothing, just resting there while you sink. Let that warmth spread slowly backward now, over the top of the head and down behind the ears, into the place where the skull meets the neck, that quiet hinge where so much of the day's holding gathers and hides. Let it come undone. Feel the small deep muscles there unclench a fraction at a time, each breath out loosening one more thread, until the head is no longer being held at any angle at all, but is simply lying where it has fallen, given fully to the pillow, its whole weight surrendered, heavy as a river stone, warm as a sleeping animal, sinking down into the soft with nothing left in it that wants to lift. And in that warm, loosened dark, let a slow tide of heaviness begin to move down through you again, unhurried, thorough, like warm honey finding its slow way down a slope, down through the softened face, down the front and the sides of the throat, so the throat opens and the breath slides through it without a sound, down across the collarbones, spreading out wide into the shoulders, and feel the shoulders answer. Rolling back and down and heavy, giving up the last of the day's carrying, sinking away from the ears, settling into the bed, as though they were being gently pressed there by two warm palms. There is a particular sweetness in letting the shoulders go. So much is asked of them. All day they brace against the cold, hunch toward the screen, lift toward the ears without permission every time a worry passes through. And now, in the deep middle of the night, with no one watching and nothing to lift, they can finally lie down flat and wide and heavy on the warm bed and stay there and be nothing but wait. Let them. Feel the good ache of them releasing. Feel how the release travels down from them into the upper arms, warm and slow, unwinding the arms all the way to the elbows. So the arms lie beside you like two heavy ropes coiled loosely on soft ground, going nowhere, doing nothing, done. And down past the elbows now, into the forearms, into the wrists, into the wide relief of the open palms and the long loose fingers, and notice how completely the hands have let go. In the day, the hands are never still. They grip and type and hold and fix and reach. And here now, they are simply open, empty. Turned slightly up or slightly down against the sheet, warm at their centers, heavy at their heels, the fingers curled just a little the way a child's fingers curl in sleep, holding nothing at all, needing to hold nothing at all. Let them be that empty. There is a deep old peace in empty hands at 3 in the morning, hands with nothing left to carry, laid down at last, warm and still on the warm, still bed. Everywhere the heaviness reaches, it leaves a deeper softness behind it. And it is reaching everywhere now, slow and patient, the way warmth fills a room from a single low fire, spreading into the chest, into the long muscles that ride along either side of the spine, loosening each one in turn, letting the whole back widen and sink and give itself to the mattress an inch at a time. There is no hurry in it. Nothing in this hour has anywhere to be. The heaviness has all the night in the world to move through you, and so do you, and so it moves the way slow things move, without effort, without impatience, arriving everywhere in its own good time. And underneath it all, quiet and faithful, the breath keeps drawing itself long. You don't have to manage it now. It has found its own slow rhythm down there beneath your noticing, the in-breath soft and unremarkable, the out-breath longer, lower, trailing off into the stillness like the last of a wave sliding back down wet sand. Each one carries a little more of you downward. Each one leaves you a little emptier, a little heavier, a little further from the shore of waking. Let it. Let the breath do its slow, tireless work of setting you down, one long exhale at a time, into the warm dark that is waiting, patient and endless, to receive you. And if a thought should drift up through all this softness, and one may, that is the way of the mind, let it be like a leaf that surfaces on slow water, turns once in the current, and is carried on and away without your having to do a single thing about it. You do not have to follow it. You do not have to push it under. You do not have to decide whether it matters. At this hour, remember, the mind is not to be trusted with what matters. The fast old alarm part of it is awake, and the slow wise part is still sleeping, so everything it hands you now comes wearing a size too large, dressed up as urgent when it is only ordinary, dressed up as tonight's problem when it is really just tomorrow's small task in a costume. You know this now, so you can let the thought go by unweighed. Let it turn once on the current and drift on downstream into the dark, and let the water close over the place where it was, smooth and quiet again, as though it had never come. There is nothing to solve tonight. Say that to yourself once more slowly and feel how true it is in the body before it is even true in the mind. Nothing to solve, nothing to fix, nothing to decide or defend or figure out. Every one of those things has a morning waiting for it, a bright ordinary morning with the slow wise part of your mind fully awake and the light coming in and the world upright again. And every one of them will be smaller then, and lighter then, and easier then, in ways that are simply not available to you here in the dark, and were never meant to be. This hour was never given to you for solving. It was given to you for resting. So set the whole heavy armful of it down on the floor beside the bed, where it will keep perfectly well until the sun comes, and turn your empty hands back to the only work of the night, which is no work at all. Which is only sinking, only softening, only letting the warm dark take you. And you are not doing this alone. Somewhere out in that same dark, right now, a woman is lying awake in a city you will never visit, listening to the same small hush you're listening to, letting her own shoulders come down from her own long day. Somewhere, a man is standing at a dark window with a warm cup in his hands, waiting for sleep to come back to him, watching the same handful of stars. In 1,000 rooms in 100 countries, in every time zone the night is passing through, people are lying just as you are lying, breathing just as you are breathing, waiting out the small hours in the dark. And not one of them is ashamed of it, and not one of them is failing, and neither are you. This is just a thing that bodies do sometimes. Waking in the night is as old as sleeping is. You have joined, for a few hours, the wide, quiet company of the wakeful, and it is a gentler company than you would think. No one in it is judging you, no one in it is measuring your night. Everyone in it is simply, softly, waiting to go back down, the same as you, together in the dark, though none of you can see each other. Let that be a kind of warmth over you too. Not a picture to think about, just a warmth, a company, a sense that the dark all around you and all around the turning world is full of quiet resting breath, in and slowly out, in and slowly out, a great slow tide of it moving through the night, and yours is only one small part of it, rising and falling in time with the rest. You don't have to keep your own rhythm going. Let it fall into step with that greater rhythm, that endless soft breathing of the sleeping and the settling world, and let it carry you the way a small boat is carried by a wide, slow current. Nothing to row, nothing to steer, only the current, only the carrying, only down. Now feel the warmth of the bed against you a little more deeply, not the surface of it, the warmth of it, the particular animal warmth that has gathered slowly in the covers over the hours, made by your own resting body and held close around you by the weight of the blankets. It is your warmth. The bed has been keeping it for you, patiently, all this while, giving it back to you now on every side. At the small of your back, along your legs, around your shoulders, a warmth that has no edges and asks for nothing, that simply surrounds you and holds you and makes of the whole bed a single warm hollow shaped exactly to the shape of you. Sink into that hollow. Let it hold you the way the ground holds a stone that has been lying in the same warm place for 100 years, settled so long and so completely that there is no line anymore between the stone and the earth beneath it, only the one warm weight, sinking imperceptibly deeper with the slow turning of the years. That is how deeply you can let yourself be held now, that completely, that trustingly. There is no line anymore between your weight and the weight of the bed, only the one warm heaviness going down, and with each slow breath out you can feel that line dissolve a little further, the back giving fully into the mattress until you cannot quite say where you end and the softness begins, the legs sinking until they are just warmth and weight lying in warmth. The whole body letting go of its outline, blurring softly at its edges, melting down into the warm dark hollow that is holding it, until being held and being heavy and being warm are all the same single feeling, and that feeling is carrying you down, gently, steadily, further than thought can follow. And the breath grows slower still, and the space between the breaths grows wider still, and in that widening quiet there is less and less that needs saying, and less that needs hearing, and my voice can begin to move a little further off now, a little softer, a low warmth at the edge of the warm dark, still here, still with you, but no longer something you need to hold on to. Something you can let go of the way you have let go of everything else tonight, easily, gladly, sinking past it into the deep still water where words don't reach and don't need to. So let the words thin, let them come slower and further apart and matter less and less. There is nothing more they need to tell you. You already know how to do the only thing that's left. You are already doing it, already heavy, already warm, already further down than you were, already carried, already held. Just keep sinking, just keep softening. Just let the long, slow breath out and follow it down and down into the warm dark, in the good quiet company of the sleeping world, with nothing above the surface anymore, and nothing left to want, and nowhere left to go but gently, slowly, further down. And as you drift there, Let something new come to you softly, without effort, the sound of rain. Not real rain, not rain you have to listen for, but the idea of rain, the memory of it, the way it sounds on a roof late at night when you are warm and dry beneath it. Somewhere in the world it is raining right now. It always is. In some dark, quiet town on the other side of the earth, the rain is falling steadily on the rooftops and the streets, filling the gutters, drumming so gently and so evenly that the sound becomes a kind of silence, a soft grey blanket of sound laid over everything, and beneath it people are sleeping, warm in their beds just as you are warm in yours. Let that rain fall through your mind now. Let it be that even. Let it be that endless. Each drop a tiny soft weight, countless of them, falling and falling with nothing hurried in it, nothing sharp, only the long patient washing down of the whole dark sky, asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, simply falling, the way your breath is simply falling, out and away, into the quiet. There is a particular peace in being held safe while something vast moves gently on outside. The child feels it first, long ago, warm under the covers, while the weather works away beyond the glass, and the body never forgets it. That old, deep safety is available to you right now. You are inside, you are warm, you are covered. And out beyond the walls, the great slow machinery of the night goes on turning without you, the wind moving over the fields, the rain moving over the hills, the tides sliding up the long dark beaches and sliding back again, and none of it needs your watching, none of it needs your worry, all of it managing perfectly well in the dark, as it has every night since long before you were born. You can set the watch down. The world does not need you awake to keep it turning. It is turning now, gently, and it will go on turning while you sleep, and it will be there in the morning, and so will you. Let the rain fade back now softly into the general hush, and let yourself feel how the whole night is like that rain, something wide and soft, and even moving all around you, holding you in the middle of it, in a small, warm, still place that is entirely your own. And in that small, warm, still place, there is nothing to do, nothing at all. This is perhaps the strangest and kindest thing about this hour, that for once there is genuinely nothing that needs doing. No task waits that cannot wait till light, no word needs answering now, no decision needs making in the dark. The one and only thing that is yours to do right now is the thing you are already doing, which is nothing, which is resting, which is lying here warm and heavy and letting the breath fall out of you slow and long. You are already succeeding at the only task there is. You cannot do it wrong. Even the wakefulness, even the lying here not yet asleep, that is not failing. That is just resting with the eyes closed in a dim, quiet room, and resting is its own good thing, and the sleep will come to gather you up in its own time, the way it always has, without your having to reach for it. You do not catch sleep. You let it find you, and it finds you most easily here, in the not reaching, in the letting be, in the soft dark, where you have stopped trying to make anything happen at all. So keep not trying, keep letting. Let the next breath out be a little longer than you meant it to be, and notice how good that feels, that long, slow emptying, like a sigh the body has been waiting all day to give. And let the stillness after it be a little longer too, an unhurried pause with no pull in it, no need to fill it, just the warm body resting in the warm dark between one slow breath and the next. Now let your attention drift easily to the tips of your fingers, not to do anything with them, only to notice how far away they have become. The hands have gone quiet. All through the day they were busy, gripping and reaching and holding and doing 100 small tasks an hour, and now they have finally been allowed to stop. Feel how they lie there, open and still, the fingers slightly curled the way they curl all by themselves when nothing is asked of them, soft and heavy against the sheet. There is a warmth pooling in the palms, a faint pulse, maybe deep and slow, and a heaviness that seems to have thickened in them, as though the blood in the hands had grown warm and slow and rich as honey, so that the hands are too heavy now to lift, too content to move, sinking into the bed and glad to be sinking. Let them be that heavy. Let them be forgotten. Let the doing hands rest all the way down. And that same warm heaviness, let it begin to move up through the wrists, slow as warm water rising, up along the forearms, filling the elbows, softening everything it touches, up through the upper arms until the whole arm from shoulder to fingertip is one long warm weight lying easy at your side, sunk into the mattress, given up entirely to gravity and warmth. The shoulders let it in. They have carried so much. Feel them drop now, feel them widen and fall back and down, letting go of a tension so old and so familiar you had stopped feeling it as tension at all, had come to think of it as simply the shape of yourself. It is not your shape. It is only holding, and you can put the holding down now. Let the shoulders melt back into the bed and stay there, low and loose and heavy, with nothing left for them to carry until the morning, and even then only what the morning brings, which is not here yet, which is a long soft way off, on the far side of all this good deep sleep still waiting for you. Somewhere out in the dark a train is moving. Feel it more than hear it, that long low rhythm, the soft rocking of the carriages, the steady onward roll of something carrying its sleeping passengers gently through the night toward a morning they do not have to think about yet. They are dozing against the dark windows, lulled by the sway, trusting the train to do all the work of getting there. You can be like those passengers now. You do not have to steer. You do not have to stay awake to make sure you arrive. The night is carrying you, steady and sure, the way the train carries them, and all you have to do is lean your head against the dark and let the rocking take you down. Let each slow breath be one more turn of the wheels, carrying you a little further, a little deeper, on toward the morning by a road you do not need to watch. The rhythm knows the way. The body knows the way. You have made this journey 10,000 nights and you have always arrived. You will arrive tonight. Let go of the steering. Let the deep, sure motion of the night do all of it for you now. And feel, underneath everything, how supported you are. This is worth resting in for a while, just the sheer solidness of what is holding you. Beneath the softness of the mattress, there is the frame, steady on its legs. Beneath the frame, there is the floor, broad and level and strong, bearing your weight and the bed's weight without the slightest strain, the way it bears them every night. Beneath the floor there are the joists and the walls that carry them down, and beneath those the foundation, sunk deep and cool into the earth. And beneath the foundation there is the ground itself, the old patient ground, going down and down, unimaginably deep, solid the whole way, holding up the house and the street and the whole sleeping town without effort, as it has held them for longer than anyone can remember. You are resting on all of that. A whole silent architecture of holding is beneath you right now, layer on layer, all the way to the ancient rock, and every layer of it is doing its quiet work to keep you exactly where you are, safe and level and held. You do not have to hold yourself up. Nothing about you needs holding. It is all being done for you, from the mattress down to the bedrock, so completely that you can let go of the very last of it, the small deep habit of bracing, of keeping some part of yourself ready, and just hand your whole weight over to the enormous patient strength beneath you, and let it take you, all of you, down. Let the breath out, long and slow, and let a little more of your weight go with it, down through the bed, down through the floor, down into the deep-held stillness that is carrying you. There is a quiet in this hour that you can almost feel as a texture, a soft, thick-furred quiet like snow lying deep over a sleeping country. Picture that, if it comes easily, a wide field under snow at night, no wind, no track across it, only the smooth, unbroken white going on and on under a low gray sky, and the extraordinary silence that comes with deep snow, the way it drinks up every sound and gives back nothing, but a hush so complete it seems to have weight. Nothing moves out there. Nothing needs to. The snow has covered everything soft and even, has rounded off every hard edge of the world, has tucked the whole landscape in beneath one seamless white blanket, and beneath it, the earth is sleeping, and the seeds are sleeping, and the small warm animals are curled and sleeping in their hidden burrows, waiting out the long cold night in perfect dark safety, and there is no hurry in any of it, no worry. Only the deep, patient rest of a world that knows the spring will come when it comes and not one moment before. And until then, the only thing to do is sleep. Let that snow fall softly through you now. Let it round off your own hard edges. Let it cover over, soft and white, and even everything in you that was sharp today, everything that was tense or unfinished or unresolved, laying its cool, quiet blanket down over all of it until the whole inner landscape is smooth and still and white and sleeping, with no track across it and nothing showing and nothing that needs doing before the thaw. And the thaw is a long way off. Morning is a long way off. You have hours, yet soft, dark hours, a great, generous stretch of night still ahead of you, more than enough, far more than enough, to sink all the way down into and be carried by and sleep and sleep and sleep. There is no shortage of night. There is no clock that matters. Set aside entirely the arithmetic of how much is left, the counting of hours, the measuring of what you'll have. That counting is the very thing that keeps a person up, and it has no place here, and you can let it dissolve into the snow with everything else. What is true is only this, that it is dark, and you are warm, and the night is long and soft and all around you, and there is time. There is so much time, more than you could ever need. Rest in the sheer plenty of it. Let yourself feel rich in darkness, rich in stillness, rich in this deep, unhurried hour that asks nothing and gives everything, and let that easy abundance settle you further, the way a person settles who knows they do not have to be anywhere, who can lie exactly here for as long as the resting lasts, sinking, softening, with the whole warm night to spend, and no reason on earth to spend it any way but this. Feel now the small movements of the breath in the belly. Let the attention rest there, low and soft, below all the thinking, in the warm rise and fall at the center of you. When the breath comes in, the belly rounds gently, all by itself, without your lifting it. When the breath goes out, it settles, sinking back down toward the spine, toward the bed, a little lower each time. Just watch it, just ride it. The way you might watch a small boat rise and fall at anchor in a sheltered harbor at night, lifting a little on the swell, settling a little, lifting, settling, going nowhere, tied safe and slack to the seabed, rocking in the dark water while the harbor lights blur softly on the surface and the whole sleeping town leans down to the water's edge. You are that boat, riding easy at your mooring, held by a line you do not have to hold, rising the smallest amount and settling the smallest amount, further and further into stillness with the falling of the tide. And the tide is falling now, feel it. The water's sinking so slowly, lowering you so gently, letting the boat down inch by patient inch toward its soft rest, until the keel comes to lie at last in the deep soft silt of the harbor floor, cradled, motionless, done with rising and falling, done with rocking, simply lying there held in the dark, still water, with the whole long ebb still to come. Let yourself come to rest like that. Let the last small motion of you go still, not forced, just allowed, just let down, the way the tide lets the boat down, without effort, without a single hand upon it. The breath grows quieter, the rise and fall grows smaller. The whole warm, heavy length of you settling deeper into the silt of the bed, deeper into the warm dark, deeper into the long good night, with the water closing soft and quiet over everything, and the far lights blurring, and the town asleep along the shore, and nothing left anywhere that needs to move. And still, all around you, the sleeping world. Never forget that you are held inside it. Right now, on every side of you, near and far, the world is full of people lying just as you are lying, some who fell asleep hours ago and some, like you, who woke in the dark and are finding their slow way back down. All of them breathing in the dark, all of them warm under their covers, an enormous quiet company of the resting and the sleeping spread across the whole turning earth, and you are one of them, held in the middle of them. No more alone in your wakefulness than a single star is alone in a sky full of stars. You are part of the great nightly sleeping of the world. You always were. And there is something that loosens in the chest to know it, that this hour you thought was so solitary is in truth the most shared hour there is. The hour when almost everyone alive has laid their doing down and given themselves over to the dark, trusting it, the way you can trust it now, letting it take them the way it is taking you down and down into the deep still place where all the sleepers go. So go there with them, go softly. There is nothing to carry across, nothing to bring, nothing to decide or finish or hold. Only the long, slow breath going out and the warm weight of you sinking after it, and the good dark closing gently over, and the words growing thin now and slow and far apart matter less and less, needing to say less and less, because you already know the way from here, and you are already going, already carried, already held, already sinking softly down past the reach of anything that needs answering, down into the warm, down into the quiet, down into the deep good dark, where the whole sleeping world is waiting to receive you, patient and endless and kind. And as you lie there, let a new quiet settle over you now, softer even than before. Imagine that outside, while you rest, it has begun to snow. Not a storm, nothing that asks anything of you, only the slow, weightless falling of snow in the dark, the kind that comes down without a sound and asks nothing, covering the world an inch at a time while everyone sleeps. Somewhere out past the walls, the fields are going white and silent under it, the fences softening, the roads smoothing over, every hard edge in the world rounding and gentling beneath that slow white falling. And you do not have to be out in it. You are here, warm, tucked deep beneath the covers, listening in your mind to a snow that makes no noise at all, only that great hushing stillness that comes over everything when the snow is falling and the whole land holds its breath and goes quiet. Feel how the snow lays a kind of silence down over the night, how it muffles everything, how it takes the sharp sounds of the day and folds them away under a soft white blanket until there is nothing left to hear but the deep hush of the falling. Let that hush come inside now. Let it settle over your thoughts the way it settles over the fields, covering them slowly, softening them, rounding away their edges, until the things that felt so hard and bright a little while ago are only gentle shapes beneath the snow, their sharpness gone, their urgency gone, sleeping now under the white, waiting quietly for a morning that is still a long, long way off. There is nowhere you need to go tonight, no road you need to travel. The snow has covered all the roads, and that is a kind of mercy, a night when the whole world agrees that nothing needs doing, when even the going places have been quietly closed, and the only thing left to do is stay warm and stay still and let the snow keep falling in the dark. So let it fall. Let it come down slow and endless behind your closed eyes, each flake drifting down without weight, without hurry, settling so lightly, layering that soft white quiet deeper and deeper over the sleeping land and deeper over you. And notice how warm you are inside it. That is the strange gift of a snowfall at night, that the colder and quieter it grows out there in the dark, the warmer and safer the bed becomes, the more the covers seem to hold you, the more your own body glows with its own gentle heat beneath the blankets. You are the warm, still center of a cold, quiet world. Everything out there is going soft and white and sleeping, and you are here, in the warmest place there is, wrapped and held and heavy and safe, with nothing to do but sink a little further into that warmth with every slow breath that leaves you. Let the breath go now, long and unhurried, out into the dark, and feel the warmth spread as it goes, the way heat spreads through a body that has finally fully let go. There is a warmth that only comes when the holding stops, when the last small guarding in the muscles lets loose and the blood moves freely, and the whole body fills quietly with its own low, even heat, like coals settled and glowing under grey ash, giving off warmth all night long without a single flame, without effort, asking nothing, only glowing there, steady and low and warm in the dark. Let yourself be like that now, banked coals under soft ash, warm all the way through. Nothing burning, nothing bright, only that deep even glow that lasts and lasts, that will keep you warm through the whole long night without your ever having to tend it. The warmth is in your chest, a soft, slow heat behind the breastbone, spreading out along the ribs with every breath, easing them, letting them fall a little further open, a little further down. The warmth is in your belly, rising and falling so gently now, so slow, the warm, soft center of you loosening, softening, letting go of the last held place, going warm and heavy and still. And the warmth moves down. Down into the hips, into the great heavy bones of you that carry all your weight in the day and can lay it all down now, all of it, into the deep warm mattress that rises to meet them. And the warmth pools there, low and dark and good, and the whole base of you goes heavy and warm and utterly at rest. Down through the legs the warmth goes unhurried in its own slow time, a heaviness following it like water finding the low places, filling the thighs, softening the knees, sinking down through the long muscles of the calves that have carried you so far and can be still now, can be warm now, can let go of every last mile, down to the ankles, down into the feet, and out, warm to the very ends of you, heavy to the very ends of you, nothing held anywhere, nothing tensed anywhere. Only the long, warm weight of a body that has finally been allowed to stop, sinking, snow-quiet, into the bed. And still the snow keeps falling out there in the dark, slow and soundless, laying its white hush down over the roofs and the fields and the sleeping town, over every house where someone is lying just as you are lying, warm inside the cold, safe inside the quiet, drifting down towards sleep beneath that same slow, endless snow. You are not the only warm light in that white sleeping country. All across it, tucked under their own roofs, under their own covers, an uncountable number of others are lying warm in the dark while the snow comes down, some sleeping, some just now finding their way back down like you, all of them held in the same great hush, all of them part of the same warm, quiet company scattered across the snow-covered dark. And you among them, one small steady warmth among a whole land full of warmths, breathing slow, sinking deep, no more alone than one lit window is alone in a valley full of lit windows, each one glowing softly, each one warm, each one holding someone safe until morning. So there is nothing to keep watch for, nothing to listen out for in the dark. The snow keeps its own quiet watch tonight, laying down its soft white guard over everything, and you can let the watching go entirely now, let it fall from you the way snow falls, weightlessly, silently, gone before it lands. You do not have to hold the night together. The night holds itself. It has been holding itself for millions upon millions of years, turning slow and dark and sure beneath the stars and the falling snow, and it does not need you awake to keep it turning. It only asks that you rest now, that you let it carry you the way it carries the whole sleeping earth, without your hands on it, without your watching, without your worry, around toward the far, far edge of morning, so gently you will never feel the turning at all. Let the mind grow soft as the snow now, each thought that drifts up drifting down again just as slow, just as quiet, settling into the white and disappearing. You do not have to chase them, you do not have to finish them. Let them fall like flakes into the deep soft drift of everything you have set down for the night, and let the drift grow deeper and softer and quieter until the thoughts come slower and slower, further and further apart, each one smaller than the last, sinking away under the snow before it can fully form, until there is more silence between them than sound, until the silence is nearly all there is. A wide, white, feather-soft silence with the snow still falling through it, endless and slow, in the warm dark behind your eyes. And into that silence, let the breath keep going, out, long and low and warm, a little slower each time, a little quieter each time. The out-breath always longer, always softer, always leading you further down. There is no need to make it happen. The body knows this. The body has been waiting all your life for you to stop steering, so that it could do this quiet work on its own. This slowing, this settling, this letting the breath grow shallow and easy and far apart, this letting the heart slow to its deep night rhythm, this drawing you down, fold by warm fold, into sleep. It knows the way. It has always known the way. Your only task now is to let it, to lie here warm and heavy under the falling snow, and let the wise old body carry you down the way it longs to. Feel how much has already loosened, how far you have already come down from where you were when you first woke in the dark. The jaw unclenched, the brow smooth, the shoulders low and heavy and wide apart, the hands open and soft on the covers, curled just gently, holding nothing at all. The whole front of the body sunk and slack and warm. The back of the body poured heavy into the bed. You are so much further down than you were. And there is further still to go, a long, slow, gentle way still to sink, and all the warm, quiet hours of the night to sink through it, with the snow still falling, and the world still hushed, and nothing at all that needs you before the light. So let another breath go now, and let it take a little more of you with it, a little more of the day, a little more of the holding, a little more of the surface of you dissolving away into the warm and the dark, and let the snow come down over the place where it was, soft and white and covering, until even the memory of the tension is gone under the drift, smoothed over, gentled, sleeping, and another breath, slower, and let it take a little more, and the snow covering that too. Deeper and softer over everything, the whole landscape of you going white and still and silent under the endless patient falling, nothing sharp left anywhere, nothing bright left anywhere, only the soft, rounded shapes of a body at rest, under a deep, warm quiet, in the middle of a long, white, sleeping night. And if some small, far part of you is still turning, still faintly awake, still watching from a great, soft distance, let even that be all right. You do not have to switch it off. Watching from that far and drowsy distance is itself a kind of rest. The mind grown so slow and so warm that its watching has gone soft at the edges, blurred, dreamlike, no sharper now than the far lights out beyond the falling snow. Let it watch, if it wants to, from all the way over there. Let it watch the snow come down. Let it watch the warm, heavy body breathing slow in the dark. There is nothing for it to guard against, nothing for it to solve, and little by little, as it watches, it too will grow heavy, and its eyes too will lower, and it will slip down at last off the edge of watching and into the same warm dark as the rest of you, and be gone, and be sleeping under the snow with the world. Because that is where all of this is going, so gently you need never notice the moment it arrives, down through the warm, down through the heavy, down through the soft white falling silence, toward the deep still place beneath it all where thought lets go of itself, and the night takes over the breathing, and you are simply, finally, asleep. It is close now. It is nearer with every slow breath. You do not have to reach for it. You do not have to find it. It is rising up to meet you from underneath the way sleep always does, the way the warm dark ground rises up to meet the falling snow, and all you have to do is keep sinking, soft and slow and trusting, down into it. So keep sinking, let the weight take you, let the warmth take you, let the hush of the endless snow take you. There is no floor to fear, no bottom to strike, only warmer and deeper and softer, the further down you go, only quieter and slower and kinder, only more held and more warm and more safe with every inch you sink, down past the last of the day, down past the last of the noise, down past the reach of the hour and its worries. Into the deep, warm dark, where the snow lies soft over everything, and the whole tired world lies sleeping, and there is nothing at all left to do but join it. And the breath goes out, slow and warm and long, and you go with it a little further down, and the snow keeps falling in the dark, quiet, endless, covering the fields and the roofs and the roads and the sleeping town, and you, warm in the middle of it all, sinking and safe and slowly, softly, letting go, letting the good dark and the falling snow carry you the rest of the way down. And down here where you are now, the snow has become something else, the way things do when you are this far under. The cold has gone entirely, and the falling has slowed, and what carries you now is warmer still, deeper still, a wide, slow warmth like the inside of the earth in summer, like the low, steady heat that lives in the ground long after the sun has set. You have sunk beneath the weather altogether, into a place that no season can reach, where nothing falls and nothing stirs, and the only movement anywhere is the long, slow rise and fall of your own breathing, so quiet now, so far away, that it hardly seems yours at all. More like the breathing of the room, the breathing of the dark, the whole warm night rising and settling around you in one enormous, unhurried rhythm that has been going on since long before you woke, and will go on long after you are gone under, and asks nothing of you but to be carried inside it. So let it carry you. There is nothing to hold now, nothing at all, not even the shape of yourself. The edges have gone soft. Where the body ends and the warm bed begins is no longer a line you could find if you looked, and you will not look, because looking is work, and there is no more work here, none, not the smallest task left anywhere in the whole wide dark for you to do. You have set it all down. You set it down a long, slow while ago, without even noticing, the way a hand loosens in sleep and lets fall the thing it was holding, and the thing does not shatter, and no one comes, and the world goes quietly on, and it is all right. It is all right that you let go of it. It was always meant to be set down here at the bottom of the night, and picked up again, if it needs picking up at all, in the far clean light of a morning that will come on its own without any help from you, whether you watch for it or not. And you will not watch for it. There is no watching left in you now, or almost none, only the faintest ember of it, and even that is banking down, growing dim and orange and low the way a fire does in the last hour before dawn, when the flames have long gone and only the deep coals remain, glowing soft under a soft grey blanket of ash, holding their heat without effort, without flame, without any need to burn. And that is what your mind is now, a low bank of warm coals under a soft grey cover, giving off heat into the dark, quiet, steady, spent, done with the day's burning, asking only to be left to glow gently down toward the ash and the stillness and the grey and the going out. Let it go out. There is warmth enough in you to last the whole night through, and you do not need the flame to keep it. You need only lie here in the low red glow of yourself, and let the coals settle deeper into their own soft ash, deeper, dimmer, warmer, further down. Somewhere far above you, higher than the snow, higher than the roofs, the great slow wheel of the night is turning, quietly, the way it always turns, carrying the dark around toward the other side of the world. And out there, spread across all that turning dark, are the others, the ones awake for a while like you were, and the ones long since gone back under, and the ones who will wake in an hour and lie a while and sink again. A whole scattered field of small warm lives out in the vast cool night, each one breathing, each one held by its own patch of dark, none of them alone in the way it feels to be alone, because the same night lies over all of them at once, the same hush, the same slow turning, the same soft weight of the small hours pressing everyone gently down toward the same deep floor. You are one glowing coal among countless glowing coals, banked down across the whole dark face of the turning earth, and the warmth you are giving off into your patch of dark is the same warmth they are giving off into theirs, and it is good, and it is enough, and you can rest inside it without a single thought of holding it up, because it holds itself, the way the night holds itself, the way the earth holds its slow, deep summer heat all through the coldest hours until the morning. There is a kind of trust that only comes this far down. Up in the day, trust is a decision, something you have to make, something you can lose. But down here, it is simply the temperature of the place, the given fact of it, the way the deep water is cold and the deep earth is warm. You do not decide to trust the bed to hold you. You have simply stopped imagining it could do anything else. It has held you every night of your whole life. It held you last night, and the night before, and 10,000 nights you cannot even remember, and it is holding you now with the same patient, effortless strength it has always had, taking your whole weight without the slightest strain, the way the ground takes the weight of a fallen leaf, the way the dark takes the weight of the quiet. You could not fall if you tried. There is nowhere left to fall to. You are already all the way down, resting on the very floor of the night, on the broad, warm, patient palm of everything that holds you, and it is not going to move, and it is not going to tire, and it is not going to let you go. So there is nothing to brace against anymore. Feel how the last of the bracing leaves you, some small held thing in the shoulders you did not even know was held, letting go now, spreading out, going soft and wide and warm. Some faint tightness behind the eyes, behind the brow, unknotting itself slowly, smoothing out like a cloth pulled flat. Some quiet clench along the jaw, along the base of the skull, loosening, opening, sinking back. All the small, unnoticed guardings of the day, the 100 tiny muscles that spend the daylight hours holding you upright and ready and alert, all of them going off duty now, one by one, laying down their long shift, sinking back into the warm ease of a body that has finally been told, all the way through, that it is allowed to stop. You are allowed to stop. You have been allowed to stop for hours now, and the body is only just believing it, sinking that last small distance it always saves for the deepest part of the night, settling past the place it usually settles to, down into a heaviness it rarely reaches, warm and total and complete. And as it settles, the warmth moves through you like something poured, slow and thick and golden, filling you from underneath, rising up through the heavy legs, through the wide loose hips, up through the long relaxed line of the back, spreading out across the chest with each slow falling breath, pooling warm in the hands where they lie open and forgotten, rising up at last into the soft, heavy weight of the head, until there is no part of you it has not reached, no corner of you left cool or tight or waiting. You are warm all the way through. You are warm the way the earth is warm, the way the banked coals are warm, the way a stone is warm at midnight that lay all day in the sun, a warmth held deep in the body of the thing, given off slowly into the dark, needing nothing, asking nothing, simply glowing gently down through the long hours toward the morning. Let the breath keep going out, long and slow and warm, each one a little longer than the last, each one carrying you a little further down. And notice how you do not have to make it happen anymore, how the breathing has slipped out from under your hands entirely and taken over its own soft rhythm, the way it does at the edge of sleep, slower than you would ever choose, deeper than you would ever think to breathe on purpose. Run now by the old quiet part of you that knows this hour well, that has brought you down into sleep every night of your life, and will bring you down again now, without instruction, without effort, without you. You can let it. You can hand the whole thing over. There is a keeper in you far older than your worries, older than your name, that knows exactly how to do this, that has never once forgotten the way, and it has the breathing now, and it has the sinking now, and it is carrying you down the long, slow stairs of yourself with a patience beyond anything the daylight mind could manage. So you can stop steering. You can take your hands off the whole night and let the old keeper have it. It knows the way down in the pitch dark. It has walked this way 10,000 times. It knows which step comes next, and the next, and the next, all the way down into the deep still room at the bottom where sleep is already waiting with the covers turned back, and it will carry you there whether you follow the way or not, so you may as well stop following, stop marking the steps, Stop keeping any kind of count at all, and simply let yourself be carried, loose and heavy and trusting, a warm sleeping weight in the arms of something that will not put you down until you are all the way home. And out beyond the walls, the night goes on with its long, slow work, the quiet, unhurried work of the small hours that needs no one to watch it and no one to help. The dark is settling over the fields and the water and the far sleeping hills. The air is going still in the empty streets. Somewhere a slow river is moving under the dark, unseen, unhurried, carrying the night's reflection down toward the sea, taking its time, in no rush to arrive, sliding warm and black and smooth between its banks the way the breath slides in and out of you, the way the hours slide by over the sleeping town, the way you are sliding now, gently, endlessly, down the long dark current toward the wide still water where all the night's rivers finally come to rest. You do not have to swim. The current has you. It has had you for a long while now. It is wide and slow and warm and deep, and it knows exactly where it is going, and it is taking you there without a sound, without a ripple, without the smallest effort on your part, past the dark banks, past the sleeping reeds, past the low soft lights of the last houses, out toward the great calm water under the great calm dark, where everything comes at last to be still. Let it take you, lie back on the slow warm current, and let it take you all the way. There is nothing on either bank you need to reach for, nothing behind you worth turning to see, nothing ahead but the widening dark and the deepening calm and the slow certain drift towards sleep. The river has carried heavier things than you and lost none of them, and it will not lose you. It only wants to carry you down. It only wants to bring you, gently, in its own slow time, to the still place where it empties out into the deep, and lay you down there, warm, and let you sink, and let you go, and cover you over softly with the quiet, dark water of a whole long sleeping night. And you are so close to that place now. You can almost feel the current slowing as the banks fall away, as the river widens out into something vast and calm and dark and still, no longer moving so much as simply holding you, floating you, a warm, heavy weight on the surface of a great black quiet sea with no wind and no wave and no far shore in sight. Only the wide, soft dark, and the slow, deep swell of your own breathing lifting you and lowering you, lifting you and lowering you, the way the sea lifts a sleeping boat, gentle, endless, asking nothing, going nowhere, simply rising and falling in the dark under the turning stars until there is no thought left in you at all, until even the sense of floating has faded into the water, until you can no longer tell the warm dark of yourself from the warm dark of the sea and the night and the whole vast sleeping world, and it is all one thing, one warm, one dark, one quiet, and you are down inside it, held and safe and slowly, slowly going under. There is no fear in the going under, not here, not this far down. The old dread of the sinking is a daylight thing, a thing of the fast, bright, frightened part of the mind that has long since banked down into its warm grey ash and gone quiet. And without it, the sinking is only sweet, only soft, only the most natural and welcome thing in all the world, the thing the whole body has been leaning toward for hours, the thing the breath has been rehearsing with every long, slow exhale, the thing the warm dark has been promising you since the very first minute you closed your eyes. To go under here is not to be lost, it is to be found. It is to be gathered back at last into the deep still keeping place where you began, before the day and its noise, before the worry and its weight, where there is nothing to be but warm, and nothing to do but rest, and nothing to know but the soft black quiet closing over you gently, kindly, like the sea closing over a stone that has finally reached the floor and come to rest, and will not rise again until the tide of morning lifts it, on its own, without being asked. So come to rest. Let the stone of you sink the last small distance to the floor of the warm dark sea and settle there, and be still, and be done with all rising for now. The floor is soft. The floor is warm. The floor has been waiting for you all night, patient as the earth, and it takes your whole weight now without a sound, and holds you there in the deep still dark, where no current reaches and no light falls and no hour can find you. And it says, in the only voice the deep dark has, the voice that is not a voice but only warmth and weight and quiet, stay, rest, you are home now, there is nothing more, only this, only the warm, only the deep. Only the long, slow dark, and the sleep at the bottom of it, rising up now, soft as silt, to cover you over and carry you the rest of the way down. And the breath goes out again, slower than ever, barely there, and you go out with it further than before, past the floor, past the deep, past the last dim ember of the watching mind, down into the warm still nowhere, where sleep keeps its deepest room, and the dark folds gently closed behind you, and the great slow sea holds still. And the night keeps its long quiet watch over the sleeping world, and over the sleeping town, and over you, warm and heavy and safe and far, far down, drifting now with no thought of the surface, no thought of the morning, no thought at all. Only the warm, only the dark, only the slow deep breathing of a body come all the way home to rest, down, and softly, softly gone. And there is no need to come back from that, no need to rise, no need to check where you are or how far you have gone, because there is nowhere you need to be but here, and here has no edges, and here asks nothing of you at all. Let me stay with you a while longer quietly, while you rest, not to pull you up, only to keep the room soft around you, only to keep the dark warm and even and unbroken, while the night does its slow work. If some small part of you is still listening, the last thin thread of it, the part that hears my voice the way you hear rain far off through a wall, then let that part loosen too. Let even the listening go slack. You do not have to hold on to my words. They can pass over you like warm air over a field at night, moving the grass a little and moving on. You can let them go the moment they are spoken. Nothing here needs keeping. Outside somewhere, the world turns on without you, and that is exactly as it should be. The streets are empty and the streetlights hum to no one. A single window somewhere holds a lamp, and behind it someone sits with their own quiet, and they too will find their way down before the sky grays. The trains sit dark in their yards. The buses are parked in long patient rows, cooling, ticking softly as their engines forget the day. And none of it needs you now. Not one thing out there is waiting on you tonight. The whole machinery of the day has been switched off and set down, and it will start again in its own time, without your hand on it, without your worry to turn it. You are excused. You have been excused for hours. There is nothing running that your sleeping will stop. So let the last of the holding go, the small holding you may not even know you are still doing, the faint bracing somewhere behind the breastbone, the readiness that never quite believes it is allowed to end. It is allowed to end. It is ending now. Feel how the chest, when you stop guarding it, simply falls a little further open on the out-breath. How the ribs settle down over the heart like a hand laid gently over something precious. How the whole front of you softens and gives and asks for nothing. Let me lay a new warmth over you now, a different one. Imagine, if any imagining is still left in you, that a slow warmth is moving up through the bed from underneath, the way heat rises through old stone that has soaked in the sun all day and gives it back all night. It comes up through the mattress without weight, without light, a warmth with no source you could point to, and it finds the backs of your legs first. The long muscles, they're letting go of the last of their tension in the face of it. Then the small of the back, where so much of the day is carried, easing, unknotting, spreading flat. Then up along the spine, one soft vertebra at a time, each one settling a fraction lower than the last, the whole long stem of you lengthening and loosening into the warmth that rises to meet it. This is not a warmth that asks you to do anything. It only rises and you only receive it. That is the whole arrangement now. The bed gives and you take. The dark holds and you rest inside the holding. The breath leaves and you leave with it, and then it comes back on its own without you, and you did not have to lift a finger for it. Notice that distantly, the way you might notice whether through sleep that the breath is breathing itself. You handed it over some time ago, and it has been carrying on beautifully without your help, slow and low and even, in through the dark and out into the dark, tending the fire of you down to its soft red coals, while you do nothing at all but lie here and be tended. There is a great kindness in being tended by your own body while you sleep. All night it works for you without thanks, the slow heart, the quiet lungs, the blood going round and round its warm circuit in the dark, the thousand small repairs being made in the muscle and the mind, the day being sorted and filed and gently laid away. You do not have to oversee any of it. You never did. It knows the way. It has done this every night of your whole life, 10,000 nights and more, through every worry you ever carried to bed, and it has never once needed your instructions to bring you through to morning. It will bring you through this one too. You can trust it the way you trust the ground to be there when you set down your foot in the dark. It is there. It has always been there. Lean your whole weight on it and let it hold. And now let a stillness settle that is deeper even than the stillness before it, the kind of stillness that gathers in a house late in the night, in the hour when even the small sounds have stopped, no pipe ticking, no floorboard settling, no car passing far off on the wet road, the hour when the house itself seems to hold its breath and keep watch over everyone sleeping under its roof. You are inside that stillness now. It is all around you like still water, filling every corner of the room, standing level with the top of the bed and lapping gently at the edges of you and going no further because it does not need to. It only needs to hold you, and it does, everywhere at once, evenly, without a single ripple. Down here in this still water of the deep night, thoughts do not travel well. Notice how one may begin to form somewhere at the edge of you, some small fragment of a worry or a picture from the day, and how it cannot get up any speed, how it simply hangs there a moment in the thick, warm quiet, and then loses its shape and dissolves, unfinished, the way a word said underwater comes apart before it reaches anyone. That is the water doing its work. That is the depth you have reached. Nothing sharp survives down here. Nothing keeps its edges. Everything that comes softens and slows and finally settles to the bottom like fine silt, and the water goes clear and still again, and you go on resting in it, undisturbed. Let the face soften once more, because the face holds so much even here. Let the brow go smooth, the whole broad plane of the forehead unlined and untroubled. Let the space between the eyebrows open and go slack, that small place where we frown at our own dreams sometimes without ever knowing. Let the eyes rest heavy and still in their sockets, no longer looking at anything, not even at the dark behind the lids, just resting, just wait. Let the jaw hang loose so the back teeth part and the tongue lies soft and low in the mouth. Let the cheeks fall, let the whole face give up its long day of expression and become simply a sleeping face, open and untroubled and turned toward nothing. The way a child's face is when the sleep has taken it completely and smoothed away everything but the breathing. And the breathing goes on, slow and low, a little slower now than a while ago. You need not measure it, need not shape it, need not stretch the out-breath on purpose any longer, because it has found its own long rhythm down here in the deep still water, and it will keep that rhythm now on its own, the way the tide keeps its own without a clock, the way the slow blood keeps its round, the way everything in you that knows how to rest is resting now, in time with everything else, all of it moving together, all of it going the same slow way down. Let me give you one more warm thing to lie beneath, and then I will go quiet a while and let you rest in earnest. Imagine that the dark over you is not empty, but full the way a deep summer sky is full past midnight, out where no town throws up its light, full of a soft, far, uncountable scattering of small lights, not near enough to shine on you, not bright enough to wake you, only there, only faintly present, a great slow drift of quiet light turning overhead so far away that its turning takes all night, and you would never see it move. You do not have to look up at it. You could not, this far down, this heavy, this nearly gone. It is only there to be over you, the way a great gentle ceiling is over you, arching from one edge of the dark to the other, holding the night in place, keeping the morning safely on the far side of the world for hours and hours yet. And under all that quiet far light, the whole sleeping half of the earth is lying just as you are lying, turned away from the sun, wrapped in the same soft dark, breathing the same slow way. Whole cities of sleepers, whole valleys of them, whole coastlines with the sleeping houses strung along them like beads and the dark water breathing beside them. Sleepers in high rooms and low ones, in narrow beds and wide, the old and the young and the middle of life, everyone who was frightened today and everyone who was brave, everyone who worked too hard and everyone who could not work at all of them set down now, all of them held now, all of them carried the same way through the same dark toward the same faint far morning. You are one small warm point among all those countless warm points, one held life among the held millions, and there is a deep and simple comfort in that, in being only one of the sleeping many, no more asked of than any of them, no more alone than any of them, just another warm weight the good dark is minding until the light comes round again. Nobody down here is behind on anything. Nobody down here has failed at rest. Everyone who is sleeping is doing the whole of what sleep asks, which is nothing, only to lie still and let go and be carried, and you are doing it as well as anyone who ever lived, right now, this very hour, just by lying here this heavy and letting the breath go out this slow. There is no better sleeper than the one who has stopped trying, and you have stopped. I can hear it in how far away you have drifted, in how little of my voice you are catching now, in how the words are only a warm blur passing over the surface of a rest that has already closed above your head. So let them keep passing. Let them be the last small sounds at the edge of the still water, the way the very last sounds of the night are always just barely there, a warmth more than a sense, a presence more than a meaning. You do not need to make anything of them. You only need to go on lying exactly as you are, warm through and through, heavy as settled stone, held on every side, breathing the slow, deep breath of the deeply, safely asleep. And if you have already gone, if there is no one left at the surface to hear this at all, only the sleeping body breathing in the dark, then good. Then this is only for the dark itself to hear, and for the quiet, and for the slow far turning of the light overhead. Sleep on. Nothing here will disturb you. Nothing here will ask. The night is long yet and wholly yours, and I will keep the room soft around you, and the warmth rising, and the still water level and calm, for as long as there is night left to keep. Let a little more of the weight arrive now, because there is always a little more to give, a little more you have been holding without knowing, some last faint tension in the hands, in the small muscles between the fingers, in the soles of the feet, in the fine muscles around the eyes. Let it come loose and pour out of you the slow way water leaves a cloth laid flat to dry. No rush, no wringing, just a slow giving back of everything held, into the bed, into the dark, into the warm rising ground of the night, until there is nothing left in you that is braced against anything, nothing that is ready, nothing that is waiting, only a warm loose weight lying in the dark, breathing and breathing and breathing. The hands especially, let the hands be done. They did so much today. They carried and gripped and typed and turned and held. Let them lie open now, or curled, however they have fallen, and let them be entirely finished with holding. There is nothing left to pick up tonight. Whatever they were clenched around when you first lay down has long since slipped out of them into the dark and been carried away. And their emptiness now is not a lack but a rest, the deep good rest of a hand that has finally set everything down and does not have to lift a single thing until the light comes. And the shoulders, which climb toward the ears all day without our leave. Let them slide down the back one last slow inch and stay there, low and wide and heavy, spread flat against the warmth, the neck long and unguarded, the throat soft, the whole yoke of you that carries the day's load unbuckled now and laid aside, so the head can rest its full weight into the pillow with nothing underneath it working to hold it up. Let the head be heavy. Let it be a stone in a nest of warm cloth. Let the pillow take all of it, every ounce, and give you back only warmth and yielding and the faint, clean, dark smell of a bed at the deep middle of the night. That is the whole of you now, given over, head to hands, to the long spine, to the heavy legs, to the far quiet feet, all of it down, all of it warm, all of it breathing slow. A single settled weight in a warm dark that has no edges and asks for nothing, and will hold you without tiring until morning finds its own slow way around the curve of the world and comes, gently, hours from now, to lift you, but not yet, not for a long while yet, not while the dark is still this deep and this kind, and this full of the quiet far light turning slowly over the whole sleeping earth. For now there is only this, only the warm, only the weight, only the slow breath going out into the dark and drifting back on its own, only the still water holding level and calm around the shape of a body that has finally, wholly come to rest. Stay here, rest here. There is nothing more to do and nowhere else to be, and no hour that can reach you this far down. I will keep the quiet a while, and you will keep drifting, slow and warm and heavy and safe, deep in the long kind middle of the night, with the whole sleeping world breathing beside you, and the soft dark folded clothes, and the morning still a long, long way off, and nothing at all left to hold. Just the breath going out and the dark closing gently over and the deep slow rest rising up around you again, soft as warm silt, to carry you a little further down, a little further still, into the long quiet where sleep keeps its stillest, warmest room and holds it open and holds it ready and holds it just for you. And if some small part of you is still faintly here, still floating just beneath the surface of the words, let even that part loosen now and sink. There is no threshold to cross, no moment you must be awake for, nothing that needs your watching. You may let the listening go on all by itself, the way a window stays open to the night air without anyone holding it, the sound coming in and going out, and no one needing to keep it. Outside, wherever you are, the night is doing its long, slow work without you, and you are free to let it. Somewhere the snow is coming down, slow, in the dark over rooftops that no one is watching, each flake taking its own unhurried time to fall, drifting sideways, lifting a little, settling at last on a sill or a bare branch or the soft crown of a hedge, and none of it in any hurry, and no one counting it. Just the white coming down through the cone of a far streetlight and out again into the dark, filling the quiet streets an inch at a time, softening every hard edge of the world, laying a clean cold hush over the fences and the parked cars and the sleeping gardens, and you need not be there to see it for it to be true. It is happening somewhere right now, that gentle burial of everything sharp under something soft, and you can let the same thing happen inside you. Every sharp thing you carried into this night going quiet under a slow white settling, covered, rounded, hushed, gone soft at the edges and gone still. Let the snow fall through you and let it cover what it covers, and let the covered things sleep. There is a particular silence that only comes in the deepest part of the night, and you are inside it now, the hour when even the houses seem to breathe more slowly, when the pipes have stopped their ticking, and the last car has long since gone by, and the refrigerator's low hum has folded itself into the general hush, until it is less a sound than a texture of the quiet. The hour when a house settles onto its own foundations, with a sound too soft to hear, easing its weight down the way you have eased yours down, giving itself over to the ground beneath it, the beams resting, the floors resting, the walls standing their patient watch around you and asking nothing. the whole still shell of the place holding the warm dark close, keeping the night on the far side of the glass, keeping you. You are held inside something that is itself held, the bed holding you, the room holding the bed, the walls holding the room, the deep night holding the walls, and further out the turning earth holding all of it, carrying every roof and every sleeper slowly around toward a morning that is in no hurry to arrive. Layer within layer of holding, and you at the warm center of all of it, needing to hold nothing, needing to carry nothing, resting in the middle of a great nested quiet that goes on and on past anything you could ever have to worry about. Nothing out there needs you tonight. It is all being carried without your help. And so let go of even the faint idea that something requires your attention. There is no watch to keep. The night keeps itself. The tide comes in on some far dark shore and turns and slides out again, and no one on earth is holding it in place. The great slow breath of the sea going in and out against the sand, in the dark, under stars, with no one awake to hear it, and it does not falter for lack of a witness. It simply goes on, patient, unhurried, sure. The water sliding up the wet sand as far as it means to go, and then drawing back with a long, soft hush, gathering itself and coming again, and again, slow as sleep. And you can let your own breath match that far tide if it likes or not. It makes no difference now. In, and the long hush out, the water climbing and the water falling away, and none of it needing to be counted or minded or made to happen. It happens the way your breathing happens, the way the night happens. All by itself, in the warm dark while you rest. Let the sea breathe for you a while. Let the snow keep falling. Let the house settle down around you into its own deep quiet. And if a thought should still drift up, some small pale thing rising from the deep the way a leaf turns over far down in still water, let it rise, and let it turn, and let it settle again without your following it. You do not have to swim after anything tonight. You do not have to catch it or answer it or decide what it means. A thought at this hour is only a little movement in the dark, a ripple with no weight behind it, and it will smooth itself flat again the moment you stop feeding it your attention. Watch it go if you like, the way you might watch a single flake drift past the glass, there and then gone, meaning nothing, asking nothing, and let it pass on out of the light and into the dark and be finished. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep. The mind emptying itself, the slow way a room fills with snow light, softly, from the edges in, until there is only a pale, even hush where the noise of the day used to be. Softer now, and softer than that. Feel how the warmth has pooled in you while you lay here, how it has found the deep places and filled them, the small of the back gone warm and loose, the backs of the knees, the soft hollow of the throat, the warmth moving through you, the unhurried way heat moves out from low embers into a dark room long after the fire has stopped leaping, no flame anymore, only the deep red glow settling in the grate, giving its warmth out slowly, steadily, into the quiet. And you are that low warm glow now, banked down for the night, giving off nothing but a gentle heat into the dark. No fire left to tend, no light to keep, only the deep ember warmth holding steady at the center of you, hour after hour, needing no wood, needing no watching, warm enough to last the whole night through, and the room around the embers dim and still, and the long night wrapped around the room, and everything, tending slowly down toward its own rest. You have nowhere to be but here, you have nothing to do but this, and even this, the resting, is happening on its own. Let the good heavy dark come in a little closer. Out past the walls, past the snow, past the far breathing shore, the sky is doing the one thing it always does and never rushes. The great slow wheel of it turning, the stars sliding a hand's width west while no one watches. The whole patient machinery of the night carrying its lights across the black in a silence so complete it has never once been broken. And somewhere under that turning sky, in 1,000 darkened rooms, people are lying just as you are lying, letting the night carry them. Some only now closing their eyes, some long gone down into sleep. Some, like you an hour ago, awake and aching and sure they were the only ones, and not one of them alone, though each of them feels it, all of them held in the same wide dark, all of them breathing the same slow night, a whole earth's worth of quiet company you cannot see and do not need to see, because you can feel it now, the sheer commonness of this, the oldest and most ordinary thing in the world, a body in the dark, letting go, being carried down into sleep along with everyone. You are one warm point of rest among countless others, all of you turning slowly together through the same deep hour, and there is a kind of peace in that, in being so unremarkably held, so gently one of many. Nothing special is being asked of you. You are simply doing what the whole tired world is doing, coming to rest. So rest, there is time. There is so much time. The morning is still folded up small and far away on the other side of the dark, and between here and there lies a long, wide, unhurried country of night, and you have all of it to cross at the slowest pace there is. No need to hurry toward the far edge, no need to look for the light. Only this, the slow, soft middle, where the hours pool deep and warm, and you may sink through them without moving at all. Down through the warm, down through the quiet, down past the last faint edges of the words, which need not be followed any longer, which may go on murmuring low at the surface, while you drift far beneath them, like something settling to the soft floor of a warm and lightless sea, down where the pressure is only gentleness, down where nothing moves quickly, down where the great slow currents of sleep move through the dark and take you with them, easy, easy, carrying you a long, slow way from the shore of waking without your having to swim a single stroke. Let the current have you. It is warm, it knows the way. It has carried you every night of your life, and it has never once let you go under wrong. The snow keeps falling on the far dark town. The sea keeps breathing on the far dark shore. The house keeps its warm, still watch. The earth keeps turning slow beneath you, carrying all its sleepers gently on. And you keep drifting deeper and warmer and further down, loose in the deep kind middle of the night, with nothing to hold and nowhere to be and no edge to reach, wrapped soft in the dark, wrapped soft in the warmth, wrapped soft in the company of a whole sleeping world. And the morning still a long, long way off, and the rest still rising up around you, patient and endless and warm, to carry you further, a little further, a little further still. Let the last of the thinking go quiet now. It has done its work. It can stop. There is only the breath, going out into the dark and coming back on its own. There is only the warmth, pooled deep and even through the whole soft weight of you. There is only the dark, folded close and kind, with no edges anywhere. And there is only the slow, slow drifting down and down, into the long, warm quiet where sleep is already waiting, already open, already holding a still, warm place that no one else will ever take, a place that has been kept for you all your life, low and dark and safe and warm. And you are almost there now, almost all the way down, nearly folded into it, nearly gone. And there is nothing left to do but let the last thread loosen and slip, and let yourself down into it, the whole way at last. Down, and warm, and held. And the night goes on keeping itself around you, the snow, the sea, the turning stars, the sleeping world, all of it going quietly on without you, so that you may go quietly on without it, down past the words, down past the room, down past the last faint holding of yourself, into the deep still warm where nothing at all is asked, and nothing at all is owed, and the only thing left in the whole wide dark is rest. Rest now all the way, there is nothing more. Just the warm, just the weight, just the slow breath going out, and the dark closing softly over, and the long deep quiet, rising, rising, gentle as falling snow, to carry you the rest of the way down. And should a thought drift up now, out of the warm dark, small and slow and hardly formed, you need not follow it, you need not turn to look. It can rise and thin and vanish on its own the way a breath of steam rises off warm water and is gone before it reaches the ceiling. Nothing to catch, nothing to answer, only the letting again and again, softer each time, until even the letting goes still. Far off, past the walls, past the fields, the rain has begun, a slow rain without wind, falling straight and patient in the dark, falling on rooftops and on bare branches, and on the long quiet roads where no one drives, a sound with no edges to it, no beginning you could name and no end, just the soft, even hush of it, everywhere at once, laid down over the whole sleeping country like a grey wool blanket drawn up to the chin of the world, and you beneath it. Dry and warm and far inside, listening without listening as the rain keeps its long, soft counsel with the roof above you. There is a great gentleness in rain at night, the way it asks nothing, the way it simply comes and falls and soaks down slow into the dark earth, into the roots, into the deep cool rooms of soil where the seeds lie folded and asleep and patient, waiting for a spring that is in no hurry to arrive, and neither are you, waiting for nothing now, reaching for nothing now. Only lying still and let down and easy, while the rain feeds the quiet ground, and the quiet ground holds the sleeping seeds, and the whole slow machinery of the living world turns over in its sleep as softly as you turn in yours. Let the rain have the worrying, if any is left. Let each small heavy thing you carried in here with you be set down at the edge of the water and washed slow and clean and carried off down some dark, unhurried stream. You do not need to watch where it goes. It is enough that it is going, floating off and dimming and gone. The way a leaf lets go of a branch in the dark and turns once, twice, and settles on the moving water and is taken without struggle, without sound, downstream and away and out of sight, and the branch does not grieve it. The branch simply eases, lighter now, into the rain, and so do you. Down here where you have drifted, the rain is only a warmth in the sound of things, a far soft roof over a far soft house, over a small warm room, over a bed that holds you like two cupped hands, and you nested at the very center of all of it, the still warm heart of 100 sheltering layers, each one older and larger and quieter than the last. The blanket, the room, the house, the rain, the wide dark land, the turning night. Layer on patient layer of shelter, wrapped around you while you sleep, all of it keeping you, none of it asking anything, all of it simply there, the way the dark is there, the way the warmth is there, holding without hands. And your breath goes on beneath it all, slower than the rain, deeper than the rain, that long low tide inside you that has never once needed you to mind it. Out, and the warmth spreads a little further, in, small and quiet and low, out, longer and softer and further down, the breath doing its slow good work all on its own, while the thinking part of you lies at last unneeded, off duty, set gently aside like a tool laid down at the end of a long day's labor. Nothing more to build tonight, nothing more to fix or carry or hold up, just the breath and the rain and the warm dark, taking turns being gentle with you. If some far corner of you is still keeping a kind of watch, still half listening for the morning, half braced for the day that has to come, let it hear this softly, and then let it rest too. The morning will find you. It always has. It needs no help from you in the dark. It will come the way it came 1,000 times before, on its own, in its own hour, grey and slow at the edges of the curtains, and it will find you here, wherever you have drifted to, and it will lift you up gently enough when the time is right. But that is a long, long way off yet. Hours of dark still to come. Hours of rest still stacked up warm and waiting ahead of you like deep soft snow no one has walked in, and not one of those hours asks a single thing of you but this, to stay. And sink and let them pass over you slow while you lie beneath them, warm and safe, and far, far down. There is nowhere you have to be. Feel how true that is right now in the body, not a thought about it, but the plain warm fact of it in the loosened weight of your legs, in the open ease of your hands, in the soft, heavy settling of your back into the bed. Nowhere to go, nothing to reach. The whole restless machinery of going and reaching switched off at last, cooled and quiet, while you stay exactly where you are, which is the only place in the whole turning world you need to be. Here's down, warm, held, breathing slow beneath the rain. The dark is not empty. Feel that too, gently, without needing to understand it. The dark around you is soft and full and kind, close as breath, patient as earth. It is not a nothing you have fallen into. It is a something that has gathered round you to keep you, a great, warm, folded quiet that has been waiting all your life to hold you exactly like this. And it holds you now without effort, the way the deep sea holds a small stone that has finished falling, cradled on the soft floor, done with the long descent, home in the dark, going nowhere, wanting nothing, resting whole in the pressure of a gentleness that reaches all the way to the surface far above and asks for none of it back. And still the rain comes down, slower now, or seeming to, softer, or seeming to, thinning to a fine grey hush that is more like the memory of rain than rain, the sound of it loosening and spreading and blurring at the edges the way everything blurs and loosens and spreads as you go down. The roof and the room and the rain and the warmth all beginning to run together now into one long low tone of shelter, one seamless soft dark hum, with no parts left in it to name. Just the whole of it, just the held warm all of it, carrying you. Let your face go soft. Let the small muscles around the eyes let go one by one, that fine tired holding you never quite notice you are doing. Let it melt. Let the brow go smooth and heavy. Let the jaw come unclenched and hang loose and easy. Let the tongue rest slack behind the teeth. Let the whole front of the face, from the hairline to the chin, go slack and warm and downward, like warm wax easing off a warm stone. Nothing to hold in the face now, no one to meet. No look to keep, just the deep loose warmth spreading up over the cheeks and down through the throat and out along the shoulders, unknotting as it goes, softening every last small clench you have been carrying without knowing, until the whole of you from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet is one warm, unheld weight, sinking slow. And the neck lets go, that patient bearer of the head all the long day, that quiet worker at the top of the spine. Let it be done now. Let the pillow take the whole round weight of the head entirely. So the neck holds nothing, carries nothing, guards nothing, just soft, just warm, just handed over completely to the deep kind hold of the bed. And the shoulders slide down away from the ears, further than you thought they could, melting back and down into the mattress, wide and heavy and free. And the arms go loose in their sockets, warm and long and boneless, the elbows soft, the wrists soft, the hands lying open and unhurried, the fingers slightly curled, holding nothing at all, holding not even themselves, just resting, just warm, just heavy where they lie. Down through the chest now, that slow, steady rise and fall. Let it deepen and let it slow, no forcing, only allowing, the ribs loosening on every long, low breath, the whole basket of the chest softening, opening, sinking, and beneath it the belly rising warm and falling warm, unclenched at last, that place where so much fear is carried let go soft and round and easy, and the low back easing flat against the bed, and the hips settling their whole broad weight down into the dark. Heavier, warmer, lower, every joint unlocking, every muscle unhanding its long grip, every last held thing in you slipping loose and going down. The thighs heavy as warm sandbags sinking, the knees soft and unminded letting go, the long muscles of the calves unclenching, spreading, warm, the ankles loose, the feet let down completely, fallen open, warm to the very tips of the toes, nothing held anywhere in the whole long length of you now. From the soles of the feet to the crown of the head, one warm, continuous weight, evenly heavy, evenly held, evenly sinking down into the deep, soft dark that has come up to meet you and gather you and take you the rest of the way. And with each slow breath out you go a little further down, not falling, never falling, only sinking gently, the way a thing sinks through warm water, unhurried, turning softly, met at every depth by more warmth, more holding, more dark, down past the level where words still form, down past the level where the room still reaches you, down past the last faint edge where you can still feel the border of yourself against the sheets. Into the deep warm middle where there are no edges anymore, where the body and the bed and the dark and the rain all melt together into one warm held quiet, and you are simply part of it now, simply a warmth in the warmth, simply a soft, slow breath in the great, soft, slow breathing of the sleeping world. Nothing to solve. Feel the whole weight of that lift and drift away. No problem anywhere in the dark tonight that you must turn and face. Every question set down soft at the edge of the water and taken quietly downstream. Every knot loosened, every account left closed until morning. There is nothing here in the deep of the night but rest, and rest asks nothing of you. Rest only takes you in, the way the dark takes in the last light of a candle when it finally gutters low and goes. Not lost, only folded back into a larger quiet, only come home to the dark it came from, easy and warm and complete. You are not alone down here. Even now, in the deepest and most private part of the night, in the warm dark middle where no one can follow you, you are not the only one adrift. All across the turning world, there are others sunk just as deep, breathing just as slow, let down just as far into the same warm dark. A whole quiet company of sleepers, each one alone and none of them lonely, spread out across the rain and the fields and the sleeping cities like far soft lamps burning low. And you among them, one of the countless resting, one of the many held, carried along with all of them on the same slow turning through the same long dark toward the same far morning, together, even here, together, even now, a whole world breathing you company while you sleep. Let that be the last thought, if a thought is still needed, that you are held, and you are far down, and you are not alone, and there is nothing more to do, and then let even that dissolve. Let it thin and soften and drift off like the rain thinning to mist, like the mist thinning to nothing, like the last of the sound going quiet at the edges of the dark, until there is no thought left to let go of at all, only the warmth, only the weight. Only the slow breath going out, and the dark folding close, and the deep still rest rising up around you, patient and endless and warm, to carry you further down. Deeper now and slower, and warmer still, the rain almost gone, the room almost gone, the last faint holding of yourself almost gone, and nothing coming to fill the space it leaves but more warmth, more dark, more quiet, more rest, a soft, grey, endless drift with no floor to reach and no shore to find and no reason ever to come back up, just down and further down into the long, warm keeping of the night. Stay, there is time. So much dark still ahead of you, so many warm, slow hours, stacked up soft and deep and untouched, and every one of them yours to sink through, one after another, unhurried, unneeded, unafraid. Let them come, let them pass over you slow. Let them carry you the long way down toward a morning that is in no hurry at all to arrive. And the breath goes out, and the warmth spreads, and the dark holds close, and you drift on, down past the rain, down past the words, down into the deep still warm where nothing at all is asked, and there is only rest, only the long, slow rising rest, carrying you further, a little further, a little further still. And if any small part of you is still here to notice, let it notice only this, how soft the weight has become, how the whole shape of you has settled into the bed, the way warm water settles into the low places of the ground, finding its level, asking nothing, going still, nothing held up any longer, nothing braced. Every last small holding let quietly down into the mattress beneath you, and the mattress holding all of it, easily, the way it has held you 1,000 nights before and will hold you 1,000 more, and you needn't even trust it. It simply holds, whether you attend to it or not, whether you know it or not, it holds. Somewhere far off, the night has begun to lay down its own soft weight over everything. Think, if the thought comes gently, of snow, not cold, not here, only the idea of it. The way snow comes down over a sleeping town in the smallest hours, slow and unhurried and without a sound, settling on the rooftops and the fence rails and the bare black branches, filling in every hard edge, softening every sharp corner, until the whole world outside is rounded and hushed and made simple beneath one long, unbroken blanket of white. That is what the rest is doing to you now, coming down over you slow and silent, rounding off every sharp thing, filling in every hollow. Laying its soft weight over the whole landscape of you until nothing stands out anymore, nothing catches, nothing is left uncovered. Only a smooth, deep quiet, drifted over and over, deeper by the hour, while you lie warm beneath it and let it come. And under snow, the ground goes on breathing, slow and secret and warm. The roots hold, the seeds wait, nothing is lost under all that white, only kept, only covered over and kept safe and warm through the long dark of the cold. And so are you, covered over, kept, nothing and you lost beneath the soft fall of this rest, only held quiet and warm until it is time, a long time from now, to rise again, but not yet, not for hours yet. There is only the settling now. Only the drifting down, only the slow, soft covering over of the last awake edges of you, flake by flake by flake, until they too are smoothed under and gone. Let the breath go where it wants now. You no longer have to send it. It has found its own slow floor, low and even and far apart, each one arriving on its own and leaving on its own, unminded, uncounted. The body knows this rhythm without you. It kept it for you through every night you ever slept before you ever thought to listen. And it will keep it now, rising a little, falling a little, the smallest tide there is, moving in the warm dark of your chest, all on its own. And you carried on top of it, like something small and light, set down on still water and left to float, rocked so faintly you cannot even feel the rocking, only the floating, only the being carried, only the slow, warm going nowhere of a thing that has finally stopped trying to get anywhere at all. There is a kind of warmth that gathers in a room late in the night when the house has been still for hours, the warmth of a fire long since burned down to embers, banked low and grey on the outside and glowing soft and orange within, giving off no flame now, no light to speak of, only heat, a low, steady, patient heat that fills the dark room and holds it, that you feel on your face and your hands without ever seeing its source. And that is the warmth you are lying in now, banked low, steady. Asking nothing of you, needing no tending, no feeding, no watching, just giving off its quiet heat into the dark all night long, hour after hour, keeping the deep cold at the edges of the room and never once going out. You can let it tend itself. You can let the last coal of your own waking settle down grey and warm and glowing low, and stop feeding it any thought at all. It will keep. It will keep until morning without you. And how far down you have come already, how far from the surface where you first lay listening, down past the rain, you were told, and past the words, and it is true, you have come down past nearly all of it now, further than you can measure, into a deep still layer of the night where the currents are slow, and the light does not reach, and the small troubles of the upper water never come. The way the deepest part of the sea lies untouched beneath every storm that crosses the surface far above. Up there the wind may work the waves however it likes, but down here, where you have settled, there is only the slow, cold, warm dark and the great gentle pressure of all that quiet holding you evenly on every side, holding you still, holding you close, so that you could not thrash even if you wished to. And you do not wish to, there is nothing down here to thrash against, only the deep even hold, only the slow, only the still. Only the endless patient dark that has room in it for you to sink and never reach a bottom, never strike a floor, only go softer and slower and further down the deeper you drift. Nothing you carried in with you weighs anything down here. The day you had, whatever it was, however it went, it has no weight in this deep water. It drifts loose somewhere far above you now, small and formless and already dissolving, and you have no need to swim up after it. Let it go on drifting up there without you. Let it thin out and come apart in the upper currents where such things belong. Down here it cannot reach you, cannot touch you, cannot ask a single thing of you. Down here you are past all of it, past the reach of everything but rest. And tomorrow, if some faint far edge of tomorrow still flickers at the top of your mind, let it be. It is a long way off. It sits on the far side of all this warm dark, all these unhurried hours still stacked up ahead of you, and it is in no hurry, and neither are you. Whatever it holds can hold itself until you are rested enough to meet it, and you will be. The rest you are sinking through right now is doing that very work quietly on its own, asking nothing of you, but that you stay down here and let it, every slow breath knitting a little more of you back together, every still minute smoothing a little more of the wear away, so that the one who meets the morning will be steadier and softer and more whole than the one who woke in the dark. And you do not have to lift a finger to make it so. You only have to lie here, only have to sink. Only have to let the long night do for you what the long night does. Feel how the dark itself has grown kind, not empty, not a nothing pressing in, but a soft, full presence, close and warm on every side, the way the inside of a deep quilt is dark, the way the inside of cupped hands is dark, the way the safest and most sheltered places are always a little dark, a dark that is not the absence of anything, but the presence of shelter. Drawn up over you, tucked in close around you, sealing in the warmth and sealing out the cold and the light and the noise and the day, a dark you can lean all your weight into, and it only softens to receive you, a dark with no edges and no end, that goes on gentle in every direction as far as you could ever drift, so that however deep you sink there is always more of it below you, softer still, warmer still, waiting to take you further down. And the quiet has grown just as kind. Listen, if you like, to how little there is to hear, how the small sounds of the room have each in turn lain down and gone still, how even the silence has a softness to it now, a low even hush like the sound the blood makes in your own ears when everything else has gone, like the sound of the sea held far off inside a shell, a sound that is almost not a sound at all, only the shape of quiet itself, only the gentle grain of the stillness. And you can rest your whole weary attention against that hush the way you would rest your head against something soft. You don't have to listen to it. You don't have to do anything with it. Only let it hold the last of your listening the way the bed holds the last of your weight, easily, completely, all night long. There is no next thing now. That is the deep gift of this hour, and you may take all of it. There is no next thing you must do, no next place you must be, no next thought you must think. The long chain of one thing after another that pulls you through every day has gone slack and fallen quiet, its links loosening one by one and slipping apart in the warm dark. And for these long hours you are released from it entirely. Nothing pulls at you, nothing waits impatient just ahead. There is only this breath, and then the next one whenever it comes, and nothing at all required between them but the being here, warm and heavy, and let all the way down. You have stepped off the moving thing and into the still, and the still will hold you as long as you need it, and longer. It does not count the hours. It does not wonder when you will be done. It only holds and goes on holding, endlessly patient, endlessly warm, with all the dark night wrapped soft around the two of you and no morning anywhere near. Let the face go soft, whatever it has been holding through the long day and into the night, the small tightness around the eyes, the faint set of the jaw, the tiny work the brow does even in the dark without ever being asked. Let all of it put itself down now. Let the forehead go smooth and wide and heavy. Let the space between the brows unknot and spread and sink. Let the eyes rest deep and still and untroubled in their warmth, with nothing behind them to look at, nothing they must see, only the soft red dark of their own closing. Let the cheeks grow heavy and slide. Let the jaw come unhinged from its long holding and hang loose and easy, the teeth apart, the tongue soft in the floor of the mouth, the lips just barely parted for the slow, warm passage of the breath. And feel how, as the face lets go, something behind the face lets go with it. Some last held thing you did not even know you were still gripping, softening now, spreading now, sinking now down through the pillow and gone. And the throat soft, and the slow warm weight running down from the loosened jaw into the neck, and the neck giving it to the shoulders and the shoulders, which carried so much for so long, letting it pour on down and away, down the arms, heavy, warm, slow, into the hands, which have finally stopped. The hands that gripped and typed and reached and held all day, lying open now or curled soft, doing nothing, holding nothing, wanting nothing, just warm and heavy and done at the ends of the heavy arms, and the whole broad back settling deeper into the bed by its own great weight, one long slow easing, spine by spine, from the neck all the way down to its warm low base, each part giving up its last small hold and sinking, and the chest rising and falling, slow, unminded. And the warm, soft belly rising and falling with it, unclenched, unguarded, soft all the way through, and the hips heavy in their sockets, done holding, done bracing, sunk deep, and the long, heavy legs poured out full length across the bed, warm and dense and utterly still, too heavy now to move and no reason ever to move them, down through the knees, down through the ankles, all the way down into the feet and out. All of you accounted for, all of you set down, all of you here, warm and heavy and whole in the deep dark, and not one part of you left with anything to do, the whole long weight of you handed over to the bed, and the bed taking all of it and the dark closing soft over the top, and nothing now between you and morning but hours, long, dark, warm, unhurried hours, laid out ahead of you soft as drifts of snow, deep as still water, each one yours to sink through slow. And you already sinking, already drifting, already so far down that the words themselves have begun to go distant and soft, arriving from further off, mattering less, blurring warm at their edges, no longer things to follow, only a low steady murmur at the surface of a dark you have long since dropped below. Let them go too, you don't need them anymore, you have the warmth, and the weight, and the slow breath going out, and the deep patient dark, and that is all you were ever going to need. Down past the snow, down past the embers, down past the still deep water and the last soft murmur of the words, into the long warm keeping of the night, where there is nothing to hold and nothing to fear and no one asking anything of you at all, only rest, only warmth, only the slow dark carrying you on, a little further and a little further and a little further still. And still it goes on holding. Feel that underneath everything, steady as the ground under the snow, that whatever else the night takes from you, whatever it loosens and dissolves and carries off into the dark, it is not taking you anywhere you are not safe. It is only carrying you deeper into the one place in the whole turning world where nothing is asked. Down and down, yes, but down into shelter, down into warmth. Down into a keeping so old and so deep that the body knew it long before it ever knew a single word, and trusts it still, and lets go into it now the way it has let go every night since the very first. Some quiet animal part of you that never learned to worry, that only knows warmth and dark and the safe, slow breath, taking over now, doing the sleeping for you, carrying the rest of you down on its patient back into the deep. You can let it. You can leave the whole matter of resting to the oldest and surest part of you and simply be carried, simply be kept, simply go on sinking, warm and heavy and cared for, through the long dark middle of the night toward a morning still so many soft hours away that there is no sense at all in reaching for it, only in staying, only in resting, only in drifting a little further down into the warm and the dark and the still, where the breath goes out, slow, and the weight sinks in. Deep and the night folds close, and holds you, and holds you, and holds you still. And somewhere out past the walls, the whole night goes on the same way, the streets emptied and cooled, the houses dark one beside another, each one holding its own small warmth against the dark, its own sleeping breath, rooftops going quietly silver under whatever light the sky has, and no one out on the roads, and no reason for anyone to be. The whole world tipped over into the same stillness you are lying in now, block after block, field after field, one dark, quiet mile folding into the next all the way out to the edge of the land, and you, a single warm room among thousands, one soft-lit ember in a great sleeping country, doing exactly what all of it is doing, resting, going still. Waiting out the dark hours in the safest way there is, which is to stop and soften and let the night pass over you without lifting a hand to it. There is nothing to keep watch over now, nothing out there in the dark that needs you awake to guard it. The doors are shut, the day is put away, everything that could be done has been done or has been set down to wait, and the night has no task in it for you at all, no corner of it that asks to be managed or answered or held. You have been let entirely off duty. Every watch you were standing has been quietly taken over by the dark itself, which keeps things far better than any tired mind ever could and asks nothing back. So let the last of the watching go too, that faint low hum of readiness that stays lit in the body even when everything else has softened, that part that keeps one ear turned toward the room, one thread still tied to the waking world just in case. You can let even that untie now. There is nothing coming. There is only the dark and the warmth and the long, slow hours, and they are all on your side. They have been on your side all along. Feel how the room has closed itself gently around you while you were sinking, how the air holds still, and even neither warm nor cool now, just the temperature of forgetting, the temperature the body chooses when it has stopped minding anything at all. How the surfaces of the room have gone soft and far, the far wall no longer a wall so much as a boundary of the dark, the ceiling somewhere overhead, but no longer needing to be found. The whole space around you loosened out of its daytime edges and turned into one large, kind darkness, with you resting at the center of it, kept and small and warm. And underneath you still the long, steady patience of the bed, taking your weight the way the ground takes the weight of a fallen leaf, without effort, without end. You could sink for hours, and it would go on holding. You could pour every last ounce of yourself downward into it, and it would take all of it, and never once give way. It is doing that now, quietly, the way it does every night, catching the whole heaviness of you and simply keeping it, so that you don't have to hold a single gram of your own weight anywhere in your body. Let it. Let the bed do the holding it was always going to do. You were never meant to carry yourself through the night. That was never the arrangement. You lie down, and the night carries you. That is the whole of it. That is all there ever was to learn. Somewhere far off, a sound moves through the dark and fades. A car on some distant road, or the wind finding an edge of the house, or nothing at all. Only the sound the ear makes to itself in a very quiet place. And it doesn't matter which, whatever it was, it is already gone, already folded back into the hush, and it asked nothing of you as it passed. Sounds can come and go all night long out there at the surface, and none of them need reach you down here. They can move across the top of the dark, the way weather moves across the top of deep water, stirring nothing underneath. And you are underneath, far under, in the still part, where the small noises of the night arrive already softened, already harmless, already halfway to silence. Let each one that comes be nothing more than proof of how far down you have gone. A sound reaching you faint and blurred and far is only the sound of your own depth, only the measure of how deeply the dark has taken you in. So let them drift by one, the little passing sounds of the sleeping world. None of them for you, none of them a call. Only the night going about its quiet business far above the warm, still place where you have come to rest. And the breath still there, going out slow, going out long, no longer something you are doing so much as something being done in you softly on its own, the way the tide is not something the sea decides. In, and a little pause, and out, unspooling into the dark, longer than the breath before it. Each one a small letting go, each one loosening one more thread, until there is almost nothing left to loosen, and the breath simply rocks you, low and even, the oldest rhythm there is, the one that was going before you had a name for it, and will go on all night without your watching. Let it rock you. Let the slow tide of it carry you gently up and gently down, up and down, a boat left loose on a still harbor, going nowhere, needing to go nowhere, only lifting and settling on the dark water, lifting and settling until even that motion softens to almost nothing and you lie perfectly kept upon the deep. There is so much night left, and that is not a burden now, not a stretch of dark to be gotten through, but a great soft country of hours laid open all around you, more rest than you could ever use, more dark and more warmth and more stillness than the whole tired weight of you could ever spend. You can be lavish with it. You can sink and never come near the end of it, hour on hour of it waiting, and none of it needing to be earned, none of it running short. The night is not rationing its rest to you. It is pouring it out, endless and free, over everyone who lies still enough to receive it, and you are lying still, and it is pouring over you now, dark and warm, and without any bottom you could ever reach. And if some small thought should still surface now and then, far up at the top of the dark, some last dim flicker of the day, some fragment drifting loose, let it surface and let it go. You don't have to chase it down and you don't have to push it away. A thought this deep in the night is only a bubble rising off the bottom of a still pond, lifting slow through the dark water, breaking soundless at the top and gone. It changes nothing, it means nothing, it asks nothing. Let it rise, let it break, let it be gone, and let yourself stay exactly where you are, far below where the thoughts break, in the warm silt of the deep, where nothing rises and nothing stirs, and the mind at last lies as still as the body. The oldest part of you knows this water, has swum down into it every night of your life, knows the way the light of the mind dims as you go lower, and does not fear the dimming, because on the far side of the dimming is the deep quiet rest it has been seeking all day long. It is not afraid to go dark. Going dark is the whole point, the very thing it came down here for, so let it dim. Let the last small lights of thinking wink out one after another the way the windows of a town go dark one after another late into the night, until there is only a house here and a house there still lit, and then only one, and then that one too goes soft and gutters low and gives itself over to the dark, and the whole town sleeps, and the whole of you sleeps with it, every last window darkened, every last light let go, the whole soft country of you gone quiet under the long patient dark. You are so far down now that reaching up toward waking would be more work than the tired body could ever be bothered to do. Waking is up there somewhere, a bright hard thing far above the surface, and you have no wish to climb toward it. Why would you? Down here it is warm and dark and weightless and kind, and nothing hurts and nothing waits, and the breath rocks slow and the bed holds sure. There is no reason in all the world to climb, only to sink, only to stay. Only to let the small distance that remains between you and the deepest sleep close on its own, softly, the way a tired eye closes, the way a slow door swings shut, the way the last of the light leaves a room at the end of the day and no one notices it go. And all across the dark half of the earth, the same slow closing, a whole hemisphere tipped away from the sun and easing down into the same deep quiet, 10,000 towns going dark the way yours has gone dark, more people than you could ever count lying just as you are lying, warm and heavy and letting go, breathing out slow into the same wide night, and you among them, one of that great sleeping multitude, carried on the same tide, kept by the same dark, safe in the same old way. Not the last one awake, not alone in the dark, only one more warm and resting life among a whole turning world of them, all sinking together, all held together, all carried the same soft distance toward the same far morning. You do not have to arrive anywhere. That is the mercy of it. There is no shore you are swimming toward, nothing you must reach before the night will let you rest. The resting is not somewhere ahead of you to be gotten to. The resting is here, is now, is this, is the warm dark and the slow breath and the heavy body and the bed that holds. You are already in it. You were in it the moment you stopped reaching. There is nowhere further you need to get to, and nothing further you need to do to be allowed to stay. You are already as far down as you needed to come, and you may simply remain and go on remaining, warm and kept and unhurried, for as long as the long dark lasts. So set down even the last faint wish to be asleep. Even that small reaching can be laid aside now. You do not need to sleep. You do not need to try to sleep. You do not need to wonder whether you are sleeping. You need only lie here in the warm dark and let the breath go out and let the weight sink down and let the night do with you exactly what the night has always done, which is to gather up the tired and hold them soft through the dark until the light comes back on its own. It is doing that. It has you. There is nothing left to do but be had. Heavier now, softer now, the shoulders let all the way down into the dark, the long muscles of the back gone slack and warm along the length of you, the hands somewhere out at the edges of you and no longer worth the finding, the whole frame of the body loosened at every joint and given over, given down, poured slow into the keeping of the bed, and the face soft, the brow smoothed out, the small held places around the eyes let go at last. The jaw loosened, the tongue at rest, the breath moving easy through a body that has stopped defending itself against anything at all. Nothing clenched, nothing braced, nothing waiting, only the long, warm sprawl of a body that has finally, fully put itself down. And the dark goes on being kind. That is its nature at this hour, when there is no one to perform for and nothing to be seen. The dark asks nothing and shows nothing and only holds, evenly, softly, the same on every side, wrapping you the way still water wraps a stone dropped long ago to the bottom, close and cool and complete, with no edge anywhere and no direction that matters and no up worth swimming toward. Just the held deep dark, and you resting in the middle of it, kept as safe as anything has ever been kept. Let it hold you the rest of the way down. You have come so far already, so gently, so far past the reach of the day. Only a little further now, only the last soft settling, only the smallest remaining distance between the deep place you are already in and the deeper one that opens below it, and no effort in the going. Only the weight and the warmth and the slow tide of the breath, easing you down over that last threshold the way a slow river eases a leaf around the last bend and out onto the wide still water beyond. Nothing to do, nowhere to steer, only to be carried, loose and warm and given over, past the last of the shallows and out into the long, deep dark of the middle of the night, where the water goes still and the light goes soft. And the hours lie ahead of you unbroken and endless and yours, and the night holds on and holds on and holds you gently down. And somewhere far off, past the walls, past the dark of the room, the world goes on being quiet in its own way, the streets empty and cooling, the roofs settling under the small weight of the night air, the trees standing where they have stood all along, unhurried, holding their branches still in the windless dark. And none of it needs a single thing from you, none of it is waiting to be answered or tended or carried. It is simply there, and simply quiet, keeping its own slow watch a long way from where you lie, so that even the world outside seems to have laid itself down beside you, breathing slow, asking nothing, letting the hour pass over it the way the hour passes over a field at the very bottom of the night. And imagine, if the thought comes softly, and only if it comes softly, a snow that has begun to fall out there in the dark, not cold to you, not near you, only somewhere beyond the glass, drifting down through the black air in no hurry at all, each flake taking its own slow time, turning, settling, never rushing the ground, and where it lands it makes no sound, none at all, only a deepening of the quiet, a soft white hush laid gently over everything that was already still. And the more it falls, the softer the world becomes, the edges of things rounding, the hard lines going gentle under the slow accumulating weight of all that quiet falling. And you do not have to watch it, you only have to know it is out there, softening the night, laying its hush over the roofs and the roads and the sleeping fields, while in here, where you are, the same softness settles over you, flake by flake, breath by breath. A quiet that keeps deepening on its own, with nothing asked of you at all. Let it come down slow, let it cover the day you had, let it lay its white silence over the whole long shape of everything that happened and everything that did not, until all of it is just gentle rounded forms under the snow, unhurried, unimportant, softened past all sharpness and left to rest. There is nothing under there that needs digging out tonight. Let it stay covered, let it stay quiet. Let the snow keep falling in the dark of your mind the way it falls in the dark outside, patient and endless and asking nothing, until the whole inner landscape has gone as smooth and as still and as softly white as a field no one has crossed. And the breath goes out, slow and a little slower still, no longer something you are doing, only something that is happening, the way the snow is happening, the way the night is happening, all on its own, needing no hand on it, the air drifting out of you as gently as the flakes drift down, and drifting back in without your asking, and drifting out again into the warm dark of the room. And each time it leaves, it takes a little more of your weight down with it. A little more of whatever was still holding, still hovering, still faintly awake, carried out on the slow tide of the breath and set down somewhere in the dark and not gathered up again. There is a warmth that lives at the very center of you now, low and even and kind, the way there is warmth deep in the earth beneath the snow, far below the frost, where the cold never reaches. A steady buried warmth that has been there all along, patient under everything, needing no fire to keep it and no tending to hold it. And you can rest down into that warmth now the way a seed rests down in the dark soil through the long cold, folded in on itself, wanting nothing, waiting for nothing, only held in the deep ground where it is warm and dark and safe, where time moves slow and gentle and no one comes to disturb the quiet. You are down in that deep warm ground now, covered over, kept. And the whole cold world above you can do as it pleases, can snow and darken and turn, while you lie warm at the bottom of it all, needing nothing, held. Heavier now through the length of you, the warmth spreading slow from that deep center outward, along the belly, up through the chest that rises and falls so gently you would hardly know it moves, out through the shoulders gone soft and shapeless in the dark, down the long slack length of the arms to hands that have forgotten they are hands. And down as well the other way, down through the hips settled deep into the bed, down the heavy warm rope of each leg, all the way to feet that lie exactly where they fell, turned outward, loose, done, the warmth reaching every far edge of you the way the deep ground warmth reaches slow and even through the soil, touching everything, hurrying nothing, until there is no part of you left cold, no part left clenched, no part left awake enough to hold its own shape against the soft pull of the dark. And the quiet in here has a texture now, soft and close, like heavy wool, like the deep pile of something old and warm laid over you and tucked in at every side, a quiet you could almost feel against the skin, gentle and complete, thick enough to keep out every sharp thing, thick enough that no thought could travel far in it before it, too, went soft and muffled and slow and lay down where it was. Let the quiet be that thick around you. Let it wrap the ears, let it wrap the mind, let it press its soft, warm weight down over the last of your waking the way. A heavy blanket presses down over a child who is already halfway to sleep and only needs the weight to finish the falling. That weight is on you now, kind and even and everywhere at once. The pleasant, heavy softness of being covered, of being held down gently against the bed by something warmer and larger than yourself, so that you could not rise if you wanted to, and you do not want to, and the not wanting is itself a kind of rest, nothing to lift, nothing to carry. Only the deep good heaviness of a body that has been let all the way down and covered over and told, without words, that it may stay exactly here, exactly like this, for as long as the dark lasts, and the dark lasts a long, long while yet, hours of it, unbroken, yours. There is so much night still ahead of you, that is the gift of this hour, though the waking mind never sees it. The dark is not running out, it is not nearly done, it stretches on ahead, wide and slow and full, more hours of it than you could use, a great soft country of darkness with no edge you need to reach, and no far side you must arrive at. You have all of it, you can spend it as slowly as you like. You can sink through it as gradually as a stone sinks through deep still water, taking the whole night to arrive at the bottom, and it will not matter, because there is no bottom you must reach, and no hour you must keep, only the long unhurried falling through the dark, with all the time in the world to fall. So let go even of the going, let go of the sense that you are traveling anywhere at all. You are not on your way to sleep, you are already inside it, already down in the deep soft country of the night, already covered and warm and held. There is no more distance to close. Wherever you are now is far enough, deep enough, quiet enough, and if you drift a little deeper, it will happen the way the snow deepens, without a single decision, without a moment you could point to and call the crossing. only softer and softer and softer still, until one breath simply follows another down into a dark you no longer notice, and you are gone gently into the keeping of the night, with no word said and no effort made and nothing left behind that needs you. Feel how little there is to do now. Feel how completely the doing has stopped. The hands not doing, the eyes not doing, resting closed and heavy and still behind their soft lids, no longer even holding themselves shut, only fallen shut, only lying shut the way a door lies shut that no one will open until morning. The face not doing, every small muscle of it let go, the cheeks soft, the mouth soft, the whole expression smoothed away into the loose blank ease of a face that is not thinking of anything and not showing anything and not being watched by anyone at all. Nothing performing, nothing arranged, only the true slack quiet of a face given entirely to the dark. And the mind that has worked so hard for so long, that came awake in the small hours with all its alarms already ringing, is quieter now than it has been in a long while, slower, the thoughts fewer and further apart, and dimmer as they come, each one arriving more faintly than the last, each one drifting past without catching, without pulling, without waking the next one behind it. And in the widening spaces between them there is only the soft dark, and the slow breath, and the deep warmth, and the great patient quiet holding all of it together. Let the spaces widen, let the thoughts thin out toward nothing, let each one that drifts up drift straight back down again unheld, the way a spark drifts up from a low fire and darkens, and is gone before it reaches the dark. Nothing to follow, nothing to keep, only the settling, and the settling, and the settling. Picture, if you like, the very last low embers of a fire that burned all evening and has done its work and asks nothing more. No flame now, only a deep steady glow far down in the ash, warm through and through, soft, red and quiet, ticking now and then as it cools, settling into itself, giving off its gentle even heat into a room where everyone has already gone to bed. That is what you are like now. Burned all the way down to the deep warm quiet at the center, no flame left, no work left, only the steady kind heat of a thing that has given what it had and may now simply glow, and cool and rest, and be let alone in the dark. No one will stir you, no one will feed the fire or ask it to rise. You may lie in your own low warmth all the long night through, ticking softly toward morning, asking nothing, giving nothing, only warm, only quiet, only here. And the room holds still around you, the walls patient in the dark, the ceiling somewhere above you that you cannot see and do not need to see, the floor holding the bed, and the bed holding you, and the earth far below holding all of it, steady, unmoving, sure, layer under layer of things that are not going anywhere, that have no plans, that will still be exactly here and exactly still when the light comes. And you resting on top of all that stillness, like the last small warm thing at the top of a great settled quiet, held up by everything beneath you, needing to hold nothing yourself. It is all holding you, every solid patient layer of it, and none of it will let you fall any further than the soft place you are already in. So there is nothing to grip, nothing to keep hold of through the dark. You may open the hands of the mind the way the hands of the body have already opened, and let the last thing you were carrying rest down onto the dark, where it will be perfectly safe until morning. Whatever it was, you do not even need to know what it was. Only feel it leave the hands, feel the fingers of the mind uncurl and soften and let it go, and feel how much lighter you are the moment it is set down, how much freer to sink, how much easier the breath moves out when there is nothing left in your grip to guard. Down it goes into the dark, and down you go after it, lighter now for the letting go, emptier now, softer now, nearer now to the deep still floor of sleep than you have been all night. And the snow keeps falling out there, slow and endless, laying its hush over the world, and the deep warmth keeps its steady glow at the center of you, and the heavy soft quiet keeps its wool-thick weight laid gentle over every side of you, and the breath keeps drifting out, each one a little slower, each one a little further from the last, each one carrying you a little deeper down into the warm dark country of the night, and none of it needs your watching. All of it happens on its own. The falling snow needs no watcher, and the low fire needs no tending, and the breath needs no counting, and the sleep that is gathering around you now, thick and soft and warm, needs no help from you at all. It comes the way the snow comes. It comes the way the dark comes down over a winter field when the short day ends, on its own, in its own slow time, asking nothing, certain to arrive. Let it come. Let it lay itself over you flake by soft flake and breath by slow breath, until there is no telling where the quiet of the room ends and the quiet of your own mind begins, until the warm dark inside you and the warm dark all around you are the same single kindness, holding you evenly on every side, above and below and within, a dark with no edge and no direction and no far shore you must reach, only the deep soft everywhere of it. Only you at rest in the middle of it, sinking so slowly you cannot feel the sinking, warmed so thoroughly you have forgotten what cold was, held so completely you have forgotten you are being held, and that forgetting is the last soft gate, that is sleep itself, opening for you, quiet as snow, warm as the deep ground, patient as the long dark hours that stretch on and on ahead of you still, more of them than you could ever need, every one of them soft, every one of them yours. And the night going on, and the snow going on, and the warmth going on, holding you gently down. And if the snow should thin, somewhere in these long hours, and give way to something else, let it, for the night has many rooms, and you may move between them without ever waking, drifting from the hushed white field into a warmth that has no name and needs none. Let a new quiet come now, a different one, softer still. Imagine, if any imagining is left in you, the slow deep water of a warm sea at the very lowest hour, far from any shore, where the surface has gone almost perfectly still. Not the sea of daytime with its glare and its motion, but the sea at the bottom of the night, dark and warm and enormous and calm, lifting and lowering so gently that the lifting cannot be told apart from the lowering. And you, resting on it, held up by all that depth beneath you, needing to do nothing at all to stay afloat. The water is exactly as warm as you are. There is no line where you end and it begins. It holds every part of you at once, evenly, the way the bed holds you now, and it rocks you so slowly, so faintly, that the motion is less a motion than a memory of one. A long, low swell that gathers under you and sets you down again, gathers and sets you down. And each time it sets you down, you are a little lower in the warm, dark water, a little deeper, a little more given over to the holding. And there is nowhere to swim to. That is the great mercy of this water. No far coast you must reach before you are allowed to rest. No current pulling you off course. Nothing to correct, nothing to steer. Only the wide, warm dark, going down and down beneath you further than any thought can follow. And you, laid out upon it, carried, rocked, kept, floating in the exact center of a calm so large it has no other side. Feel how the small of your back gives its last weight to the water. Feel the backs of your legs let go into it, the heels, the palms turned up and open, floating, the fingers apart and easy, the back of the head resting into the warm swell as into a hand, every part of you held from below, so that holding from within is no longer needed. You can stop holding yourself up now. You have been doing it so quietly, for so long, without ever knowing you were doing it. And here, on this water, there is no more need. The swell gathers and lowers, and the breath moves with it, unhurried, out and out, longer than it comes in, each one leaving a little more of you behind on the surface of the warm, dark sea, nothing to count, nothing to keep. The breath rocks with the water, and the water rocks with the breath, and neither one is being managed by you. And above the still water, the sky is that deepest blue-black of the hours that belong to no one, and there is no moon, only a scattering of very old light, faint and far and cool, so distant it makes no sound and asks no thing of you, and you need not look at it. You need only lie back on the warmth and know it is there, that immense soft roof of dark spread over the immense soft floor of water, and you between them, small and warm and perfectly safe, a single quiet living thing held in the very middle of all that gentle vastness. And if a thought should surface, even here, let it be like a bit of foam that lifts on the swell and slides away behind you. You do not follow it. You do not climb out of the warm water to chase it down. It lifts, it drifts, it is gone, and the surface closes over smooth again, and you sink another slow finger's width into the holding. Down into water that grows warmer and darker and stiller the deeper you settle, down where the small swell can no longer reach you, into a place with no surface and no sky, only the even warmth pressing softly on every side, holding you the way the deep earth holds a seed through the long, cold, patient, lightless, certain, a place where nothing is required of you and nothing is expected, and nothing is coming that you must be ready for. You have been ready for so many things for so long, always some small part of you kept back on watch, kept awake at the edge, listening for what might come, and here, in the deep warm still that watcher may lay itself down to, there is nothing here to guard against. The dark is not a threat, the dark is the blanket. The quiet is not an emptiness waiting to be filled. The quiet is the rest itself, arrived, complete, needing nothing added. And all across the turning world, in this same deep hour, others are being lowered into their own warm dark the same way, some by a sea they are imagining, some by the rain on a roof, some by nothing but their own slow, tired breath finally letting go, a great quiet company of the resting, spread over every dark half of the earth, each one sinking, each one held, none of them alone in it though each lies still in their own room, and you are among them. One more warm, still point in the wide, soft dark, belonging to the night as simply as they do. There is nothing to solve out here on the deep water. You could not reach a single problem from here even if you wished to. They are all back on the far shore you have drifted away from, small now and dim and untended, and none the worse for your leaving them. They will keep, they always keep. The morning is their proper hour, and the morning is a long, long way off yet, on the other side of all this warm, dark water, and you do not have to swim toward it. It will come to you in its own slow time, the way light comes gray and gentle over a calm sea, unhurried, asking nothing. But not now, not for hours yet. Now there is only the warm dark, and the slow swell and the breath going out. And you may let the imagining of the sea grow faint too if it wishes to. You do not need the picture, only the feeling it left behind, the feeling of being held from every side, the feeling of weight given fully over, the feeling of a warmth that matches your own so exactly there is no edge left between you and the world. Keep only that, let the sea dissolve into plain darkness, and let the plain darkness be enough, because it is enough, it has always been enough. Heavy now and warm and low, lower than the words can follow, the sentences themselves growing longer and slower and further apart, like the last slow swells reaching a shore that is no longer there, spacing out, thinning, leaving more and more quiet between them for you to sink into. And in that quiet, notice how the body has gone so still that stillness is no longer something it is doing, but something it simply is, the chest barely rising, the face gone slack and soft and untroubled, the jaw loose, the small muscles around the eyes at last unclenched, smoothed, at ease, the brow wide and calm, the whole held architecture of the day's face let down into the pillow like something set gently on a shelf and left there. And the hands that carry so much, that reach and grip and hold and steady all the long day. The hands are open now and empty and warm, curled soft as sleeping animals, needing to hold nothing, and they will stay that way all through the deep of the night, opened and resting, while you go on sinking beneath them. And the feet, so far away now, so warm and so far, gone heavy as stones warmed all afternoon in the sun and carried in from the field at dusk. That kind of heavy, that kind of warm, the good tired weight of a thing that has done its work and been set down to keep. There's nothing left to lift, nothing left to carry, nothing left to do but be here and breathe and go on down. And even the going down is not something you are doing. It happens the way settling happens to still water, to dust in a quiet room, to snow gathering soundless on a windless night. A lowering that needs no effort, a sinking that asks for no permission, Gravity itself doing all of it, gently, patiently, forever, drawing you down into the warm dark where the rest is kept. You weigh nothing to it. It holds you as easily as the water held you, as easily as the deep ground holds the seed, as easily as the dark holds the stars, and it will not let you fall too far. It will lower you only exactly as deep as sleep, and there it will hold you all night, cradled at the soft floor of the dark, warm and weightless and kept. So let the last of the watching go, let the last thin thread of attention that has followed these words this far, let it slacken too. You do not need to hold onto the voice. The voice will go on a while in the warm dark, whether you follow it or not, low and slow and steady as the swell, and you may drift right past it, out beyond the reach of any word, into the plain deep silence where sleep actually lives. That silence is very near now. You can feel it just beneath you, wide and warm and welcoming, the true floor of the night, and every slow breath lowers you a little nearer to it. Out and down, out and down, no distance left to cross that the breath will not cross for you. And the room is dark, and the hour is deep, and the world is asleep all around you, and you are safe and warm and heavy and held, and there is nothing at all that you must do. Only this, only the warm dark, only the slow breath leaving, only the sinking that needs no help, only the long soft country of the night going on and on around you, patient, endless, kind, keeping you. Deeper now, and softer, and further down. Let it carry you, let it have you. Let the warm dark close gently over the last of your waking the way still water closes over a stone that has finished its long slow fall, smooth and quiet and complete. Resting now, held now, going on down into the deep of the night where the morning cannot reach you yet and need not for a long while still. And the dark keeps holding, and the warmth keeps holding, and the breath keeps drifting out into the quiet, slower and slower, further and further apart, each one asking nothing, each one carrying you down. Down, and down, into the warm, still deep of it, where you are kept. And while you rest there, kept at the soft floor of the hour, let something new drift near, something you need not reach for. It comes on its own, the way warmth comes into a room you had forgotten was cold. Think, if the word think is even too heavy now, then simply let it appear. The idea of wool, a thick soft blanket of it, undyed and pale, gathered somewhere far off and carried slowly toward you across a long dim field. You do not have to picture the field, only the softness moving nearer, only the sense of something warm and heavy being brought to lay over you, fold on fold, without a sound. And it settles, first across the feet, the weight of it, then along the shins, the knees, a slow warm pressure moving up the length of you the way shade moves across grass when a cloud passes low and unhurried over a summer hill, covering, nothing hurried in it, just the steady arrival of warmth, laid down inch by inch, until every part of you the wool has reached has grown a little heavier, a little further from waking. And there is no edge to hurry toward. The wool has all night to reach your shoulders, all night to gather at your throat. It may take an hour to cross you, and that would be fine. Slower is better. Slower is the whole gift of this hour. And out beyond the wool, beyond the bed, the night keeps its long soft work without you. You do not have to tend it. Somewhere far off the dew is settling onto grass you will never see, bead by patient bead, in a field that needs no watching. Somewhere the last warmth of yesterday is leaving the stones of an old wall, slow and even, giving itself back to the dark air. None of it asks anything of you. All of it goes on gently whether you follow it or not. And that is the deep mercy of the deep night, that the world does not need your hands on it to keep turning, that you may lay every burden down in the dark, and the dark will simply hold it, uncomplaining, until a morning that is still a long, long way off. So lay it down, whatever small weight is left, Lay it into the dark beside you the way you might set a lantern down at the end of a path, no longer needed, the walking done, and let your hand fall open, and let the last of the carrying end. Down here, where you are resting now, the quiet has a texture. You can almost feel it, soft and close, like the inside of something cupped and cool and dim, a hush that is not empty but full. Full the way a held breath is full, the way deep water is full, the way the space under old trees is full of green shade even when no one walks there. And you rest inside that fullness, surrounded, held on every side by the soft dark, above you and below you and all around, the same warm nothing, the same kind weight, cradling you as evenly as water cradles what has sunk past all its currents into the still deep place where nothing moves. Nothing moves, and you move with it, perfectly still, perfectly kept. And if a thought should surface here, some pale drifting thing, some fragment of the day, some small worry rising the way a bubble rises slow through dark honey, let it rise, and let it reach the surface, and let it break there without a sound and be gone. You do not have to follow it up, you do not have to name it. It rises, it thins, it vanishes into the warm dark air, and the deep closes over the place where it was, smooth again, unbroken, calm. The day cannot reach down this far, none of it, not the undone things, not the unsaid things, not the long list that seemed so heavy when the light was on. It all belongs to the surface, up there far above you, and you have sunk well below it now, down where the water is thick and warm and utterly still, and none of that weather touches you here. Let the surface have its wind, you are in the deep. And the deep is slow, the deep is patient, time itself grows thick down here, and heavy and kind, moving so slowly that a single breath can seem to last a long soft age. There is no hurry in the deep, there is nowhere the next moment needs to arrive from. Each one simply widens and holds you and gives way with infinite gentleness to the next. Ins and the deep holds, out, and the deep receives it, all of it, the whole long tide of the breath sinking back down into the warm dark from which it came. You do not have to make the next breath. It will make itself, in its own slow time, the way the swell makes itself far out at sea with no hand upon it, rising and falling, an old rhythm older than any worry, older than words, that will go on breathing you gently through the whole vast middle of this night. And further off still, past the deep, past the dark water, there is a warmth waiting that has no shape at all, only warmth, the plain animal comfort of being alive and safe and covered and unbothered in the dark. The same warmth a creature knows in its burrow when the cold rain falls outside and cannot find it. The same warmth a child knows in the middle of a house full of sleep, small and safe in the dark, with the whole night arranged around it like soft walls. You have that warmth now, it is yours, it asks nothing, it only keeps you. And all the while, all across the turning dark of the world, others are being kept the same way, in a narrow bed in a city you will never visit. Someone has just stopped fighting the hour and let their shoulders down and begun, like you, to sink. On a quiet road far away, a light in a single window has just gone out. Somewhere a mother has finally slept, and somewhere a traveler in a strange room has stopped listening to the strange sounds and let them blur into the general hush. And you are among them, one of the great uncounted company of the resting, spread out across the dark face of the world. All of you breathing slower now, all of you sinking, all of you kept. You are not the only one awake in the deep of it, and you are not alone in going down. A whole soft country of sleepers surrounds you, near and far, and you belong among them, and the dark holds all of you at once, easily, the way one sky holds every star without strain. So let that be the last of the loneliness. Let it dissolve into the company of all those other quiet breaths, rising and falling in 10,000 darkened rooms. You rest in good company. You rest where you are meant to be. And now let the warmth deepen by one more degree. Let it move down into the places that are slowest to soften. into the hinge of the jaw where the day is so often held. Let it go loose there. Let the teeth part just slightly. Let the whole lower face hang heavy and slack and warm. Nothing to hold, nothing to say. The mouth resting, the tongue resting soft against the floor of it. All of it let go. And into the small muscles around the eyes, the ones that have worked all day at looking. Let the warmth pool there. Let the eyes rest back into their sockets, heavy as two smooth stones sinking slowly into warm sand. No seeing to do, nothing to look for in the dark, just the soft weight of them held. And across the brow, that broad quiet field above the eyes, let it widen, let it smooth, let the last faint furrow of the day melt out of it the way a footprint melts out of wet sand when the slow water rises over it. Gone, the surface smooth again, the brow wide and cool and untroubled and utterly at ease. And back over the crown of the head, where thinking seems to live, let even that grow dim and warm and slow. Let the thoughts, if any linger, spread out thin and cool like mist over a low field at first light, and settle and stop moving and simply hang there, going nowhere, meaning nothing, fading. The whole head heavy now on whatever holds it, a warm and weighted thing, sunk deep into the softness beneath it, done with its long day of watching and worrying and working, resting at last, resting fully, nothing left up there but the slow warm dark and the far faint sound of the breath. And let that heaviness pour down now out of the head and into the neck, warm and unhurried, the way warm water finds its way down through cupped hands, loosening the neck, spreading into the shoulders, and the shoulders, which carry so much, which rise so quietly toward the ears through all the long hours of holding on, let them fall now. Let them fall further than they think they can, down and back and open, spilling their long ache out into the bed, giving it up, giving it over, letting the dark take it. And down the arms the warmth keeps flowing, slow as honey, filling them, weighting them, until they lie along your sides as heavy and as still as two lengths of warm rope coiled down at rest. The elbows soft, the wrists soft, and out into the hands, all the way out into every finger, until even the fingertips grow warm and full and heavy and entirely, perfectly still. The hands that held so much today, open now, empty now, asking for nothing, holding nothing, resting. And this is enough. This alone would be enough. Just the hands letting go, just that small surrender repeated all through the body, part by part, each one laying down its portion of the day, until there is nothing left anywhere that is braced against anything, nothing left that is waiting, nothing left that is holding on. You can stop holding on. You have been holding on so long, some part of you, through so many hours and so many days, that the holding has come to feel like you, but it is not you. It is only a thing the body learned to do, and it can be set down here, in the dark, where nothing needs guarding, where nothing is coming, where you are as safe as you will ever be. Set it down, the whole long habit of holding on, set it down into the warm dark, and feel how much lighter the resting becomes without it, how much deeper you sink the moment you stop bracing, how the bed rises to meet every part of you the instant you truly let it. There, yes, like that, further down. And the breath, all this while, has been growing longer without your help, slower, quieter, the out-breath stretching soft and thin into the dark, taking its unhurried time, in no rush at all to turn and come back. Let it be that slow, let it be even slower. Let each one leave you a little more emptied, a little more eased, a little more sunk toward the deep, warm floor of sleep. Out long and low and soft, and the small pause after, where nothing at all is asked of you, rest in that pause. It is a good place, that pause, a little pool of stillness between the tides, and you may rest there as long as the body likes before the next breath drifts in on its own. Nothing to count, nothing to keep, nothing to do, but let the slow tide breathe you through the dark. And far below even the breath, below the warmth, below the weight, there is a stillness that has been there all along, waiting, patient, the way the deep floor of the sea waits beneath all its restless miles of water, and you are settling toward it now, down through the last warm fathoms, down past the last drifting thought. Down to where the water does not move at all, and the dark is complete, and the quiet is total, and there is only the vast, soft holding of the night, closed gently all around you, keeping you. You are almost there. You can feel how near it is, that final still floor where the resting is deepest, where nothing stirs, where the night simply cradles what it has caught and holds it, unmoving, until the slow far turning of the world brings a morning that is still hours and hours away, out past the edge of everything, no concern of yours tonight. Tonight there is only the deep, only the warm dark closed soft above you and below, only the long slow breath thinning out into the quiet, only the weight of you sinking, still and further still, into the place that was made to hold you. And let it hold you. Let the last of the day dissolve like a thread of smoke into a wide dark room, thinning, spreading, vanishing, until there is nothing left of it at all, and nothing left of the wanting, and nothing left of the waiting, and only the warm, still deep of the night going on all around you, endless and gentle and kind. Down and softer and further under. The wool has reached your shoulders now, warm and heavy and complete, and it covers you entirely, and you are wrapped in the whole soft weight of the dark, and there is nowhere else to be, and nothing else to reach, and no next thing to do. Only this, only the deep, only the slow breath leaving, only the sinking that needs no help from you. And the night keeps holding, and the warmth keeps holding, and you go on down, soft and slow and safe, into the still deep heart of the hour where you are kept and kept and kept. And if some small part of you is still faintly here, still floating just beneath the surface of hearing, that is all right too. You do not need to listen. The words can go on without you now, the way a low fire goes on glowing in a room after everyone has fallen asleep around it. Nothing is required of you. Let the sound be only warmth, only a low, steady glow at the edge of the dark, asking nothing, keeping nothing lit but itself. Somewhere far off tonight there is snow falling, not here, not on you, but somewhere out in the wide turning world. It is coming down slow over empty fields, each flake taking its long, soft time, drifting and turning and settling without a sound onto everything that waits below, and it asks for nothing as it falls. It simply lets go of the high cold air and comes down, and lays itself over the roofs and the fences and the sleeping ground, and covers it all in a hush, so deep it seems to soften the whole earth. Let that same slowness be in you. Let each breath be a single flake of that falling, drifting down, settling soft, and the next one after it, in its own time, with no hurry at all. How quietly the snow lays itself down. It does not decide where to land, it does not hold back, and it does not rush. It only yields to the slow pull of the ground and lets itself be laid to rest, one weightless piece at a time, until the field that was bare is deep and smooth and still, and nothing that lies beneath it is troubled. Everything under that white blanket simply waits, warm in its own way, held, hidden, kept safe through the long dark by a covering that came down soundless in the night. You are covered like that now. Something soft has been laid over all of you, hour by hour, breath by breath, deeper and smoother with every slow tide of air, until the shape of the day is gone under it, all the sharp edges rounded, all the noise laid quiet, all of it kept safe beneath the deep, still cover of the night. And further out still, past the fields, past the last of the falling snow, there is water moving slow in the dark, a wide river somewhere, black and smooth, carrying itself toward the sea with no effort and no sound, only the deep, unhurried certainty of all that weight of water finding its way down. It does not push the river, it does not strain toward where it is going, It simply leans into the long slope of the world and lets gravity carry it, mile after dark mile, past the sleeping banks, under the old bridges where no one is crossing, beneath a sky it never looks up to see, going down, always down, toward the low far place where all rivers rest. And you are like that water tonight. You are not making your way anywhere. You are only being carried. Something deeper than you is doing all the moving, the way the slope of the land moves the river, and all you do is lean into it and let it take you down through the smooth, dark hours, toward the low, still place where the resting is deepest of all. Feel how little you have to hold. The river holds nothing. It lets every ripple go the moment it is made. It keeps no shape, carries no weight of its own, remembers nothing of the miles behind it. It is only ever exactly where it is, moving soft through the dark, letting the low pull of things do all the work. Let go like the river lets go. Let each thought that rises smooth itself back into the current and slide away downstream, unheld, unfollowed, gone into the dark behind you where it can do no harm. There is nothing to keep. There is only the slow black water carrying you on, and the deep quiet bank slipping by unseen, and the long soft slope of the night tilting you gently down toward morning. And somewhere along that dark water there is a small boat, tied loose at a wooden dock, rocking so slightly you would hardly know it moved. No one is in it, no one needs it tonight. It only lifts and settles on the slow breathing of the water, rising a hand's width and sinking a hand's width, over and over, in a rhythm older than any clock. Let your breath be the water under that boat, rising and settling, lifting so gently and letting down, and the boat rides it without trying, held up by nothing but the patient dark water, going nowhere, needing nothing, rocked and rocked and rocked by the slow deep pulse of the river through the night. And the rope that holds it to the dock is loose, just loose enough, not tight, not straining, only resting in a long soft curve, keeping the little boat near without ever pulling on it. You are held like that tonight, near and easy and unstrained, tied soft to the sleeping world by a line with all the slack it needs, so that you may drift the length of your tether in the dark and never once feel the pull. Rock and settle, the water breathing under you, the rope resting loose, the dark going on all around, wide and warm and unhurried, and nowhere in it any reason to wake. And above the river, high over the fields and the falling snow, the night sky wheels so slowly you cannot feel it turn, the old stars leaning west, 1 degree at a time, in the great slow circle they have kept since long before you were born, and will keep long after this small hour is forgotten. Nothing up there is in a hurry, nothing up there has ever been in a hurry. The whole vast wheel of it turns at the pace of stone, at the pace of tides, at the pace of the deepest and most patient things there are. And you are turning with it, gently, held on the slow spinning face of the world, as it carries you through the dark toward a dawn that is still a long, long way off. You do not have to reach that dawn. It is coming on its own, without any help from you, rolling toward you at the ancient unhurried pace of the turning earth, and it will arrive in its own good hour whether you watch for it or not, so do not watch for it. Let it come the slow way, from below the far edge of the world, while you lie here in the deep of the dark and are carried and are kept. There is so much time, more than the racing mind ever believed. The night is wide, and it is long, and it is nowhere near its end, and every hour of it that is left is yours to sink through, slow and soft, with nothing asked and nothing owed. The hours are not running out, they are pooling around you like deep warm water, and you have all of them, every one, to rest in. Let that be true in the body now. Let the shoulders believe it. Let the long muscles of the back believe it. There is time, there is nowhere to be, there is nothing that cannot wait until the light, and the whole soft weight of you can lay itself down into the dark and stay there, unmoving, unhurried, for as long as the deep of the night goes on. And it goes on, it goes on. Think if any thought comes at all, only of small warm things in the dark, of a low room somewhere with the lamp long out and the last warmth of a fire settling into ash, of the way a house grows quiet after everyone in it has finally let go into sleep, the small ticks and settlings of the timbers easing, the rooms going still one by one, the whole place breathing slow. You are one of those rooms tonight, going quiet, going still. The last light in you dimming down to a warm red glow, and then to nothing at all, only the deep settled dark and the soft ongoing hush. And in that quiet house there is a stair going down, broad and shallow and easy, each step no more than a breath's descent, and a rail worn smooth under the hand, and you are going down it now, without effort, without weight, the way you go down in a dream, floating from step to step, deeper into the warm, still dark of the lowest rooms where the quiet is oldest and the resting is deepest. Down one soft step with each breath out, and no need to lift a foot, no need to reach, only the gentle sinking from one level of quiet to a lower and warmer one, and another, deeper into the house of sleep, where every room is dark and every room is warm, and there is nothing in any of them but rest. And at the bottom of the stair there is no floor, only more softness, only a deeper drift, the steps dissolving under you into warm dark water or warm dark wool or warm dark air. It does not matter which, only that it holds you, only that it takes your whole weight and lets you sink on, past the last of the steps, past the last of the shapes, into the formless warm deep where there is no down anymore and no need to go anywhere at all. You have arrived at the place with no floor and no ceiling, only the holding, only the warm, only the slow far tide of the breath still moving through you on its own, in and out, and the long soft pause and in. Nothing to reach for down here, nothing to hold. You have set it all down on the steps behind you, and the steps are gone, and there is no way back up tonight and no reason to look for one. There is only the deep, and you are in it, and it is warm, and it is kind, and it is wide enough to hold you and everyone else who is drifting down through the same dark hour in all the sleeping houses of the world. For you are not the only one on this slow stair tonight. All across the turning dark, others are sinking too, room by room, breath by breath, into the same deep quiet. A stranger on the far side of the earth letting go of a long day just as you let go of yours. Someone in a high room over a sleeping city. Someone in a small house by a cold sea. Someone half a world away in the first grey edge of their morning, and someone else in the last black hour of their night. All of you drifting down the same soft stair into the same warm dark, none of you alone in it, all of you carried by the same slow tide. And there is a kindness in that, a quiet company, that so many hearts are slowing toward rest at this very moment, that so much of the world is letting go all at once, that the great weight of all that sleeping is out there in the dark with you, breathing slow, sinking deep, keeping you company without a word. You are one small warm point in an enormous field of rest, held in it, part of it, carried along in the vast soft current of everyone who sleeps. Let that ease the last of the aloneness out of you. There is nothing solitary about this hour. The dark is full of quiet company, full of slowing breath, full of others sinking soft toward the same deep floor, and you belong among them exactly as you are, needing nothing, doing nothing, only resting where you have been laid down. And now even the stair, even the river, even the falling snow, let it all thin, let the pictures grow faint the way a room grows faint as the lamp burns low. You do not need them anymore. They were only soft hands passing you down, one to the next, deeper into the dark, and their work is nearly done. Let them dim, let the snow fade white into black, let the river run on without you into the far unlit distance. Let the little boat rock on alone at its loose, warm rope, and be left at last with almost nothing, only warmth, only weight, only the slow tide of the breath, thinning now, quieter now, further apart now, each one softer than the last. And the long, low leaving of it. And the deep still pause where the whole body simply rests, gone slack, gone heavy, gone warm all the way through, with no picture in the mind, and no word on the air, and no next thing anywhere in the dark. Only this. Only the deep. And the night holds on, unhurried, all around you, wide and warm and dark and kind, going on and on past the edge of everything, keeping you soft in the low, still heart of it, where there is nothing to do and nowhere to be, and no hour that matters. Only the slow turning of the world carrying you gentle through the dark toward a morning that can wait and wait and wait. Rest now further down, softer still, into the warm, into the deep, into the quiet that was always underneath, waiting, patient, ready to take your whole weight and hold it. And it holds you, and it holds you, and there is nothing left to do but let it. Down, and warm, and gone soft into the dark. Breathing slow, carried on the long, low tide, further and further under, where the night keeps what it holds and holds what it keeps, and asks for nothing, and lets you sink, and lets you stay. And while it holds you, let something new drift near softly from far off, not to wake you, only to warm you, the smallest thing, a low warmth somewhere at the edge of the dark, the way heat lingers in stone long after the sun has gone, the way a wall that faced the day holds its warmth deep into the night, giving it back slowly, patiently, hour by hour, into the cool air. Let yourself be like that stone now, warmed through, giving nothing away in a hurry, holding your heat deep in the middle of you and letting it out slow. There is no rush in a warm stone. It does not decide to be warm. It simply is, all the way through, in the dark, all night long. And the warmth in you settles the same way, in the chest, low in the belly, along the backs of the legs where they press into the bed, a slow banked heat, like coals gone soft and orange under grey ash. No flame, no crackle, only the deep even glow that lasts till morning, nothing to feed, nothing to tend, only warmth keeping itself quietly while you sink. And further out past the warmth, the cool of the room laid gentle over the top of you, over the shoulder, over the cheek, along whatever the covers do not reach, and the two of them together, the warm underneath and the cool above, holding you in the exact soft middle where the body loves to rest, nothing to adjust, nothing too much. Only the long, easy balance of it, warm below, cool above, and you laid down between them like something set carefully to rest by hands that knew just how. Breathe and let the breath be part of that balance too, the cool coming in, the warm going out, the smallest tide across that line, in cool, out warm, and slower and softer and further apart. You do not have to keep the count of it anymore. The body has the count. The body has always had it, all your life, through every hour you never watched, every night you slept without once being asked to. It knows the way down better than you do. It was breathing you long before you ever thought to help, so let it, hand the breath back to the one who owns it, and be breathed. Lie here and be breathed, softly, in the warm dark, by the old sure part of you that never needed telling. And let a new quiet come and find you, not the absence of sound, but the presence of a deep low hush, the kind that lives in wide places when everything in them has gone still. The hush inside a great empty barn at midnight, high and dark and full of the smell of old wood and hay, the beams lost somewhere far above in the black, and all of it holding its breath around you, patient, roomy, calm. Or the hush of deep water far down, where the light has stopped, and the surface is only a memory somewhere overhead, and everything moves slow, and everything weighs nothing, and the cold is held off by some soft warmth that comes from nowhere, and there is only the long, slow sway of being down where it is quiet, rocked by a current too gentle to feel, going nowhere, needing nowhere. Sink into that, the deep water quiet, the far down hush, where sound arrives soft and rounded and slow, if it arrives at all, and nothing is sharp, and nothing is sudden, and the whole weight of the water above only presses you kinder into the calm, held on every side, held all the way around, nothing to swim toward, nothing to surface for, only the drift, and the dark, and the slow warm hush. And time up above going on without you, the surface far overhead catching whatever light there is and scattering it, and you too deep for any of it to reach. Let the hours move up there where they belong. Let them ripple across the top of the night, one into the next, while you rest down here beneath all of them, where no hour can find you, where nothing needs deciding, where the only motion is the slow, soft sway of the deep holding you and letting you go and holding you again. And if a thought should drift down through all that water toward you, let it come slow. It will have lost its edges on the way, worn round and dim by all the dark it fell through, and it will reach you gentle, weightless, easy to let pass. Watch it sink by, watch it turn slow in the low light and drift on down past you into the deeper dark below, where it settles soft into the silt with all the others and lies still and troubles nothing. Let them all go there. Let them all lie down in the deep bed under the deep water. They will all keep until it is light. Nothing you set down tonight is lost. Nothing you let sink is gone. It only rests, the way you rest, in the dark, in the warm, waiting for a morning that is in no hurry to come. And when the light does come, slow and grey and easy at the far edge of things, whatever needs you will still be there, softened by sleep, smaller than it was, waiting quietly for a rested mind to meet it. But that is hours off yet, hours and hours. A whole long stretch of dark, still folded out ahead of you like deep, still water, and all of it yours to sink through, slow. So sink, there is so much night left. You are not near any edge, you are deep in the long middle of it, the widest, softest part, where the dark is thickest and the quiet is fullest, and the whole slow world has gone down with you into rest. No dawn pressing, no morning leaning in, only the vast unhurried dark, going on and on in every direction, with room enough in it for you to fall for hours and never reach the floor. And let the falling be slow, let it be the gentlest kind of falling, the kind with no drop in it, no lurch, no bottom rushing up, only the soft, continuous giving way of one warm depth handing you down to the next, and the next, endless, patient, each one darker and warmer and quieter than the last. Down through the deep water, down past the sunk and resting thoughts, down where even the water thins to something softer, something with no name, a warm dark medium that is not water and not air, only rest itself made into a place, holding you up by holding you down, pressing you gentle from every side into the exact shape of ease. Your face soft, the small muscles round the eyes let go, and round the mouth, and along the jaw, all of it loosened, all of it slack, the whole held expression of the long day smoothed away like a footprint smoothed from wet sand by one slow wave, gone, blank, calm, the face of someone the world is no longer asking anything of. The shoulders wide and low and heavy, dropped so far from the ears they seem to belong to the bed now more than to you. The arms just wait, just warm dropped weight, laid where they fell and asked to do nothing ever again tonight. The hands uncurled, the fingers loose, the palms soft and open and empty, holding nothing, reaching for nothing, done. And the long weight of the back poured down into the mattress, the way warm sand pours slow from an open hand, taking the shape of whatever holds it, filling every hollow, settling, spreading, coming to rest. And the hips heavy, and the legs long and heavy and warm, and the feet fallen loose and open at the far soft end of you, so far away now, so quiet, so done. So all of it down, all of it given over, all of it resting in the deep warm dark, with nothing left to hold, and nothing left to lift, and nowhere left to be. And over all of it, the night, laid across you soft as breath, dark as deep water, warm as banked coals under ash, going on past the walls, past the roof, past the sleeping street and the sleeping town and the sleeping fields beyond, out to where the dark meets the curve of the whole slow-turning world and folds over it, kind, complete, holding every sleeper on it at once. And you among them, one small warm weight in the enormous held dark, breathing slow, sinking slow. Captain. And there is a sound the deep world makes, so low you feel it more than hear it, the sound of everything at rest, the great slow settling hum that is under all the quiet, the note the dark holds all night long. Let it move through you, Let it fill the warm, hollow places. Let it tune the last of you down to its own low pitch, until there is no line left between the hum and the hush and the warmth and the weight and the breath, until it is all one soft, dark thing, and you are somewhere down inside it, resting, dissolved almost, held almost past feeling, only warm, only heavy, only slow. And slower now, and softer now, let even the deep water go, let even the barn go, let even the warm stone go, let every soft place you were shown tonight sink away behind you into the dark, their work all done, their gentle hands all opened, nothing left of them but the ease they leave in you. Can be left with only the ease, only the warm, only the weight, only the long low leaving breath, and the deep still pause that follows it, wider each time, quieter each time, further under each time. In and out, so slow, so long, so soft. And the pause, the deep good pause, where nothing moves, and nothing waits, and nothing is asked, where you simply lie in the held warm dark at the bottom of the night, with the whole slow world asleep around you, and the whole long dark still ahead of you, and not one thing anywhere that needs doing before the light. Down, and warm, and gone soft into the deep. Breathing slow, carried further under on the low dark tide, past the edge of the pictures, past the edge of the words, past the edge of the reaching mind, into the plain warm depth where the body rests itself and keeps itself and needs no help from you at all. Rest there, stay there, sink there, the night has you, the dark has you, the warm has you, and it is not letting go, and it is not hurrying you, and it is not asking you to be anywhere, but exactly here, deep down, warm through, heavy and slow and held. And the hours drift on far above and cannot reach you, and the morning waits far ahead and cannot rush you, and there is only this, the deep, the warm, the slow, low breath, going quieter, going further, going softer into the dark. And softer still. And further still, down where the night keeps you and holds you and asks for nothing at all. And while you rest there so far down, something new drifts near without needing you to reach for it. The soft idea of snow, not cold, never cold, only the hush of it, the way snow comes down in the deep of the night over a sleeping country and no one has to watch it fall. It lays itself down over every roof and every road and every quiet field, thick and slow and soundless, and it asks for nothing. And you are under all of it, under the warm and the weight and the falling white quiet, tucked so far beneath it that not one flake could ever find you. Only the softness it brings, only the deeper hush it lays across the whole wide dark, each flake a small slow settling, each one landing without a sound, and the world going softer and rounder and quieter beneath them, edges gone, corners gone, everything smoothed under the same white sleep. And you needn't picture it clearly, let it blur, let it be only the feeling of soft things descending, slow and endless and kind, coming down through the dark to cover you deeper, layer on layer, warm as wool, light as breath, laid over you by hands you never see. There is nothing to catch, nothing to hold, only the long, slow falling, and you beneath it, further under with every silent one that lands. And let a slowness in you match the slowness of the snow. Let whatever is still moving in you drift down at that same soundless pace. No hurry in it, no reaching, only the long, soft settling of something that has all night to arrive. The way the last light drifts down through deep, still water, dimming as it sinks, going gold, then gray, then gone, until only the calm dark remains and the water holds it close. You are sinking like that, gentle, unhurried, the surface far above you now, the light far above you now, and down here only the warm dark closing soft and complete over the small resting shape of you. Breathing slow, so slow, the breath itself gone quiet as the snow, coming and going without a sound, without an effort, tending itself down there in the warm while the rest of you lies still. You do not have to breathe it, it breathes. It has always known how, long before you thought to help, and it will carry on all night without you, faithful, unhurried, the one soft tide that never leaves in, and the smallest rise out, and the long slow fall. And the deep good pause where the snow keeps falling, and nothing at all is asked of you. And further under now, past the snow, past the still water, down where the dark grows warm and thick and close, like the inside of something kind, there is a place beneath all the pictures where the mind simply stops making them, where it lets the last one go and does not reach for another, and rests in the plain dark it came from. You are near that place now, very near, drifting toward it soft and slow, and there is nothing you must do to arrive, only keep sinking, only keep leaving. Only let each breath carry a little more of you down. And let me set beside you now a single low warm light, far off, the way a lamp burns in a distant window across a wide field of night. You are not walking toward it, you do not have to reach it. It is only there, small and gold and steady, to tell you that the dark is watched over, that somewhere the warmth is kept, that you can let your eyes close on the deepest part of the night, knowing a quiet light still burns for you at the far edge of it, patient, unhurried, keeping its small flame all night long whether you look at it or not. You can let it keep itself. You can let it hold that far corner of the dark. And you can sink away from it into the warm, near dark where you lie, knowing it stays lit. And all across the sleeping world, tonight there are lamps like that, a light left burning in a hallway for someone who might wake, a low glow in a far-off kitchen where someone sits quiet with their own long night, the soft red eye of something resting in the dark. Thousands upon thousands of small kept lights scattered across the turning world, each one a little warmth someone left burning against the dark, and you among all of it, one more small warm life laid down safe for the night, watched over, kept, no more alone in the deep of it than any single star is alone in the whole wide field of them. You belong to the night the way they do, quietly, simply, without having to earn it. So let yourself belong, let yourself be one more warm weight the dark is holding. There is room for you here, there has always been room, a warm hollow shaped exactly to you, and you have sunk down into it now, filled it, and the dark has closed soft around the last of you, held on every side, pressed gently from below by everything that keeps you up, covered soft from above by everything that comes down slow to cover you. And nothing to do in the middle of it but rest and sink and breathe the long, slow breath. And slower still now, the words themselves going further apart, more dark between them, more warm hush in the spaces. You don't need the words, you never did. They are only a low sound moving through the dark near you, like water somewhere under the ground, like wind a long way off in the tops of tall trees. A sound to sink beneath and leave behind, let them blur, let them thin, let them become just another soft thing the night is doing while you rest. Somewhere far off, a slow train is crossing the dark country, and you can just feel it, the long, low, patient roll of it, carrying its sleeping passengers on through the night, everyone aboard swaying gentle in the dark, given over to the motion, trusting the tracks to know the way, and the sound of it comes to you thin to almost nothing, only the softest rhythm, only the faintest rocking, the kind that lays a body down deeper the longer it goes. Let it rock you like that. Let something in you sway loose and easy to that long, slow going. You are being carried on through the dark, toward the morning, and you do not have to steer, and you do not have to watch the way, and you do not have to stay awake for any of it. The night knows the way, the night has always known, and it is carrying you gentle through the last dark hours toward a light you don't have to reach for. And the train sound fades, and the snow keeps falling, and the far lamp keeps burning, and the deep water keeps you, and under all of it that low long note goes on, the one you feel more than hear, the settled hum of a resting world, and you are threaded soft into the middle of it, one quiet strand in the great dark weave, held on every side by things that ask for nothing, warm, heavy, slow, gone soft into the deep. Let the face go now, all the small holding in the face, The brow, the eyes, the hinge of the jaw, let it all melt down warm toward the pillow. Let the weight of the head press full and heavy into what holds it. Let the neck grow long and loose, and give the head away completely. Nothing left up there to keep, no expression to wear, no watching to do, only warm, slack weight sinking soft into the dark. And the shoulders, let them go on down, further than they've gone, spreading wide and heavy and low, sliding away from the ears, pouring their weight out into the bed like something warm that has stopped needing to hold its shape. And down the long arms after them, the loose heavy arms, the open hands, every finger given up soft and curled and still, warm to the very tips, too heavy now to lift, too far gone to try. You couldn't raise them if you wanted, and you don't want, and that is its own deep ease, to be too heavy to move, too warm to care, too far under to do anything but rest. And the long, slow breath moving down through the middle of you, warm, unhurried, loosening the chest, softening the belly, letting the whole trunk of you settle heavier into the dark with each long leaving breath out and lower out and softer out, and further under the ribs going loose, the back going wide and heavy against what holds it, the whole warm weight of you pressing down and being kept, being answered, being met from below by something that never tires of holding you up. And the hips and the deep heavy seat of you sinking, and the long weight of the legs pouring away down toward the far quiet ends of you, the thighs gone slack and warm, the knees unlocked and easy, the low legs heavy as filled sacks laid down in the dark, the ankles loose, and the feet, the far tired feet, warm and heavy and finally still, all their small held weight given over at last, nothing in them left to carry you anywhere, nothing asked of them until the light. And now the whole long shape of you lies given away, head to foot, warm through and heavy through and slow, one soft weight the dark has taken up entire, and there is such deep rightness in it, in being this heavy, in being this still, in letting the whole tired length of you be held by something larger, and never having to hold any of it yourself. This is the body's own deep wish, to be laid down and let go of and kept, and you are giving it that now, and it is sinking gratefully into the gift, further under with each slow breath, warmer with each, heavier with each, slower with each. And the mind above it all, if it stirs, if some small thought drifts up out of the dark and tries to catch the light, let it come, and let it go, the way a single flake comes down and lands, and is lost in all the soft white rest. No thought can hold its shape down here. They arrive already melting, they touch the warm dark and dissolve. And you need not chase a single one, need not answer, need not decide, let them fall and be covered. Let the snow keep coming down over all of it. Let the whole restless surface of the day go white and quiet and smooth beneath the endless soft descending. There is nothing up there to keep. Morning will find whatever matters, and morning is a long warm way from here. So set it all down, set even the setting down. You don't have to work at resting, don't have to do the letting go, don't have to manage the dark or tend the breath or hold the quiet in place. It holds itself. It has been holding itself all along. You can stop even trying to rest, and simply be rested, simply be held, simply be a warm, heavy sleeping weight the night is keeping safe until the light. That is all that's left. That is all there ever needed to be. And quieter now and further apart now the snow, still falling the far lamp, still lit the deep water, still holding the low hum, still under everything and you, down at the warm still bottom of it, breathing slow, sunk soft, kept whole, needing nothing, waiting for nothing, doing nothing at all. Only warm, only heavy, only slow. Only the long, low leaving breath, going out into the dark, and the deep good pause behind it, wider each time, softer each time, further under each time, carried on through the last of the night on the slow dark tide, past the snow, past the lamp, past the reach of any waking thing, into the plain warm depth where you rest, and are rested and stay. Down where the night keeps you, warmed through, held close, and asked for nothing at all. And somewhere far off now, past the edge of everything. The ground itself is soft, not the ground of any place you know, only the deep, warm ground of rest, dark and even and giving, the kind that takes the shape of you the moment you lie down on it, and you have lain down on it. And it has taken your shape, gently, all the way along, holding the backs of you, the whole underside of you, the way warm sand holds a body at the end of a long day when the sun has gone down into it and left it holding its heat, and you sink the smallest bit further into that warmth, and it rises the smallest bit to meet you, and there is no line anymore between the resting thing and the thing that rests it. And the warmth of it moves up through you slow as honey, slow as the last light leaving a wall, filling the low places first, the hollows behind the knees, the small of the back, the cup of each palm gone loose and open, pooling there, warm and unhurried, and rising. And there is nowhere it needs to hurry to, it has all the dark to cross. It has the whole slow width of the night to fill you, and so it fills you slowly, the way warmth fills a room from a low fire, moving out into the corners a breath at a time, patient, certain, unbothered by how long it takes. And you are one of the corners it is filling, and it reaches you, and it stays. Breathing slow now, slower than the tide of the world outside these walls, slower than the deep turning of the dark, each breath going out longer than it came, each one a little less of you held up, and a little more of you laid down, given over, sunk soft into the warm dark ground that keeps you, and the pause behind each one grows, that still wide place where nothing is asked and nothing is answered. Where the breath simply hasn't come yet, and there is no hurry for it, and you rest in the not yet the way you rest in everything now, easily, completely, without a single hand on it. And out past the warm ground, far under the floor of the night, there is water moving, not near, not asking anything, only there, the way deep water is always there under the still world, moving slow and dark, and even carrying nothing, going nowhere it needs to be, and you can feel the great slow patience of it without ever touching it, the way you can feel a warm room in the dark before you cross it. A vast unhurried moving along, down under everything, that has been going since long before this night and will go long after, and asks nothing of you, and needs nothing from you, and would carry you if you ever slipped down to it, softly, the whole slow way, but you do not need to slip down to it. You only need to know it is there, the deep, slow, patient dark under the dark, holding the whole weight of the quiet, holding you among all the rest of what it holds, easily, as though you weighed nothing at all. And up here, where you lie, the warmth keeps rising, past the hips now, loose and heavy, and given up through the long muscles either side of the spine, and each one lets go a thread it had been holding, a thread so old and so fine you never knew your hand was on it until it slipped from your hand, and it slips from your hand now. Thread after thread, let down into the dark, unspooling slow, and you grow lighter for the letting even as you grow heavier for the rest, and both are true, and neither needs to be understood. You can be light and heavy both, adrift and held both, here and far both, and let the whole reasoning of it fall away like the rest, uncounted, unminded, gone soft in the warm. Nothing to solve down here, nothing that morning cannot keep for you, and morning is a long, slow country away, over the water, past the ground, beyond the last dark hour, and it is walking toward you gently, taking its time, in no hurry to arrive. And until it comes, there is only this, only the warmth rising, only the ground holding, only the slow far water moving under everything, patient, dark, and kind. And if you are still there at all, up at the thin edge where a little of you can hear, let even that edge soften now, let the listening go loose the way a hand goes loose. You do not have to catch the words, they are not going anywhere, and neither are you. Let them come the way warmth comes through a wall, without your reaching for them, arriving already half dissolved, meaning less and less as they land, until they are only a low tone in the dark beside you, a warmth in the shape of a voice, keeping the quiet company so you do not have to keep it yourself. And the quiet is so wide, and you are so small and so warm within it, one folded resting thing among the countless resting things. The night is holding the sleeping streets, the cooling stones, the dark fields lying under their own slow dew, the animals curled small in the hedges, breathing slow, and every one of them let down into the same dark, kept by the same wide quiet, asked for nothing, the same as you. And you among them, no different, no more alone than a single stone in a field of stones, all of you resting together under the one long night, each one warm in its own small place, each one held. And there are the others too, the waking ones, the ones who stirred when you stirred and could not fall back, all across the dark curve of the world, the ones lying in rooms you will never see, in cities whose names you don't know, under the same few stars, listening to the same low kind of voice in the dark, or to nothing at all, only their own slow breath and the hum of the sleeping house, and they are with you, though none of you will ever meet. A great quiet company of the awake and the nearly asleep, spread thin across the night like lamps seen far off across a valley, each one small, each one alone, and none of you alone at all, because the dark you lie in is the same dark, and it holds all of you together, easily, the way it holds you now. So let that be the last of the thinking that you are held, and you are kept, and you are one warm resting weight among a whole sleeping world, and there is nothing to carry, and nothing to fix, and nowhere at all to be, but here, sinking slow into the warm dark ground, with the far water moving patient underneath, and the morning a long kind way off, coming gently in no hurry, sure to arrive. And slower still now. The warmth all the way up you now, filling the last high places, the shoulders gone soft, the throat gone loose, the small muscles of the face letting down one by one, the brow smoothing, the jaw unhooking, the whole held mask of the day melting warm off the bone until there is only the plain resting face beneath it, the one no one has to see, the one that does nothing but breathe, and it breathes slow and long and let go. And there is a weight to the eyes now, a good weight, a settling weight, the lids heavy as warm coins, sunk closed and staying closed, no light behind them, no picture behind them, only the soft dark you have been sinking into all along, the friendly dark, the near dark, the dark that has never once asked anything of you and never will. Down into it now, a little further, the way a leaf that has drifted along while on still water finally takes on the water and goes down, slow, turning without struggle, into the dim green quiet below the surface where the light no longer reaches and the cold no longer comes, and there is only the slow settling, down and down, unhurried, unafraid, coming to rest at last on the soft, dark floor of everything, and staying. And you have come to rest on the soft, dark floor of everything, and you are staying. Nothing above you now but the whole gentle weight of the night, pressing down soft as a hand between the shoulders, saying rest, saying stay, saying I have you, saying there is nothing here you need to do, and you believe it at last, all the way down, the way you believe the ground will hold when you finally stop bracing against the fall. You have stopped bracing, you have let the ground have you, and the ground has you, warm and whole, and is not letting go. And the far water moves, and the warm ground holds, and the wide quiet keeps its countless sleeping things, and you among them, small and warm and given over, and the breath goes out long and slow into the dark, and the pause behind it opens wide and wider, and you rest in the wide of it, wanting nothing, waiting for nothing, doing nothing at all. Only warm, only heavy, only slow, only kept. And the low voice stays a while yet beside you, no nearer than the far water, no louder than the dew settling on the dark fields, only there, a warmth in the shape of sound, so that if some small part of you drifts up for a moment it will find the dark is not empty, the night is not silent, something low and kind is still here, still keeping the quiet, still saying without words that you may sink again, and again, as many times as you rise, each time softer, each time further, each time more surely held. And you sink again now, down past the last of the listening, down past the last of the shapes, down where the warmth is even and the ground is soft, and the water is far and slow, down where there is no hour and no name and nothing owed, only the long dark breadth of the rest, holding you close, holding you whole, keeping you warm the whole slow way through the deep of the night. And slower, and softer, and further under still. The warm ground taking the last of your weight now, the very last thread let down, nothing held anywhere in you, nothing braced, nothing kept back, the whole long length of you laid open and easy and given, from the crown gone heavy to the soles gone soft, one warm sunk sleeping shape, the dark has folded its hands around and will not wake. And the breath so slow now, so far apart now, that the pauses have grown longer than the breaths, wide still places you rest in without minding, without noticing, without a single thought to trouble the wide. And each time the breath returns, it returns gentler from further off, less needed, until it is only the smallest tide at the very bottom of you, coming and going on its own in the dark, asking nothing, tended by no one, moving the way the far water moves, slow and dark and sure. And you need not follow it any longer, you need not follow anything, let the breath breathe itself, let the warmth keep itself, let the ground hold itself and you upon it, let the whole soft machinery of the rest go on without a hand on it, the way the night goes on, the way the far water goes on, the way the dew keeps settling on the dark fields, whether or not a single soul is awake to feel it come down. It comes down anyway, softly, over everything, over the sleeping streets and the cooling stones, and the curled small animals, and the far scattered lamps of the waking and nearly asleep. And over you a coolness at the very edge of all that warmth, settling light as breath, asking nothing, only laid down gently over the whole resting world, the way a cloth is laid over something precious, that is meant to sleep undisturbed till morning. And you are meant to sleep undisturbed till morning. And morning is far, and the cloth is laid, and the warmth is under it, and you are under it, deep and warm and slow, and kept. So stay down in the warm where the night has folded you, stay where the ground is soft, and the water is far and the quiet is wide, and the voice is low, stay small and stay warm and stay given. One held sleeping weight among the whole held sleeping world, needing nothing, minding nothing, doing nothing at all but breathing slow and sinking soft and being kept. Down where the dark is kind, down where nothing reaches, down where you rest and are rested and stay, a warm through, a heavy through, a slow through, and held the whole long slow rest of the night, held close, and asked for nothing at all. And the warmth settles a little deeper, the way heat settles into stone long after the fire has gone low, working slowly inward, patient, sure, reaching the parts that take the longest to warm the deep of the chest, the small cold places behind the ribs that hold on longest, and the warmth reaches even those now, slow as light crossing a dim room and softens them, and fills them until there is no cold place left anywhere in you, nothing clenched, nothing waiting, nothing braced against the dark. Only warmth all the way through, even and deep and staying. And you sink into that evenness, the way a stone sinks into deep still water, without a sound, without a ripple, straight down through the quiet layers, each one darker and warmer and stiller than the last, down past where the light goes, down past where the cold goes, down past where any sound from the surface goes, into the plain deep dark at the very bottom where nothing moves and nothing calls, and there is only the soft floor waiting to receive you, and it receives you, and you come to rest upon it. And the water closes warm and dark and complete over the whole of you, and holds. And there you stay, far down, far under, far past the reach of the hour, and the reach of the day, and the reach of every waking thing. Only the slow tide at the bottom of you, coming and going in the dark. Only the warmth, even and deep and staying. Only the wide still quiet, holding you and the whole sleeping world alike. Only rest now, only warmth now, only the long slow held dark, keeping you close, keeping you whole, carrying you gently on through the deep of the night toward a morning that is in no hurry to come. And until it comes, only this. Only warm, only slow, only held, and the breath going out, long and soft, into the kind dark, and the good wide pause behind it, and you resting at the bottom of everything, needing nothing, waiting for nothing, kept warm and kept whole and kept close. The whole long slow rest of the night, and asked for nothing at all. And somewhere far above where you rest, without a sound, the snow has begun to fall, not the snow of any particular winter, only the idea of it, the slow white drift of it, each flake taking its long, unhurried time to come down through the dark air, no weight to it, no hurry in it, only that endless soft descent, thousands upon thousands of them, settling one over another, laying a hush across the whole of the world, and you need not watch it and you need not count it. You need only know it is happening, out there, patient and quiet, covering the rooftops and the fields and the long empty roads, softening every hard edge, filling every hollow, laying its clean quiet blanket over all the sharp and waiting things, until they are only gentle rounded shapes beneath the white, and the same hush that lays itself over the world lays itself over you, flake by soundless flake, settling, deepening, until you too are covered and quieted and made soft at every edge. And how good it is to be covered, to have something come down over you slow and even and ask nothing of you, but that you lie still beneath it and let it gather. The way the snow asks nothing of the field does not hold the snow up, does not work to keep it, does not brace against its coming. The field only lies there in the dark and lets itself be covered, and the snow does the rest, deepening hour by hour while the field sleeps under it, warmer for the covering, stiller for the weight. And you are that field now, lying low and long in the dark, letting the hush come down over you and gather, doing none of the holding, being held instead, beneath a deepening quiet that grows only softer and only deeper the longer you lie still. And under the snow the ground is not cold, that is the thing few ever learn. Under the deep snow the ground keeps its own low warmth, sealed in, held close, the whole slow heat of the earth kept safe beneath that white and breathing blanket. And so it is with you, the covering that lays itself over you does not chill you. It keeps you, seals the warmth in against your skin, holds the good low heat of you close to the deep of you where it belongs. And nothing of that warmth escapes now, nothing is lost to the wide cold air. It only gathers and stays, banked, and even the way the earth banks its warmth through the longest nights of the year and waits, in no hurry, for a spring that will come whether it waits or not. So you need not wait for anything either, you need not lean toward the morning, it will come the way the spring comes, on its own slow time, without your help, without your watching, arriving of itself while you sleep on beneath the covering. And until it comes there is only this, the deep-held warmth and the soft white hush above it, and the long dark ground of you resting under both, needing nothing, minding nothing, kept. And the breath goes out slow and long into the hush, and the hush takes it, the way falling snow takes every sound and softens it, and folds it away into the wide white quiet, so that even the sound of your own breathing comes back to you gentled, distant, half-dissolved, no more than the faintest stir at the far edge of a sleeping field, and there is nothing to listen for beyond it, nothing coming, nothing due. Only the next slow breath, whenever it comes, and the long soft pause behind it, and the deepening snow, and you, resting under all of it, far down and far under and far from anything that would ask you to rise. And time itself has gone soft now, the way it does under deep snow, no sharp hours, no ticking edges, only the slow turning somewhere far off of a night that knows its own length and is in no hurry to finish it. The earth turning under you the way it has turned through every night that ever was, carrying its dark side slowly through the long middle of the dark, patient, certain, taking all the hours it needs. And you turn with it, one small warm sleeping weight held to the great turning ground. Carried, not carrying, borne along through the deep of the night, without lifting a finger, without keeping a single thing aloft, only lying still upon the turning dark and letting it bear you on. And how many are borne along beside you, out there in the turning dark? You needn't picture their faces, only know that the same slow snow is coming down over all of them too, over the ones asleep, and the ones only now sinking toward it, and the ones, like you were a while ago, lying awake in the low light waiting for the wait to come, the same hush laying itself over every one, the same quiet earth keeping its warmth beneath every one. And no one of them is alone in it, and no one of you is apart, only a whole wide field of sleeping weights under one deepening quiet, turning together through the middle of the night toward the same unhurried morning, and you among them, held among them, no different, no farther on, no more awake, only one more covered and quieted shape in the long white field of the resting world. And you let that be enough, more than enough. You let yourself be only that one covered shape, breathing slow, asking nothing, given everything the night has to give, which is only this, the dark and the warmth and the covering and the long, slow permission to set everything down and stay down. And you take that permission now the way the ground takes the snow, without a word, without a thought, only opening to it and letting it settle. And deeper than the snow, deeper than the turning ground, there is the old still dark of the deep places, the dark that has never once been disturbed, the dark inside the mountain and the dark at the floor of the sea, and the dark folded up in the seed through all the long winter, waiting, a dark that has never had to do anything, never had to answer anything, never had to hold itself ready, a dark that simply is and rests and keeps. And you are made of that same dark, down at the very deep of you, in the quiet under all the thinking, in the still place the day never reaches, and you sink toward it now, past the covered field and past the turning ground, and down into that oldest stillness, the part of you that was resting long before you ever learned to worry, and will be resting long after every worry has worn itself away. And it opens to you and takes you in, and you come to rest in the deep, unbothered dark that was always there beneath everything, and were always welcome in, and never once had to earn. And there is a warmth even here, at this depth, not the quick warmth of a fire, but the slow, deep warmth of stone that has held the sun's heat down through the whole of the night, the warmth in the deep rock, the warmth at the root of things, patient and enormous and utterly still. And it holds you the way the deep rock holds the deep warmth, without effort, without end, without any need to be tended. You may let your whole weight down into it, and it will not tire, and it will not shift, and it will not ask you to hold any part of yourself up ever again through the whole of this long night. Only rest into it, only sink, only stay. And the breath, when it comes on its own now, slower than before, from somewhere deep and unminded, rising and falling like the faint slow swell far out, where the sea is deepest, and no wave ever breaks, only the long low rise, and the long low fall, and the wide dark between, going on and on, needing nothing to fill it. And you ride that slow deep swell down and down, each fall a little deeper than the last, each rise gentler, until you can no longer tell the rising from the falling, until it is all one slow, soft motion carrying you on through the dark, and you are past minding which way it moves, past minding anything at all, only carried, only kept, only held on the great slow breathing of the deep. And above you now, so far above that its light barely reaches, the snow has stopped falling, and the clouds have drawn back, and the whole cold field of the stars stands out across the dark, wheeling their slow, silent wheel over the sleeping world, and they too are in no hurry. They have turned through more nights than there are grains of sand on any shore, and they will turn through more still. And one small night's rest at the bottom of one small dark is nothing to trouble them, and nothing they trouble. They only wheel on, quiet and cold and far, keeping their long, slow time above the covered field. And you need not look up at them. You need only know they are there, holding the roof of the dark steady over you, turning their patient turn while you sleep on beneath, so that even the sky is kept, even the height is minded, even the far cold reaches are held in their slow order, and there is nothing left anywhere, near or far, high or deep, that you must keep watch over. It is all held, all of it. The deep rock and the turning ground and the covered field and the wheeling stars, all of it kept without you, all of it turning on soft and sure while you lie still at the warm bottom of it and let it go. And letting it go, you grow lighter and heavier at once, lighter for the setting down of it, heavier for the sinking, the way a stone at the bottom of deep water is both the heaviest thing there and the most at rest, bearing all the weight of the water above it and troubled by none of it, only lying there in the dark, held down and held safe by the very weight it no longer has to carry. And that is you now. The weight upon you is not a burden, it is a keeping. The dark does not press you down, it holds you down, the way the deep water holds the deep stone, so that no current can lift you and no small sound can stir you, and nothing that moves up on the far bright surface can reach you here. You are under all of it, under the reach of the day, and the reach of the hour, and the reach of every waking thing. At the still floor where only the slow deep tide moves, coming and going in the dark, coming and going, asking nothing, taking nothing, only moving soft against you and drawing back, over and over, the oldest and gentlest motion there is, rocking the whole sunk world in the dark. And you rock with it barely, the smallest slow sway at the bottom of everything, not a motion you make, but a motion you are given, the deep tide moving through you the way it moves through all the sunk and resting things, and you let it move you. You keep none of yourself still by your own effort now. You have given even the stillness over to the tide, and the tide keeps it for you, sways you soft and slow in the warm dark, on and on, through the long middle hours, patient as the sea. And the words come slower now, and further apart, and matter less and less. They are only another soft thing in the dark, drifting down like the last of the snow, no more asked of you than that you let them fall past. You needn't hold to them, you needn't follow where they go, let them settle at the edges of the quiet, the way the snow settles at the edges of the field, and fall away, and leave only the quiet behind, cleaner and deeper for their falling, for it was never the words that carried you down. It was only the dark, and the warmth, and the slow deep breathing, and those need no words at all. They go on without a single one. They will go on long after the last word has drifted down and dissolved. So let the last of them go, let the sound thin out to almost nothing, a low far murmur at the top of the deep water, softening, softening, until it is no more than the memory of a voice, and then not even that, only the shape of a kindness laid over the dark, and then only the dark itself, warm and complete, closing over the place the sound used to be. And in that quiet you go on sinking slower, softer, past the last of the words and past the last of the images and past the last faint stir of any thought, down into the plain warm dark where there is nothing to name and nothing to notice and nothing to do, only the being kept, only the being held, only the slow deep breath going out and out into the wide still night. And the night holds you. It has held you all along. It will hold you the whole way through the low deep middle of it, and the slow turning of it, and the long unhurried tail of it, all the way down toward a morning that asks nothing of you yet, and is in no hurry to come. And until it comes there is only this, only the warm, only the deep, only the slow, only the held, and the good wide quiet gone soft as snow all around you, and you resting at the still warm bottom of it. Asked for nothing, carried on, and kept. And the earth turns, and the stars wheel, and the snow lies deep and quiet over the whole sleeping field, and the tide moves slow in the dark, and you sink a little further into the warmth of it all, past sound, past thought, past the reach of the hour, down where the dark is kind, down where nothing calls, down where you rest, and are rested and stay the whole long, slow rest of the night, held close, and asked for nothing at all. And somewhere far below the field, deeper than the frost can reach, the ground stays warm all winter long, a low, patient warmth held in the dark of the earth, keeping the roots, keeping the seeds, keeping everything that waits there through the cold. You can let yourself be one of those held things now, tucked down below the reach of the weather, below the reach of the hour. Kept warm in the deep of the ground, the way the seed is kept, asked for nothing, only to rest there in the dark and be held until it is time. And it is not time, it is nowhere near time, so you rest, and the warmth holds you, and the long night turns slowly over the top of the field, far above where you lie. And the breath goes out slow, and longer than it came, and softer for going. There is a room, somewhere in you, that has always been warm, low-ceilinged and dim and close, with the last of a fire gone down to embers on the hearth, that faint red glow that gives no light, but gives its heat, breathing slow in the grate the way you are breathing slow in the dark. And the walls of that room are thick, old stone that has soaked up the warmth of 100 quiet nights and gives it back all through the small hours. And you are in there now, in the deep of that warm old room, wrapped in something heavy and soft, and the door is shut against the cold, and the latch is dropped, and nothing outside needs you, and nothing outside can reach you. There is only the low red breathing of the embers and the thick warm dark, and you sinking further into the soft of it, further from the door, further from the cold, down into the deep warm middle of the room where the heat has gathered and pooled and waits to hold you all night long. And you needn't tend the fire, it will keep itself. It has kept itself through longer nights than this. The embers will breathe low and steady in the dark and ask nothing of you, only that you lie here in their warmth and let them do the keeping. So let the warmth do all of it now. Let it reach into your hands and loosen them. Let it reach into your shoulders and set them down. Let it move slow through you, the way heat moves slow through old stone, unhurried, thorough, missing nothing, until every part of you has taken in the warmth and gone soft and heavy with it. And there is nothing left in you that is holding, nothing left that is bracing, nothing left that is waiting for anything at all. Only the deep, only the warm, only the slow red breathing of the low fire, and you, kept in the middle of it, sinking. Far off past the thick walls, the cold can do what it likes. The wind can go over the field and find nothing to wake. The frost can settle where it will, none of it comes near you. You have gone down under the weather of the world, down into the one warm room, and the door is shut, and it stays shut. And you are on the inside of the warmth where the night can't touch you, and there is such a rest in that, in being on the inside. In having nothing to guard and nowhere to go and no cold to keep out anymore, because you are already in, already held, already deep in the kept warm heart of the dark. And the breath goes out and takes a little more of you with it down. Slower now. And think how many warm rooms there are tonight, scattered across the dark of the turning world, how many low fires banked down to embers, how many rooms where someone lies the way you lie, gone soft and heavy in the warmth, drifting, a scattered constellation of small kept warmths all across the sleeping earth. Each one a person carried through the same deep hours you are being carried through. You are one of them, one warm room among thousands upon thousands. One held and resting thing in a whole dark world of held and resting things, and there is no loneliness in that kind of dark. There is only company, quiet and unseen, breathing slow in 1,000 rooms at once, all of you sinking together, all of you kept. And none of you needs to do a thing, not one. The night does the keeping, the night has always done the keeping. You have only to lie here inside it and be kept. And so the warmth deepens, and the red glow breathes lower, and you go down another slow degree into the heavy soft of it, past the point where you were, past the last edge of noticing, into the plain warm dark that has no walls at all now, only warmth in every direction, only the deep, only the held. Let the room dissolve too, if it wants to. You don't need the walls, you don't need the fire. They were only a way of saying warm, and you are warm now, warm all the way through, and the warmth will stay without any room to hold it. So let the stone soften into dark, let the embers fade into dark. Let there be only the warmth and the deep and the slow long breaths, and you resting at the bottom of it with nothing around you and nothing above you and nothing asked of you, only the dark and the warm and the going down. And out beyond all of it, so far off it is barely a thing at all. The night keeps its own slow work, the great slow wheel of it turning a single quiet degree while you lie here and breathe the darkness at its deepest and fullest, the long trough of the hours, the place furthest from both the evening that is gone and the morning that has not begun to think of coming. You are in the very deep of it now, the still low middle where time itself seems to pool and go slack and stop hurrying anywhere. And there is nothing to do in that deep middle but rest, nothing the hour asks, nothing the dark wants, only for you to stay down here in the slack still middle of the night, and let it hold you the way still water holds what has sunk all the way to the bottom of it, quiet, settled, done with rising, content to lie in the deepest part where nothing moves and nothing stirs, and the surface is so far up it might as well be a rumor. Down here it is only weight, only rest, only the slow give of the body into whatever holds it. And the breath keeps on all by itself. You needn't mind it, it knows the way out and slow and long, and then the small quiet turn, and in and then out again longer still, a tide of its own that needs no tending, that has kept you breathing through every night of your life without once asking your help, and keeps you now faithful in the dark, carrying you down and down on its own slow swell, while every other part of you lets go. Let the jaw be heavy, let the tongue rest soft in the floor of the mouth, let the small muscles round the eyes give up their last holding, the ones that have held all day without your knowing, softening now, smoothing now, going slack and warm and still. Let the brow spread wide and level, let the whole face be nothing but soft, a still pool of soft in the warm dark, doing nothing, meaning nothing, only resting there on the front of you like the last light on the last of the water. And lower, the throat unclenching, the chest going slow, and even the long muscles alongside the spine letting their grip ease one notch and then another, sinking their whole length into the warmth beneath you, the way a rope goes slack when both ends are let go at once. No more pull in it, no more strain, just the heavy soft length of it laid down and left, and lower still, the belly rising and falling slow and unminded, the hips settling their full weight down and down. The long bones of the legs going heavy as fallen timber, warm through and through, past all wanting to move, and the feet, far off at the end of you, gone soft and warm and forgotten, no longer even a shape you need to hold, only a distant warmth at the far edge of the dark. All of you set down, all of you given over, all of you kept. And the slow breath carries it further out and down and further out. Somewhere a slow river is moving through the dark, the way it has moved for 1,000 years in no hurry, going where it has always gone. And the sound of it is so low and so even that it is nearly silence, only the faintest long hush of water going over the smooth stones. On and on, never louder, never softer, a sound that asks nothing and tells nothing, that has been there under the night since long before you and will be there long after, patient, unbroken, going by in the dark. And you can let your breathing fall in beside it, not matching, not trying, only lying near it, letting the long, low hush of the moving water be there at the edge of you while you sink. The way you might lie on the warm bank in the dark and let the river do the going, and do none of it yourself, and simply rest there by the moving of it, held on the still warm ground while the water carries the night away downstream, and takes with it everything that isn't needed here, everything left over, everything unfinished, carrying it all off slow and gentle into the dark downstream where it will keep till morning, and leaving you lighter on the bank, emptied of it, with nothing left to carry and nowhere left to be. Let the river take it, whatever is left, let it lift off you and go. You don't have to load it on, the water does that itself. It comes up soft against the bank and takes what is ready to be taken and moves on with it into the dark. And every slow breath out is a little more given to the water, a little more lifted and carried off, until there is nothing on the bank but you and the warmth of the ground and the long low hush of the river going by, and the deep of the night laid over all of it. Be quieter now and slower and further apart the words. You have come so far down into the night, so far from the moment you woke. That whole small stir of waking is behind you now, upstream, carried off with everything else. So far back you can barely find it, and no need to find it, no need to reach for anything back there in the shallows. You are downstream of all of it now, in the deep slow water of the small hours, moving with the night the way a leaf moves with the river, turning slow, going easy, no will of your own to spend and none needed, only the current under you, only the carrying, only the long dark going quietly by on either side. And the current is warm, and the dark is kind, and the far bank and the near bank have both faded back into the night, and there is only the moving and the being moved, only the slow warm carrying on, only you, held on the surface of the deep, drifting where the night takes you, which is down and further down and gently on. And nothing needs you there, nothing calls from the bank. The whole long night is yours to sink through, unhurried, unbroken, with no edge to it anywhere, and no bottom you need to reach, and no shore you need to find. Only more of the warm dark opening below you as you go, soft and endless and slow, ready to take you as deep as the night is long. So go, keep going down, there is so much night left, so much dark still to rest in, so many slow hours yet before the first grey thought of morning stirs anywhere near the edge of the world. Hours and hours of nothing but this, of warm and deep and held and slow. A great unhurried country of dark laid out ahead of you with nothing in it that you have to do, no landmark to reach, no distance to cover, only the long soft lying down of it, mile after quiet mile, all of it yours, all of it for resting. And the words fall further behind, a low murmur somewhere up on the bank now, growing fainter as the water carries you on, meaning less and less, needed less and less. Just another soft sound in the dark like the hush of the river and the low breath of the wind over the deep grass. Nothing to hold to, nothing to follow, only sound laid gentle over the quiet, softening, thinning, drifting off behind you as you go. Let them fall away, you are past needing them now, you were always going to leave them behind down here where the water runs deep and slow, where the warmth does all the holding and the dark does all the keeping and the long breath does all the going, none of it needing a single word, all of it going on without one, on and on into the deep of the night. Only the warm now, only the deep, only the slow, only the carried and the kept, and the long dark country of the night opening soft ahead, hour upon hour of it, with all the time in the world to sink through, and nowhere to be, and nothing to reach, and no morning yet, and no hurry ever, only the resting, only the down, only the held. And you go on softer, slower, further into the warm, deep dark, carried easy on the long, slow water of the night, asked for nothing, and kept, and let down gently, further still, into the quiet that has no floor and no edge and no end this side of morning. And somewhere far off, without your having to move toward it, the sense of the water thins away too, and what holds you now is simpler even than that, just the great soft weight of the night, settling over you the way snow settles, slow and even, and without any sound at all. Coming down out of the dark in no hurry, layer on layer, so light you would never feel a single flake of it, and yet so patient that by the deep of the night it has covered everything, softened every edge, filled in every hollow, laid the whole world down under one smooth, unbroken quiet. Let it come down over you like that, slow flake after slow flake of the dark, each one weighing nothing, each one adding to the hush, until you are covered over soft and warm the way the fields are covered, the way the long roads are covered, the way the roofs of far houses are covered where other people sleep. All of it going white and still and silent under the same slow falling, all of it lying down together under the same deep quiet, and you among it, no different from any of it, just one more thing the night is laying gently to rest. And there is nothing colder in this than the word snow might make you think, only the softness of it, only the slowness, only the way it comes down without asking anything and settles without needing anything and covers everything over so kindly that by morning no one could say where one field ended and the next began, all the hard lines of the day gone soft under it, all the sharp corners rounded away. The whole restless map of things you carry smoothed over into one long, unbroken white, and you sinking down under it, warm beneath the quiet, kept beneath the falling, further and further from the surface where the small flakes land. Down where it is warmer, down where the falling can't reach, down under the deep soft cover of the whole slow night. And the breath goes on by itself down there. You don't have to find it, you don't have to make it. It has been going on all this long while without you watching, drawing in slow and letting go slower, keeping its own quiet time, no faster now than the snow comes down, no more effort in it than that, just the soft rise and the softer fall, the taking in of the dark and the long letting go. Over and over, patient as weather, asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, going on and on in the warm beneath the cover, whether you follow it or not. So don't follow it, let it go on without you. Let it keep you the way the ground keeps the warmth beneath the snow, quietly from underneath, without a sound. And further under still, past where even the breath is worth noticing, there is only the warmth itself, the plain deep animal warmth of a body at rest, banked low and even like the last of a fire in a room where everyone has long gone to sleep, not flaring, not fading, just glowing on, steady in the dark, keeping its low quiet heat through the longest part of the night, needing no more wood, needing no more tending, asking no one to sit up with it. Just burning down soft and slow in the grate, while the snow comes down outside, and the house holds still around it, and the hours go by unwatched. And you are that low warm glow, banked down in the dark, untended and untroubled, giving off nothing but a little heat into the quiet, burning so slow and so low that whole hours pass and barely a single ember shifts, and none of it needs your minding, none of it needs your worry. It will keep itself through the night the way a good fire keeps, gone down to its steady deep red heart, warm all the way through, in no danger of going out and in no need of going higher, just holding, just glowing, just being warm in the dark. Hold there, glow there, low and warm and untended, in the deep still middle of the night. And outside that warm, the room, you don't have to picture it, only to know it is there, holding still around you the way a room holds still around a fire, the dark of it soft and complete, the air of it cool and easy on your face, the walls of it standing quiet and close, keeping the night out, keeping the warmth in, asking nothing, doing their slow, patient work of shelter without a single word. A room that has done this every night it has ever stood. Held someone through the dark, kept the weather off, let the hours pass, and never once needed to be thanked or noticed or thought of at all. Let the room hold you like that, let it keep the night at its proper distance. There is the whole wide dark outside, the fields under snow, the long roads, the sleeping far houses, And here inside is only warmth, only quiet, only the low banked glow of you at rest, and the still air and the close kind walls, and nothing at all that has to be attended to before morning. And morning is nowhere near. That is the deep truth of this hour, the gift folded inside it, the thing the tired part of you keeps forgetting and can now at last remember. There are hours, yet long, whole, unbroken hours of dark still stacked ahead of you like soft blankets folded in a drawer. More than you could use, more than you could ever get to the bottom of, and every one of them is for this, for warmth, for stillness, for the slow banked glow of a body let all the way down into rest. So there is no need to hurry through any of it, no need to hoard it, no need to lie there measuring what's left. It is not running out, it is not slipping away. It is simply here, all around you, deep and wide and slow, the great soft middle of the night with no bottom to it and no far edge in sight, offering itself hour after hour with the same steady patience the snow has, coming down and coming down over a world that has all the time it needs to lie still beneath it. And even the thought of the hours can go now, even that soft counting, let it fall away like the last of the words fell away, back up onto the bank, back out into the snow, meaning less and less, needed less and less. You don't have to hold the shape of the night in your mind. You don't have to keep track of the dark. It will keep itself. It always has. Long before you ever thought to watch it, the night went on turning slow and dark and whole, and it will go on that way now, over you, around you, without the smallest help from you. So set the watching down too. Set down the last small task of knowing where you are in the dark. You don't need to know. There is only warm, there is only still, there is only the slow going down that has no station and no marker and no need to be measured, deeper than the room, deeper than the fire, deeper than the snow, deeper than the breath, down into a plain soft dark that has no name at all and asks for none. In here the mind itself begins to lie down, not made to, not pushed, just tired enough at last, and warm enough and safe enough to stop its slow turning and lie flat in the dark the way the long fields lie flat under the snow, all its restless little errands gone quiet, all its half-finished sentences trailing off into the hush. All the doors it kept trying to open standing shut now, and softly, and for the night, none of them locked, none of them lost, just closed while the dark does its work, waiting easy on the far side of morning. And behind those shut soft doors, the rooms of tomorrow go dark one by one. The things you meant to do, the things you feared you'd forget, the small heavy list you have carried up out of sleep so many nights, all of it there still, none of it gone, none of it lost, only set down, only dimmed, only let be for the length of one long dark, waiting quiet in the unlit rooms of the morning that has not yet come and does not need to come for hours and hours yet. Let them wait, they will wait beautifully, they have nowhere else to go, and you are no use to any of them here in the deep of the night, and they know it, and they ask nothing of you now, and the kindest thing you can do for every one of them is exactly this, to lie here warm and let the dark have you, so that whenever the far grey edge of morning finally does begin to come, it finds you rested, and low, and gathered, and whole. But that is morning's business, not yours. Yours is only the dark, only the warm, only the slow banked glow, and the still close room, and the wide soft snow coming down over a sleeping world with all night left to fall. Deeper now, a little deeper, the way a fire settles when a log gives way at last, sinking soft into its own embers with a low sigh and no flame, going redder, going quieter, going down into the steady deep heat that outlasts the night, that small letting go, that soft collapse into warmth. Feel yourself do that, feel some last held thing give way and sink, and settle into the glow. There, all the way down there, no higher to climb, no farther to fall, only the warm, deep, flawless dark holding you level and easy, the way still water holds a lafe, the way the snow holds the field, the way the night holds everything it has finally gotten to lie down. And the dark is not empty, That is a thing the daylight mind gets wrong. The dark is full and soft and close and kind, packed with quiet the way a deep snowfall packs the air, so that even the silence has a texture to it, a softness you could almost lean into, a gentle weight that settles over your face and your chest and your open hands and asks nothing, but that you let it lie there. So let it lie there, let the soft dark rest its whole quiet weight on you. You don't have to hold it, it holds itself, and it holds you, the two of you settled together into the long middle of the night, like snow settled into snow, like warmth folded into warmth, no line between where you end and the quiet begins. And your hands, wherever they have come to rest, have gone soft and forgotten, heavy and warm and unminding, curled or open or laid flat on the covers. It doesn't matter, they are done for the night, emptied of every small thing they were holding, opened out at last into the dark and asked to carry nothing. Let them stay that way, let them lie there forgotten and warm, so far below your minding now that they might belong to the sleeping world outside as much as to you. And your face has let go too, all the small quiet work it does through a day, all the holding and arranging it forgets it's even doing, gone loose now in the dark, gone soft and slack and easy, the brow smoothed out flat as a snow field, the jaw fallen just a little open, everything settled downward into warmth, into weight, into the plain deep rest of a face that has stopped meeting the world and turned inward to the dark. Soft everywhere now, soft and heavy and low, banked down deep into the warm, held close under the falling quiet, the room standing patient watch, the fire glowing on untended, the snow coming down and coming down over the fields and the roads and the roofs of the far sleeping houses, and over this one, and over you, layer on silent layer, deeper and softer through the long, unhurried hours, with morning nowhere in it, and nothing to reach, and nowhere to be, and no end this side of the far grey dawn. And there is still so much of it left, so much dark, so much warm, so much slow, the great white silent country of the night still stretching out ahead of you, hour upon covered hour, all of it laid down soft for sleeping, none of it asking to be crossed. You have only to lie here in the middle of it and let it fall, let it keep falling, let it cover you over deeper and deeper while you sink further and further beneath. Down under the snow, down under the words, down under the breath and the counting and the last soft flicker of any thought, into the warm banked heart of the dark where the fire glows low and the room holds still and the whole long night goes on quietly falling. And you rest, just rest, kept and covered and warm, let all the way down and slow and further still, into the deep soft middle of the night that has hours yet to give, and gives them without a sound, and asks for nothing back. And if some small part of you is still faintly here, still floating just beneath the surface of the dark, there is nothing it needs to do, nothing to answer, nothing to keep watch over. You can let even that last thin thread of listening go loose in your hand, let it drift away downstream with everything else. It will find its own way. It always does. And somewhere below the snow and the still room, so far down now that you can barely feel the edges of it, there is a slow dark water, not cold, not moving fast, a deep quiet water lying wide and black and calm under the night, the kind of water that has forgotten it was ever a river, that only lies there breathing slow beneath the stars, and you have come to rest on it. Laid out on your back on the warm dark surface of it, held up without effort, without a single muscle working, floating the way a leaf floats, the way a held breath floats, carried along so gently that you cannot even feel the moving. Only the faint slow lift and fall of it beneath you, the water taking your weight the way the bed takes it, the way the dark takes it, everything holding you up from below so that nothing in you has to hold at all, your back sunk soft into the warmth of it, your arms floated wide and forgotten, your whole long body laid out easy on the black glass of the water and carried, with no shore to reach and no current to fight, only this endless patient drifting through the middle of the night. And the water is warm as breath, warm as the last of the day's heat still held in a stone. It laps at nothing, it hurries toward nothing. It only bears you slowly on through the dark, past low black banks you cannot see, under a sky so thick with quiet stars that they seem to have stopped their turning just to watch over you as you pass, and you pass beneath them without a sound. Drawn along on the deep slow pull of the dark, deeper into the night, further from the day, softer and lower with every silent length of water that slides away behind you. There is nothing on this water but you and the slow carrying of it, no one waiting downstream, no morning at the far bend. The dark just going on, wide and warm and unhurried, and you laid out upon it, floated, forgotten, let all the way down onto the surface of a night that has nowhere it needs to bring you and all the hours in the world to take. And you can feel how the water fills in around you, how it holds the back of your head, the hollows behind your knees, the small of your back, the curve of each shoulder, meeting your body everywhere at once with the same soft warmth, so that there is no one place where you press and no one place where you strain, the whole weight of you spread out even and easy across the dark, dissolved almost, the line between the water and the skin gone soft and uncertain in the low warmth. And your breath has slowed to match the slow lift of the water. You breathe as the water breathes, in its own long, unhurried time, the surface rising just a little beneath you as the air comes in, falling again, slow and complete, as it lets go, and each time it falls you sink a fraction lower into the warmth, a fraction further from the surface of things, until you can hardly tell whether you are floating on the water or sinking gently down into it, and it no longer matters at all. Down where it is warmer still, down where the last faint sounds of the world thin away to nothing, down where there is only the deep slow water and the deep slow dark, and the great soft weight of the whole night lying over all of it, pressing everything gently down, deeper and quieter and further from the day. And everyone you have ever loved is somewhere out under this same dark, sleeping, the whole tired world laid down along its own dark waters, floated and carried through the same long middle of the night, strangers in far cities with their windows black, travelers asleep in moving trains, carried on through country they'll never see in the dark, whole valleys of houses gone quiet and dim, everyone in them let down at last out of the day. And you among them, one small warm floated life among the countless floated lives, all of you borne slowly on toward the far grey morning that is still hours and hours away, none of you needing to lift a hand to get there. You are carried, that is all carried and kept and warm, the water does the moving, the night does the holding, the dark does the long, slow bearing onward, and you have only to lie here upon it and let yourself be taken. And there is a warmth that gathers when nothing in you resists. You can feel it now, low in the chest, low in the belly, a quiet banked heat that spreads outward the more completely you let go. The way warmth spreads through still water, unhurried, filling every cold edge, softening every held place, until the whole body is one even warmth floated on one even dark, and there is no telling anymore where the warmth ends and the water begins. And the mind, if it stirs at all now, only stirs the way the surface stirs, a small ripple, a faint circle widening out across the black water, and then smoothing, and then still again, whatever rises, rises softly and sinks softly and leaves the surface calm behind it. You do not have to still the water yourself, it stills itself. It always comes back to calm. It wants to be calm, the way the night wants to be dark, the way the deep water wants only to lie there and hold you and carry you slowly on. So let it ripple if it ripples, let a thought drift up and circle out and fade, there is room for it here, all the room in the world, the whole wide black surface of the night to spread across and disappear into. Nothing you notice can trouble water this deep. It takes everything in and holds nothing and carries you on unchanged, warm and slow and low, further into the dark. And your legs have gone long and heavy and forgotten, floated out straight behind you, drifting, your feet turned loose and easy at the ends of them, no longer pointed anywhere, no longer going anywhere, just trailed soft in the warm, dark water and left there, done. And the weight of them draws you a little deeper, tips you a little further down into the warmth, and you let the heaviness of your own resting body sink you slowly toward the deep. And your hips and the base of you have settled into the water like a stone settles, slow and final, all their holding given up at last, all the long days standing and bearing up, laid down onto the surface of the dark, and released, heavy there, warm there, sunk soft and low, and unminding into the quiet that carries you. And up through the middle of you, that same slow letting go, rising like warmth rises through water, the belly soft and loose, lifting and falling with the long, slow breath of the night, the chest unclenched, opened, floated easy under the wide, dark sky, the throat gone quiet, the small held things around the collar and the shoulders melted out into the warmth and forgotten. Everything softening upward, everything sinking downward, the whole body meeting in one long, even ease somewhere in the warm, dark heart of the water. And the shoulders themselves have floated wide and let go of their carrying. Whatever they were holding up through all the hours of the day, they have set it down onto the water now, laid it out flat and let the dark take it, and there is nothing in the world heavy enough to bring it back tonight. The arms drifted out from them loose and long and warm, the hands opened, the fingers uncurled, everything trailing gently in the deep and left there, floated, forgotten, done. And the neck has let the head go, the head floated back into the warm black water, held from below, cradled by the dark, all its weight given over so completely that the neck has nothing left to do and quietly stops doing it. No lifting, no turning, no holding the head up out of the deep. Just the head laid all the way back into the warmth, and the water rising soft around the ears, until even the last small sounds of the room go distant and low and underwater, and there is only the slow muffled hush of your own long breathing and the deep still dark all around. And the face, floated up toward the quiet stars, has gone entirely loose, the brow smooth as the calm black surface of the water, the eyes resting easy behind their lids, gone still, gone soft, no longer looking, no longer searching the dark for anything, the jaw let down, the mouth gone slack and easy, all the small holding melted out of it and floated away on the warm water. A face at rest on the surface of the night, turned up to the stars, minding nothing, meeting no one, gone soft and slack and low into the deep quiet warmth. Soft everywhere now, floated and heavy and warm, carried slow through the long black middle of the night on a deep still water that asks for nothing, reaches for nothing, only bears you gently on and on beneath the watching stars, further into the dark, further from the day, lower and lower into the warm, quiet heart of the hours. And there is so much water yet to cross, so much dark, so much warmth, so much slow, the deep black river of the night still stretching out ahead of you, bend after unhurried bend, all of it laid down calm for floating, none of it asking to be hurried through. You have only to lie back on it and let it carry you, let it keep carrying you. Let it draw you deeper and slower and further under while the stars wheel their slow, silent way overhead, and the far morning waits, patient, at the end of all that dark water, hours and hours away. Down under the surface now, down under the stars, down under the breath and the drifting and the last faint circle of any thought, into the warm deep water at the heart of the dark, where nothing moves but the slow carrying, and nothing sounds but the slow breathing, and the whole long night goes quietly on bearing you toward the morning. And you rest, just rest, floated and kept and warm, carried all the way down and slow and further still, into the deep soft middle of the night that has hours yet to give, and gives them without a sound, and asks for nothing back. And slowly, so slowly you never feel the water leave you, the dark begins to gather closer still, to thicken and warm and settle down around you like something drawn up soft to the chin, and the wide black river narrows to a warmth held near, a warmth held close, a dark that is no longer a place you float upon but a weight you rest beneath, drawn down over you, tucked in around you, heavier and lower and warmer than before. As though the night itself has folded in to hold you nearer, as though all that wide dark water has drawn together into one warm covering low over the resting body, one deep quiet weight settling closer through the last hours, gathering you in, banking you down, holding you close under the falling dark, the way the earth holds a seed through the long cold, patient, warm, unhurried, in no rush at all for the morning. And you let it draw in, you let it come close. There is nothing to keep at a distance now, nothing to hold off, no far shore to keep in sight. You can let the dark come all the way in and settle all the way down and rest its whole warm weight upon you and sink beneath it and be covered and be kept. Lower now, warmer now, the breath gone so slow and so soft that it barely troubles the quiet, the body so heavy and so still that it has all but forgotten it is a body at all, just a warmth held low in a warmth, a weight sunk deep in a weight, a small kept life banked down at the still center of the enormous quiet night. And the quiet has grown so complete that it has a softness to it, almost a sound, the way deep snow has a sound, the way a held breath has a sound, a low unbroken hush lying over everything, over the room and the dark and the resting shape of you, filling all the space there is, leaving no edge and no corner uncovered, so that wherever the mind might drift it finds only more of the same warm, quiet waiting, more soft dark, more slow, more rest, going on in every direction without a break. And you are folded down into the middle of it, wrapped and covered and warm, so far below the surface of things now that the day cannot reach you here, the morning cannot reach you here, tomorrow with all its small weights is a country away across the dark and will keep easily, will keep until the light comes and finds you rested. There is nothing of it here. Here there is only the warm and the low and the slow and the deep, and you let all the way down into it, kept. So let it hold you, let the whole warm weight of the gathered dark hold you close and low and safe through the long unhurried hours. You don't have to hold anything back, it holds itself. And it holds you, folded together into the deep middle of the night, with no line between where you end and the warm quiet begins. Softer still, lower still, the last small flickers of thought going dim and slow and far apart, like the last lit windows in a sleeping town going dark one by one, until there is only the one deep quiet left, unlit, unhurried, warm all the way through, and you resting at the still heart of it, covered over, let all the way down. Down under the dark, down under the warmth, down beneath the last soft murmur of these words, which you no longer need to follow, which can drift on quietly above you like weather passing far overhead, while you rest untroubled below. Let them go, let them fade off into the quiet. There is nothing left in them to keep, and the dark has you now, and the dark will keep you. And you rest, just rest, held and covered and warm, drawn all the way down and slower still, into the deep soft middle of the night that goes on and on around you, hour upon quiet hour, giving its warmth without a sound, asking nothing, wanting nothing, only holding you close and low and let all the way down into the long dark heart of the rest. And somewhere out past the edge of all this quiet, there is a slow tide going out, not water you can hear, only the feeling of it, the long unhurried draw of something wide and dark, pulling gently away from the shore of you, taking the last of the day's small tensions with it as it goes, easing them off your skin the way a tide lifts and carries the small weight of a shell out and further out. Each slow withdrawal leaving you a little emptier of everything you were holding, a little lighter, a little more given over to the smooth, dark sand you are settled on, and there is nothing to do but let the tide have it, let it draw away, patient and endless, never hurrying, never turning back too soon, only that long, soft pull carrying the last of it out into the deep, where you will not have to think of it again. And you lie here on the warm, dark shore of the night while it happens, not lifting a hand, not needing to, just resting on the softness of it, the way something worn smooth by long water rests, where the last wave set it down, nothing left in it that resists, nothing left that holds its old shape too hard, smoothed and settled and let be. The air over you very still now, a mild dark air, neither warm nor cool, only the exact soft nothing temperature of complete rest, the kind of air that asks nothing of the skin, that lies against you like nothing at all, like the inside of sleep itself. You breathe it without knowing you breathe. It comes and it goes on its own, slow and even and far below the reach of any noticing, the body minding it for you, the way it has minded it every night of your life, while you were away in the dark, faithful, quiet, asking for no thanks and no attention, only carrying you on through the low hours breath by unhurried breath. And you can leave it to that, leave the breathing to the one who has always done it, leave the warmth to the covers that hold it, leave the weight to the bed that carries it, leave the dark to itself. There is not one thing here tonight that needs you awake to keep it going. It all goes on without you softly, and it will still be here, still turning slow and quiet, long after you have let all the way down and gone. Far off, so far it is hardly anything, the world keeps its slow turning, the great dark curve of it wheeling on unhurried through the deep of the night, carrying whole sleeping countries around with it, carrying the seas and the mountains and every darkened town, carrying your small warm resting shape along with all the rest, so gently that nothing spills, nothing wakes, no sleeper on the whole turning face of it stirs. Just that vast slow motion beneath everything, steady as a held note, bearing the night on toward a morning that is still hours and hours away over the far dark rim of things, and you are turned along with it, cradled in the motion, going nowhere you have to steer, carried and carried through the dark. And here in your own small kept corner of that turning, the room holds its shape around you without a sound, the walls standing quiet in the dark, keeping their patient watch, holding the night out and holding the warmth in, so that you need not keep any watch of your own. Everything that guards you is already guarding. Everything that holds you is already holding. You are the one thing here that has nothing left to do, and so you do nothing, softly, completely, let all the way down into the middle of the keeping. Softer now. And if some small thread of thought should still be moving somewhere far up above you, thin and slow, let it move. You do not have to reach up after it. Let it wander off along its own dim path the way a wisp of smoke wanders and thins, and is gone into the dark ceiling of the night, losing itself, coming to nothing, needing nothing from you as it goes. Thought after thought like that, each one thinner than the last, each one drifting up and off and dissolving before it ever quite arrives, until there is more space than thought, more quiet than word, more dark than anything, and the space grows and the quiet grows, and you sink another slow degree down beneath it all. Down where the words are only a warmth in the air, down where meaning has gone soft and rounded and stopped mattering, down where there is nothing to understand and nothing to answer and nothing to hold in mind, only the low sound going on somewhere above like the sound of a slow river heard through the floor of sleep, steady, wordless, easy to leave behind. You have let so much go already tonight, so much that the letting go has become the whole of you now, a long, slow loosening that runs all the way through, nothing left clenched, nothing left braced, the last small held things opening quietly like a hand opening in sleep, the fingers easing apart on their own, whatever they were carrying simply laid down on the dark and left there, laid down and left. There is a deep relief in it, low and wide and quiet, the particular ease of a thing set down at last that you had carried far longer than you knew, and it is set down now, and it stays down, and your hand is open and empty and at rest. And being empty like this is not a lack. It is the fullest kind of rest. There is the emptiness of a still pool that holds the whole dark sky in it without effort, without reaching, only by being level and quiet and undisturbed. You are that still and that level now, the whole soft weight of the night lying evenly across you. Nothing rippling, nothing pulling, the surface of you smooth and dark and perfectly at peace, holding the quiet the way still water holds the night. You are not alone on this wide dark water. All across it, out past where you can see, there are other still small resting lights, other sleepers let down into their own quiet corners of the same long night, uncounted, unhurried, each one carried on the same slow turning, each one breathing the same soft dark, you among them, one warm light among a countless scattering of warm lights laid out across the sleeping world, none of you awake to see the others, all of you held by the same wide keeping. And there is a comfort in that too deep for words, the plain company of it, the knowing without needing to know that the dark everywhere is full of resting lives, and yours is only one more, safe among the many, let down among the many, carried with the many toward the far-off light. And none of them are needed tonight either. Not one of those resting lives has to keep the night running, it runs itself, the dark tends itself, the hours pour themselves out slow and even into the deep with no hand on them, and all any of you has to do is lie still and be carried, lie still and be kept, lie still and let the long night do the long night's patient work, which is only this, only the drawing down, only the smoothing over, only the deep unhurried mending that the body does in the dark, when at last it is left entirely alone to do it. And it is doing it now, quietly, all through you, below every place your attention could reach, the slow good work of the deep hours moving through the tired and the worn and the strained, easing, loosening, setting right, asking nothing of you but that you stay down here in the dark and let it work. And you do, you stay down, you let it work. There is nowhere you would rather be than exactly this far down, exactly this warm, exactly this given over, while the night mends what the day wore thin. Slower still now. And the sentences themselves are growing longer and softer and further apart, with more of the good dark quiet in between them, more room to sink in the silences, so that each time the low voice goes still for a while you drop another slow measure down into the warm, and each time it drifts back it finds you deeper than before, further gone, harder to reach, nearer to the bottom of the soft dark, where the words cannot follow and do not need to. And you can let the silences be the longest part. You can let the quiet between the words grow wider and wider until at last it is all quiet and no words, and you are down in the whole of it, wrapped in the whole of it, resting in the long, unbroken hush that was underneath the words the entire time, waiting, patient, holding the space for you to arrive. And you are arriving, slowly, the last small distance closing on its own. Nothing to do to cross it, but keep letting go, which you already are, which you no longer even have to choose, the letting go carrying itself now, folding you down and down of its own soft accord. Warm and low and slow and deep, and further into all of it with every unhurried breath the body takes for you. Out past the walls, the night lies wide and dark and mild over the whole sleeping country, over the still fields and the quiet roads and the darkened houses, over the slow rivers moving black and unhurried between their banks, over the low hills folded into their own shadows, a great soft dark laid gently over everything that lives, tucking it all down for the long middle of the night. And your room is one small warm hollow of that vast tucking in, and your bed is one small warm hollow in the room, and you are down in the deepest hollow of all, the warmest, the most covered, the most kept, folded so far down into the nested quiet that the wide dark outside is only a rumor, only a softness pressing gently at the edges of a warmth it cannot get into. And nothing out there wants in. The night is not waiting to take anything from you. It only wants what you already want, which is for you to rest, to stay down, to let the hours pass over you unfelt. The whole enormous dark is on the side of your sleeping. It has been on the side of your sleeping since the first night there ever was, patient and generous, pouring itself out over the tired world hour after hour so that everything worn could be made whole again in the quiet. And it pours itself over you now the same way, freely, gently, wanting nothing back. So take it, let it cover you all the way, let the mild dark settle over you as thick and soft as you like, layer on layer, a deep unhurried covering with no weight to it. Only warmth, only ease, only the sense of being wrapped and wrapped again until there is nothing left uncovered, nothing left exposed, no part of you still up in the cold air of the waking world, all of you drawn down under the soft dark, all of you warm, all of you kept. And time down here has gone slow and thick and kind. The hours no longer march, they pool, they gather, and they hold like warm water in a still low place, and you rest suspended in the middle of them with no sense of their passing, no need to count them, no wish to hurry them along. They will spend themselves out at their own gentle pace, whether you watch or not, and you are not watching, you are only floating in the warm middle of them, carried without moving, borne along the slow dark current of the night toward a shore so far ahead it does not bear thinking of. And so you do not think of it, you only drift. Drift the way something set loose on quiet water drifts, turning slowly, going where the slow dark takes it. No oar, no sail, no course to hold, only the soft turning and the easy going and the wide black patience of the water underneath, deep and warm and bearing you up without the least effort of your own. You could not sink if you tried. The deep holds you up as surely as it draws you down, and you are held in both at once, floated and sunk, borne up and let down, resting in the balance of it where nothing pulls and nothing strains, and there is only the slow warm drift going on and on through the dark. And the last of your holding on has slipped its knot. The small line that tied you to the waking shore has come loose and slid away into the black water without a sound, and you did not have to loose it. It loosed itself, worn through at last by the long soft night, and now there is nothing tethering you to the day at all. You have come untied from all of it, from the morning and its list, from the hour and its number, from the whole bright, anxious country of being awake. All of it gone slack and drifted off behind you in the dark, further with every slow turn of the current, smaller, dimmer, until it is only a faint far shape on a shore you are leaving further behind with every breath. And ahead of you, if there is anything ahead at all, there is only more warm dark, more slow water, more deep quiet, opening softly and endlessly on, with room in it for all the rest a body could ever need, and more beyond that, and more beyond that, a whole night's worth of dark laid out ahead, all warm and unhurried and yours, and you have hours and hours. There is no edge to them from here, no far wall of morning pressing close, only the long open middle of the night stretching away in every direction, and you down in the softest, deepest part of it, kept, covered, carried, let all the way down. So far down now that the voice is only a warmth passing overhead, so far down that the room has softened out of its own shape and become only a dark held closeness, warm on every side, so far down that you are hardly a shape yourself anymore, only a quiet weight and a low warmth resting where the night set you, breathing slow, wanting nothing, holding nothing, gone soft all the way to the center. And you rest, just rest, down under the slow water, down under the mild dark, down under the last thinning murmur of the words, carried on the deep unhurried current through the long middle of the night, turning slowly, sinking slowly, kept warm and kept safe and kept close in the wide dark, keeping that asks nothing of you and gives without stopping, and will hold you gently here, hour upon quiet hour, all the long way down through the rest. And softer, and lower, and slower still, into the deep warm dark that goes on and on around you without a sound. And somewhere far above the deep, where you are resting now. The night has begun very quietly to fall in another way, not water anymore, but something softer even than water. A slow settling of dark, the way snow settles on a field long after midnight, without wind, without hurry, each small weightless piece of it coming down through the still air and finding its place and lying there, and then another, until the whole world beneath has been covered over gently and made smooth and made silent. And this snow is not cold. This is a warm falling, a dark and downy falling, the night itself coming down over you in soft, slow flakes of quiet, one and then another, settling along the length of you where you lie, gathering in the low places, softening every edge, laying its hush over you inch by patient inch, until you are covered warm and covered deep, and there is not one hard line left anywhere upon you. And it goes on falling, all through the long middle hours it goes on falling, that soft dark, that warm hush, coming down over the roof of wherever you are and over the fields you cannot see and over every sleeping thing for miles. The same slow blanketing settling everywhere at once, and you beneath it, kept buried gently, breathing slow in the deep warm drift of it, letting each new falling layer press you a little further down, a little further into the softness, a little further from the day. There is a hush that comes over the world at this hour that has no equal in the daylight, a stillness so complete and so wide that it seems less like the absence of sound and more like a presence of its own, a great soft body of quiet lying over the whole dark country, breathing slowly as you are breathing slowly. And you are lying somewhere near the very center of it, wrapped in it, one small warm sleeping weight held in the middle of an enormous and gentle silence that reaches out past the walls, out past the last of the streets, out over the fields and the low hills and the far woods, all of it hushed, all of it still, all of it holding the same deep quiet you are held in now. And nothing in all that wide dark is asking anything of you. Not one thing out there in the sleeping country needs a single thing from you tonight. The fields do not need you, the far roads do not need you. The whole slow-turning world has been let go of for the night and is minding itself without you, softly, in the dark. And you are free of it, released from it, allowed for these long hours to be nothing but a warm shape breathing under a fall of quiet. No more responsible for the turning of anything than a stone is responsible, or a root, or the dark itself. Let the shoulders go one shade heavier now. There is always another shade of heavy to give up. Always a little more you are holding without knowing it, and it can go now, quietly, down through the back of you and into the soft place that holds you, the shoulders spreading a little wider, a little lower, settling like something set down at the end of a long carrying and not picked up again. And the arms going with them, heavier from the shoulder to the elbow, heavier from the elbow to the wrist, the hands lying open and warm and forgotten wherever they came to rest, too far away now and too heavy to be worth the moving. And down the long middle of you the same slow surrender, the chest rising a little less each time and falling a little softer, the breath grown so gentle and so unhurried that it hardly stirs the warm dark lying over you, only the smallest slow tide of it, in and out, each out breath a little longer than the one before, a little lower, carrying you down another soft step into the quiet with nothing asked of you, nothing counted, nothing kept. And the whole warm weight of the middle of you sinking now, the belly soft, the low back giving up the last of its holding, everything through the center of you gone loose and heavy and warm, letting the bed take it, letting the dark take it, letting it all be carried the way the deep carried you before, only slower now, only softer. And far down at the end of you, the legs have gone long and heavy and warm, the thighs sinking, the knees unlocking their last small guard, the calves settling their whole weight down into the soft, and the feet, the far quiet feet, gone warm and gone still and gone entirely out of mind. So far from you now, so heavy, so done with the day's long standing and walking, resting at last with nowhere left to go and no reason left to move. And all of it covered over, all of it hushed under the slow, warm falling, layer on layer, the dark coming down and settling and pressing you softly deeper, until you are less a person lying in a room and more a warm heaviness folded into the middle of a great sleeping quiet, breathing slow, wanting nothing at all. And if a thought should drift up through all that softness, and one might, even now, even this far down, some small pale thought rising up out of the dark the way a single flake will sometimes lift and turn before it falls, let it be, let it rise, let it turn once in the quiet and settle back down again with all the rest. You do not have to catch it. You do not have to follow it up out of the warm. It can fall on its own, the way everything is falling tonight, slowly, softly, coming to rest and lying still. And you stay down where you are, warm and buried deep, and let it settle far above you without disturbing the deep quiet you have sunk into. Because none of it is sharp anymore, have you noticed that none of it has an edge now? None of it arrives already grown into something too large to hold. Whatever came at you earlier in the night, wearing the size of a catastrophe, has softened in all this falling dark and shrunk back down to its own true small shape. A thing that can wait, a thing for the morning and the daylight and the slow reasoning part of you that will be back on watch by then. Here in the deep middle of the hours, there is nothing that needs deciding, nothing that needs fixing, nothing that will not keep perfectly well until the light comes back and makes it small and ordinary and manageable again. So you can set it all down under the snow. Set every last piece of it down and let the slow dark cover it over, gently, completely, the way the field goes smooth and white and untroubled under enough quiet hours. Every rut and every furrow and every hard broken thing smoothed over and softened and made peaceful beneath the falling, until by the deep of the night you cannot tell where any of the old rough ground was at all, only the long smooth softness lying over everything, only the hush, only the rest. And you are somewhere in the deepest, smoothest part of that now, down where the falling has lain thickest and warmest, down where the quiet is oldest and the dark is softest, carried, covered, kept. Let the face go now, the last held thing, the small muscles around the eyes letting go their long, fine holding, the brow going smooth and wide and heavy, the jaw loosening and hanging soft, the whole face at rest and warm and undefended, wearing nothing, guarding nothing, smoothed over like the field under the snow, and the small space between the brows, that place where the day gathers itself and knots, gone loose and open and calm, the last little seam of you unpicked and laid flat. And there is a warmth that comes when the face lets go like that, a warmth that spreads back over the scalp and down the neck and pools in the shoulders, a heaviness and a warmth together, the true deep signal that the body sends only when it has finally believed it is safe, and your body believes it now. After the long hours, it has come all the way to believing it, down in its oldest and least reachable parts, and it is powering itself down the way a house goes dark room by room very late, one small light after another going out, the lamp in the front room and then the one on the stair, and then the last small glow at the back, until the whole of it stands quiet and dark and settled for the night, nothing left burning, nothing left running, everything banked low and warm and waiting for the morning. And you have been going dark like that softly for a long while now, room by room, light by light, the busy lit parts of you going quiet one after another and not coming back on, and there is so little left burning now, only the smallest low warm glow far down at the center, the pilot light of you, the little steady flame that never goes out, and even that is dim now, even that is hooded and low and quiet, giving off just enough warmth to keep you and no more. You are not alone down here in the dark, though it is so quiet you could almost believe you were the only waking thing left in the world. You are not all across the turning dark of the earth. There are others sunk just as deep as you, in rooms you will never see, under falls of the same quiet, breathing the same slow breath, each of them a small warm weight held in the middle of the same enormous stillness. Some of them woke as you woke, hours ago in the worst of the dark, and found their way back down as you are finding your way back down, slowly, softly, one long breath after another, and the whole great company of you lies scattered across the night like far lights in a valley, each one dim and warm and settling, none of you alone, all of you carried by the same deep hours toward the same far morning. And there is a kind of company in that even when no word passes and no face is seen, the quiet company of all the sleeping and the sinking, and you belong to it now, folded down into the middle of it, one warm light among the countless warm lights going gently out across the dark. So let the last of your own light hood over now, let it sink. There is nothing it needs to watch, for the falling goes on without your watching, the dark keeps you without your keeping, the long hours carry you whether or not you tend them, and you can let even that small tending go, let the little flame drop lower. Let the last watching part of you lie down at last in the warm, and stop its watching. Down and further down, under the slow warm fall of the dark, under the deep smooth hush of the field, under the whole wide sleeping weight of the quiet country, you sink, and are covered, and are kept. And the breath goes slower still, so slow now, so soft, hardly more than a warmth coming and going at the edge of the dark, in, without effort, out, long and low and gone, and the space after it, that still warm space where nothing moves and nothing is needed, growing longer, growing softer, opening out into more of the same deep quiet that holds you on every side. You do not have to fill that space, you do not have to reach for the next breath, it comes on its own, from somewhere far below the part of you that ever worried over anything. The old sure quiet engine of you that has breathed you through every night of your life, and will breathe you through this one too, without your help, without your watching, all the long way down and all the long way through, you can trust it entirely. You can hand the whole of your breathing over to it and sink away beneath, and it will go on tending you softly, faithfully, while you rest in the dark far below. Everything is being tended. That is the deep truth of this hour that the daylight never quite lets you feel. Everything in you is being tended without your lifting a finger. The slow heart, the slow breath, the warmth kept even along the length of you, all of it minded and carried by something older and surer than your waking mind, something that does not tire and does not doubt and does not need you awake to do its steady, quiet work, and you can let it. You can lie all the way back into being tended, the way you have not let yourself lie back in a long time, and be carried and rest. So rest now, there is nothing else, only the warm dark falling and the deep hush lying over everything and your own small weight sunk soft in the middle of it, breathing slow, kept safe, kept close, let all the way down, only the long open middle of the night going on and on around you, hour upon hour of it still ahead, all of it soft, all of it dark, all of it yours. And no edge to it anywhere, no far wall, no morning pressing close, only more warm quiet opening softly on and on in every direction, with room enough in it for all the rest a body could ever need, and more beyond that, and more beyond that still. Softer now, lower, the words themselves gone warm and shapeless, only a low warmth passing far overhead, a sound like the dark itself murmuring, nothing to hold to, nothing to follow, only a warmth to sink beneath and let go of. And you let go of it, you let the words fall away above you like the last slow flakes falling and settling and lying still. And you stay down in the deep warm dark where they cannot quite reach, wrapped, covered, carried, breathing slow, wanting nothing, holding nothing, gone soft all the way to the center and softer yet. Down under the falling, down under the hush, down under the long, slow turning of the quiet hours, kept warm, kept safe, kept close, all the long way down through the rest of the dark. Just rest, just sink, Just let the deep, warm quiet close over you and carry you on. And while you sink there, let something new settle over you softly, without your reaching for it. The thought of how far down the night still goes beneath you. You have been thinking of the dark as something around you, something laid over you like a covering. But there is a floor to it far below, deeper than any floor you have ever touched, and you are drifting down toward it with no hurry at all. The way a leaf comes down through still water, turning slow, never falling hard, only lowering and lowering through the dim green quiet toward a bed of soft silt where nothing has ever been in a hurry. And you can let yourself be that slow, you can let yourself be that unhurried in your coming down. There is no bottom you have to reach tonight, only the long, gentle lowering itself, which asks nothing of you, only the settling of a weight that has been held up too long, finally allowed to come to rest in its own time, a grain at a time, an inch at a time, softer the lower it goes. And all around that slow descent, the house holds still, the walls stand where they have stood all evening, patient in the dark, keeping the weather out and the warmth in, asking nothing of you either. The roof above you holds the whole wide night off your sleeping body, the rain if it comes, the wind if it rises, the cold that pools out there under the stars. All of it kept off, all of it held at a distance, while you lie here in the one small warmed hollow that is yours, the covers making their own soft climate over you, close and even and mild. And you did nothing to earn this warmth tonight. It is simply here, the small warmth your own body has made and the covers have kept, gathered close around you. A mild and private weather that moves when you move and stills when you still. You can feel it along your arms where they rest. You can feel it low along your back and your legs, that even mildness, neither hot nor cool, the exact temperature of being left alone to rest. And you can sink another degree into it, let it close a little nearer, let it hold you a little softer. Somewhere far off, past the walls, past the dark yards and the sleeping streets, the world goes on turning through its long, slow night without needing your attention. The roads lie empty and shining faintly under their lamps. The fields lie folded in mist. The water in the rivers goes on moving toward the sea the way it always has, without hurry, without watching, finding the low way down through the dark the same as you are finding yours. And none of it needs you awake, none of it is waiting on you. The whole turning night carries itself, and can carry you along in it, one small resting weight among the countless resting weights it cradles till morning. And you are one of them now, not the keeper of the night, but one of the things the night is keeping, set down among all the others it holds. The sleeping birds folded in the hedges with their heads turned back into their feathers, the animals curled deep in their burrows under the cold ground, warm in the dark the way you are warm in the dark, breathing slow the way you are breathing slow, all of them let down out of the day into the same wide keeping. And you belong there among them, easily, without having to be told how. Your body remembers how to be one of the resting things. It is doing it now, beneath your notice, better than your waking mind could ever manage it. So let your waking mind go quiet and small and off to the side. Let it stop being the one in charge. It has been the one in charge all the long day, deciding and weighing and holding the thread of things, and it is tired, more tired than it will admit, and it has earned the right to stop. You can let it lay itself down too, right here beside the rest of you, and stop its watching, and stop its listening for what might go wrong, and simply rest, unneeded, off duty, quiet at last. There is nothing coming that you have to be ready for, not in this hour, not in the next. The dark stretches out ahead all of a piece, unbroken, and there is no place in it where you must be sharp, no moment waiting to test you, nothing to stand guard against. You can lay the guarding down. You have been holding some small readiness in you, for so long you had stopped feeling it as holding, a low bracing somewhere under the breastbone, always half expecting. And you can feel it now only enough to let it go, only enough to let that last held readiness soften and spread and drain away down into the mattress, with everything else. And as it goes, feel how much lighter the middle of you becomes, how the chest opens a little wider with nothing left to guard, how the breath moves down easier into the belly now, low and slow and full, when there is nothing above it clenched and waiting, each breath a little deeper than it means to be, a little slower, sliding in warm and sliding out warmer, and the space behind it growing. The pause at the bottom of the out-breath growing longer and softer and less like something you are doing and more like something that is simply happening to you, the way the tide's turning happens, unforced, in its own long time. Rest in that pause when it comes, that small still place at the very bottom of the breath, where nothing moves. There is a deep ease down there, in the stillness between one breath and the next, a place with no effort in it at all. And each time the breath comes back, it comes gentler, and each time it leaves you sink a little further toward that still place, until the sinking and the breathing are one slow motion, carrying you down. And now let a softness come up over your eyes, not that you were holding them, but there is a fineness of muscle there, all around the eyes, that keeps a little tension even in the dark, even closed, and you can let it smooth, let the small muscles at the corners loosen and lengthen, let the lids lie heavier and heavier, so heavy now they seem to sink back into you, back and down, the whole weight of the eyes settling deeper into the softness of the face. And the brow above them going wide and smooth and untroubled, the skin there loosening, any last faint gathering between the brows melting open and staying open, so that the whole front of your face lies slack and calm and easy in the dark, wanting nothing, expressing nothing, only resting. And the softness spreads down from there, down over the cheeks, which go heavy down into the jaw, which lets its hinge come loose, the teeth parting a little, the tongue going soft and low in the mouth, resting where it lies and down the throat, which opens and softens, and along the sides of the neck, which lengthen and let go. And you feel the whole head grow heavier as it empties of holding, sinking back into the pillow rising warm to meet it and take its full weight, so that the neck has nothing left to do, nothing to hold up, nothing to steady, just the head grown heavy as a stone worn smooth, sunk deep in soft ground and warm and still. And lower the shoulders, which have carried so much and so long, let them drop now, further than they think they can, further than their usual resting place, down and back and open, spreading wide across the bed, all the long days carrying poured out of them, the weight of it running down and out and gone, and the shoulders themselves gone loose and broad and heavy, sunk into the mattress like they might sink through it, wanting only to be lower, only to be stiller, only to be let all the way down, and you let them. And the arms follow, heavy from the shoulder to the very tips of the fingers, the upper arms sinking, the elbows loosening and going soft, the forearms lying with their whole weight given over, the hands falling open a little, the fingers uncurling, so heavy now they seem to belong to the bed more than to you, warm and slack and unmoving, done with every small task they have ever done, resting where they lie with nothing left to hold and no wish to hold anything. And the warmth pooling in the open hands, in the loose palms, a mild heaviness gathering there and holding, and you can let your whole awareness drift down into that warmth for a moment, down into the slow, heavy peace of the resting hands, and feel how deep the letting go has already gone, how far down the quiet has already spread, without your ever pushing it, only allowing, only letting each part in its turn grow heavy and warm and still. And down through the long middle of you, where the breath still rises and falls of its own slow accord, the chest lifting soft and settling soft, the ribs loosening along their whole span, each one letting go its small grip, the whole cage of them going supple and easy around the slow tide of the breath. And behind them, deeper in, the slow, faithful engine going on with its quiet work, the heart keeping its long, unhurried time, never once needing you to remind it, beating you down towards sleep the way it has beaten you down towards sleep every night you have ever lived, patient past all counting. And you can rest against that rhythm the way you would rest against the slow rocking of a boat far out on calm water. Let it carry you, let it lull you, let it be the one steady thing in all the soft dark, and let everything else in you go loose around it. And the belly, which so seldom gets to soften, softening now, the whole low middle of you letting out its held breath at last, going round and slack and warm, rising a little with each slow in-breath and falling with each slow out-breath, easy, unguarded, deep and lower still, the hips settling their full weight into the bed, the whole broad basin of them sinking and spreading, heavy, given over, done. The place where so much of your weight has always been carried now simply resting, lowered all the way down, held from beneath, asking nothing, holding nothing. And the legs going long and heavy beneath you, the thighs, which are strong and have carried you far, letting all their strength go slack, and their whole weight pour down into the bed, the knees loosening, unlocking, the small holdings they're letting go, the shins, and the calves growing heavy and warm, sinking. The ankles falling loose, the feet turning gently outward the way the feet do when a body has truly let go, rolling open, giving up the last of their holding, and going warm and heavy and still at the very end of you, the furthest shores of you, quiet now, warm now, done now. And the whole length of you laid out heavy and warm and given over to the bed, from the crown of the head sunk deep in the pillow to the loose warm ends of the feet, every part of you lowered, every part of you let go, every part of you tended and held and asked for nothing, one long unbroken wait of rest, breathing slow, sunk soft in the middle of the warm dark, with the whole night still spread open all around and above and below, holding you easily, in no hurry to let you go. And you can stay just here. There is nowhere further you need to travel, and nothing further you need to do, only stay, and be heavy, and be warm, and let the slow breath come and go, each one leaving you a little lower than the last, a little further under, a little more dissolved into the dark that holds you. And the dark is kind. You can feel that now, the way you can only feel it this far down. It is not the empty dark the waking mind fears, not a nothing, not an absence. It is a fullness, a soft close nearness on every side, a covering with weight to it, a presence that asks nothing and takes nothing and only holds. And it has been here the whole while, patient, waiting for you to stop struggling against it and lie back into it. And now that you have, it closes gently over you and folds you in and keeps you, the way it keeps everything that has learned how to rest. So lie back into the kind dark further, let it take more of your weight, let it hold the parts of you that you have held up your whole life without ever quite knowing you were holding them. You can set them down here, you can set all of it down here, and let the kind dark carry it, and float free of it, lighter and lower at once, sinking and easing, going down and coming loose, all in the same slow motion. Slower now and softer, the breath grown so long, and so quiet you can barely find where it begins, the weight of you so complete it has stopped feeling like weight at all, only like belonging, only like being part of the bed and the dark and the slow turning night. No edge left between you and the warmth that holds you, no line where you end and the resting begins. And the words fewer now, more space between them, more warm dark in the spaces, nothing in the spaces you need to fill, only the low sound passing far overhead, softer each time, further each time, and the deep quiet underneath it rising to meet you and take you the rest of the way down. Down where it is warm, down where it is dark, down where nothing is asked and nothing is held, and there is only the slow breath and the deep keeping and the long soft middle of the night going on and on. He kept warm, kept close, carried gently on through the dark, and lower still. And as you go down, notice how the room has changed without your ever deciding it. The air that felt so still an hour ago has become something you no longer have to breathe on purpose. It moves in and out of you on its own, the way the tide moves without being asked, without effort, without anyone counting, and you are simply the shore it comes to, over and over, patient and warm, and needing nothing from the water but this, the coming in, the going out, the long, slow return. Somewhere far off, past the walls, past the dark glass, the world keeps its distance for you tonight. Whatever waits out there has agreed for these hours to wait. It will still be there when the light comes, and you will meet it then, rested, with a slower heart and clearer eyes. But not now. Now it stands back beyond the edge of the warm dark and lets you be. And there is a kind of mercy in that you can feel settling over your shoulders like a second blanket, heavier than the first. Let it settle, let the shoulders come down another quarter inch, the small distance they have been holding without knowing. There is always a little more to give, a little more you did not know you were still gripping. The jaw softens back, the space behind the eyes goes loose and dim, the tongue rests low in the mouth. And the long muscles down either side of the spine, the ones that carried you upright through the whole long day, they let go of their work one fiber at a time and lengthen out along the mattress, warm and done, glad to be done. You have carried so much, not tonight, but across the years. The body remembers every load, every hurried morning, every hour it stood when it wanted to sit, every night it was asked to keep going when it had nothing left, and it has never once refused you. It is refusing you nothing now. It only wants, the way an old faithful animal wants, to lie down in a warm place and be still and be forgiven the running, so forgive it. Lie down all the way inside your own body and tell it, without words, that the running is over for the night, that it can stop, that it has done enough. And feel how gratefully it stops, how the whole frame of you seems to exhale a breath it has been holding since before you can remember, a long, low letting go that moves down through the chest and the belly and the hips and pools warm in the base of you and stays there, just there, the deep center of you gone soft and heavy and slow. Far above, that low sound passes again, fainter than before, the last edge of some engine or some wind or some distant turning of the sleeping world, and it does not disturb you now. It only marks the depth you have come to, the way a sound heard from underwater tells you how deep you have sunk. You are below the reach of it. It passes over the surface a long way up, and you are down here where the currents are slow and the light never comes and nothing hurries, and it is warm down here. Warmer than you expected the deep to be, the kind of warmth that has no source you could point to, that simply is, that rises up out of the dark itself and gathers around you and holds. And you are not alone in the deep. Remember that gently once more as you sink all across the turning dark of the earth. In this same hour, there are others come down to just this depth. A woman in a quiet apartment with the blinds drawn, breathing slower now. An old man in a house gone silent, his hands finally still on the blanket. Someone young and far from home, in a narrow bed in a strange city, letting the day fall away at last. A whole scattered company of the wakeful, each in their own dark, each finding their own way down, none of them able to see the others, and all of them together anyway, joined by the one thing they share tonight, which is this, the letting go, the sinking, the trust that morning will come without their having to hold it up. You belong to that quiet company, you always have. Every night that you have lain awake among millions, a great soft fellowship of the resting and the not yet resting, spread thin across the whole round world, breathing in 1,000 languages the same slow breath. And there is no loneliness that can survive very long inside a truth that large, so let it hold you too. Let the sheer number of the quiet ones lying down in the dark right now become a kind of company you can lean back into. You are one small warm point of it, and it is enough. It has always been enough. Now the breath goes longer still, and you need not manage it. It has found its own long shape, the out-breath trailing away into the dark far past where you thought it would end, emptying you gently and completely. And then the pause, the soft, unhurried pause at the bottom where nothing moves and nothing is needed. And then the slow filling again, unforced, no more than the body quietly taking what it needs and no more, and out again, longer, lower, letting you down another small step into the warm. And each of those long, dark out-breaths is like a hand smoothing a sheet flat, smoothing away one more crease of the day. There goes a worry you carried in from the evening, smoothed flat and gone. There goes a word someone said that caught in you, smoothed flat, gone. There goes the tightness behind the ribs, the half-formed plan, the small ache of something unfinished. All of it smoothed out under the long, slow passing of the breath, until the sheet of you lies flat and even and calm, nothing standing up in it, nothing to catch on, a wide, still surface in the dark, with the warmth lying evenly across every part of it. You do not have to think about tomorrow to be ready for it. This is the secret the tired mind forgets in the small hours. The rest itself is the preparation lying here, going down, letting the body knit itself back together in the quiet. This is you getting ready, more truly than any anxious rehearsal ever could. The mind wants to believe that if it just keeps turning the problem over, it will somehow be safer. But it is the opposite. The turning wears you thin. And this, the setting down, the sinking, the trust, this is what fills you back up. So you are not neglecting anything by resting. You are doing the one thing that actually helps. You are doing it now well, completely, with nothing held back. And there is nothing you need to decide in this hour. No choice worth making at 3 a.m. was ever made well. The mind that wakes in the deep of the night and reaches for its problems reaches with the wrong hands, cold hands, hands that make everything heavier than it is. You know this. Some part of you has always known this. The thing that looks enormous now will look ordinary in the light, sized right. No larger than a thing that can be handled one small step at a time. So let it wait for the light. It is not going anywhere. It can sit at the edge of the dark and wait, and you can meet it later, rested, with warm, steady hands. Not now, now you sink. Feel the mattress take the last of your weight, the small of the back, the backs of the thighs, the shoulder blades, the base of the skull, each one pressing down a little more, and each one met, exactly held by something firm and patient underneath that does not tire of holding you. You could not fall if you tried. The falling is already done. You have arrived at the bottom of it, the place beneath which there is no further down to go, only the warm floor of rest, wide and dark, and even stretching away on every side further than you could ever wander. And you do not want to wander, you want to lie just here, on the warm floor of the night, and be still. And the stillness moves up into you now like warmth moving up through stone that has lain all day in the sun. From the feet it comes, slow, a settled heavy quiet climbing the shins, filling the knees, pooling thick and warm in the hips, up through the belly, which rises and falls now so gently you can hardly tell, into the chest, where the heart has slowed to a soft, unhurried knocking, patient, in no rush, keeping its own easy time in the dark. Up through the throat gone slack, the face gone smooth, the brow gone wide and unlined, until the stillness fills you to the very top and brims over and closes above your head, and you are held inside it completely, warm through and through, a body full of quiet lying in a room full of dark, inside a night full of the same deep silence, layer on layer on layer, all of it holding you, all of it kind. And time has gone soft at the edges. You could not say how long you have been sinking, and it does not matter. The minutes have stopped lining up in their hard little rows, and have melted into one warm continuous now, a single unhurried present with no before pushing at it, and no after pulling, just this, just the breath and the warmth and the dark. Going on, the clock has nothing to tell you that you need to hear. Let its numbers turn unwatched in the dark. They are not your concern tonight. Your only concern, if it can even be called that, is the next slow breath, and it is already arriving, already easing you a little lower, already asking nothing. Out long and low and trailing away, and the pause and the soft slow fill and down. Notice how the thoughts have changed their nature. Earlier they came in words, sharp-edged, insistent, each one demanding to be followed. Now, if they come at all, they come more like weather passing over a field at night, dim and shapeless, drifting through and drifting on without your having to do anything about them. A thought lifts, hangs a moment, thins, and is gone, and another warmth-blurred nothing takes its place. And that goes too. You are not chasing them, and you are not fighting them. You are letting them drift across the wide, dark field of you like slow clouds across a moonless sky, and none of them cast any shadow, because there is no light for them to block, only the even gentle dark, and the field lying still beneath it, and you, sunk down into the field, part of the field, resting. And even the drifting slows, even the dim shapes come less often now. The spaces between them grow wide and warm and empty in the good way, the restful way, the way of a mind letting go of its long habit of filling every silence. You do not have to fill this silence. It is complete already. It is doing you good exactly as it is, wide and dark and quiet, with the slow breath moving through it and nothing else required. Lie in the wide quiet, let it be as empty as it wants to be. There is such rest in the empty places. Once you stop being afraid of them, they are not lack, they are room for the tired mind to spread out and go loose, room for the breath to lengthen, room for the body to sink without anything crowding it, and you have all the room there is tonight. The whole dark house of the night, room after room of quiet, and you laid down warm in the deepest and softest of them, with the door closed gently against everything that is not rest. And the low sound overhead has faded almost past hearing now, one last far soft passing, gentle as a hand drawn slow across the top of the dark, and then even that is gone, thinned out into the great surrounding silence, and there is only the silence left, vast and warm and close, wrapped around you on every side, and the silence is not empty either. It is full, the way the dark is full of a soft nearness, a deep patient keeping, the quiet company of the whole resting world breathing in the dark all around you, though you cannot hear a single breath of it. You are held inside all of it, the silence, the dark, the warmth, the company, the night, held and kept and carried slowly on. So let the breath grow slower still. There is no floor to how slow it can go, no bottom to how far down you can settle, no end to how much of your weight the warm dark is willing to take. Give it more, give it the last small holdings you did not know you still kept, the faint tension at the temples, the last thread of alertness behind the eyes, the small readiness in the hands that has been waiting all night to be told it can stop. Tell it now, it can stop. There is nothing to be ready for. Let the hands go heavy and open and done. Let the wrists soften. Let the whole length of each arm sink until it is only warmth and weight lying still along your side. And the feet so far away now, so warm, tipping out loose and easy, all their long days carrying finished, the ankles slack, the toes uncurled, the soles resting soft against the warm dark with nothing left to stand on and nothing left to hold, the legs long and heavy and gone, the hips wide and settled and gone. The whole lower half of you sunk deep into the warmth and lost to the counting mind, no longer a thing you have to hold or move or manage, only a warm weight belonging to the bed now, given over, let go. And up through the middle of you, that same warm surrender rises and spreads, the belly soft, the low back melted flat and easy, the ribs opening and closing on their own slow tide, slower each time, gentler each time, and around the heart the last of the days holding loosens and falls away, and the heart beats on unwatched in the warm dark, faithful, quiet, keeping you without your help, the way it has kept you every night of your life while you slept and never once thanked it. You can let it work in peace now. You can trust it to the dark. It knows the way. Slower and softer and lower still. And you are so nearly gone now, so far down into the warm, that the words reaching you come from a great gentle distance, muffled and kind, more warmth than words, and you do not need to hold on to any of them. Let them wash over you and past you and away. Let them be one more soft thing in the dark that asks nothing. You can stop listening. Whenever the listening grows too heavy to keep up, you will lose nothing. The dark will keep holding you exactly the same whether you follow the words or let them go. So let them go, let the last thin thread of attention slip loose from your fingers and drift off into the quiet, and sink down past even the words, into the plain warm dark underneath, where there is nothing to follow and nothing to do, and only the slow tide of the breath, coming and going, carrying you further out and further down with every long soft pass. Out on the wide dark water now, the shore behind you lost in the warmth, no lights anywhere, and no fear in the dark, only the gentle lift and fall of something vast and slow beneath you, holding you up without effort, rocking you the smallest amount, the way the very deep water rocks, so slow you can barely feel it, only enough to know you are held, only enough to let you go the rest of the way loose, drifting, turning slowly in the warm dark current, no oars, no course, nowhere to reach. Only the drift and the deep beneath, and the great soft dark above, and you between them, weightless, warm, carried. And lower still, and slower, the breath so long now, it seems to belong to the tide itself and not to you. Rising when the dark rises, falling when the dark falls, one motion, one slow keeping, no line anywhere between the breath and the night, and the warm water and the deep. All one thing, all holding you, all in no hurry at all. Drift and be warm and be held, and let the dark carry you on, slow and kind, deeper into the long middle of the night. Carried, and there is nothing you have to do about being carried, nothing to steer, nothing to reach for, nothing to fix out here on the deep warm water, only to be held, and to let the holding be enough. It is enough. It has always been enough. And the current knows where it is going, though you do not. And that is all right now. You do not need to know. You can let the not knowing be soft instead of sharp. You can let tomorrow stay where it is, far off on a shore you cannot see, waiting patiently, asking nothing of you here in the dark. Whatever waits there will keep. It will keep until morning, and morning is a long, slow way off yet, further than the far side of this wide, dark water, and you do not have to swim toward it. It will come to you in its own time, gently, without your effort. You have nothing to do between here and there but drift and be warm and let go a little more. So let go a little more. Feel how the last small holdings loosen when you stop guarding them, the jaw unclenched, the teeth apart, the tongue resting soft in the floor of the mouth, the space between your brows smoothed flat and open, the eyes still and heavy behind their lids, nothing to look for in the dark, nothing to watch, the whole face gone soft and slack and untroubled, the way it only goes when you are truly on your way down, truly letting the night take you. And the shoulders, so far from your ears now, so low, so given over to the bed beneath you, and the arms, heavy and warm and forgotten, more weight than shape, and the hands, uncurled, open, empty, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing, whatever you were carrying when you woke. You have set it down without even noticing you set it down. It is not in your hands anymore. Your hands are empty and warm and at rest. And all through you that same emptiness, that same warm giving over, the chest rising and falling on its own slow tide without a single instruction from you, the belly soft, the hips heavy in the cradle of the bed, the legs long and loose and sinking, the feet fallen easily open, warm to the very ends of the toes. There is no part of you left on guard. There is no part of you left to hold the night off. You have let it in, all the way in, and it is warm, and it is kind, and it means you no harm. And if a thought drifts by out here, and one might, even now, even this far down, let it drift the way everything drifts on this water, not toward you, not into you, just past, a small dark shape on the wide dark surface, moving off with the current, growing smaller, taken by the distance. You do not have to follow it, you do not have to answer it. At this hour the mind sometimes throws up one more worry, one last catch of the old fear, sized far too large, the way everything is sized too large at 3 in the morning. But you know that now, you know it is only the hour speaking, only the old alarm firing into an empty dark room, and you can let it pass unanswered. It will shrink as it drifts away. It always shrinks out here on the deep. By morning, it will be the small, ordinary thing it truly is, and morning will be the right place to look at it, in the light, rested, with the slow, clear part of you awake again. Not now, not out here. Now there is only the drift, and the warmth, and the long, slow breath carrying you on. And you are not alone on this water. Remember that softly as you go all across the dark side of the earth, in every quiet room, in every time zone turned away from the sun, there are others adrift just like you, someone lying awake in a city you will never see, letting go of their own long day, someone in a house down your own street, breathing slow into the same dark, thousands, millions of them, all through this same hour, all sinking gently back towards sleep. A great quiet company of the awake, scattered across the night, none of you speaking, none of you needing to, all of you held by the same dark, all of you carried on the same slow tide. You are one small warm point in all of that, not singled out, not left behind, just one more of the countless being carried through the middle of the night. And there is a kind of peace in that. If you let there be, you are exactly where so many are. You are doing the oldest, most ordinary thing. You are resting in the dark and waiting for nothing and being kept. So rest and be kept. And let the breath grow even longer, even slower, without your reaching for it. Just notice how little you need it to be anymore, how small and far and gentle it has become in, and the long way out, and a stillness at the bottom of it where nothing moves at all, and in again, whenever the body asks. No sooner you are not breathing so much as being breathed, the tide moving through you, the night moving through you, slow and slower and slower still. There is nothing to keep track of now. Not the hour, you are not watching the hour. The hour is not yours to watch tonight. Let it pass over the dark unwatched, the way the deep water passes beneath you, uncounted, unhurried. Not the room will hold, solid and safe around you, whether you tend it or not, the walls, the door, the covers laid warm across you, the weight of them soft, and even along the whole length of your body, all of it steady, all of it keeping, all of it asking nothing. You can stop holding the room together in your mind. It holds itself. It will still be here. You can let it blur and soften and slip away into the dark, and it will still be here. And not the words. You do not need to hold on to the words any longer. They have brought you as far as they can, out to the deep, warm middle of the dark. And from here you go on without them. Let them thin now, let them come slower and further apart and matter less. Let them be one more soft thing dissolving in the night, more warmth than meaning, more hum than voice. You can stop listening whenever the listening grows too heavy. You have already stopped needing to. So let go of the last of it. Let go of the water and the drifting. Let even the picture of the dark water dissolve, if it wants to, into just the plain warm dark, just the bed, just the weight of you sinking. The pictures were only ever ferries to carry you down, and you are down now, nearly all the way down, and you do not need them anymore. Let go of the shape of your body in the dark. You do not have to feel where you end and the bed begins. Let that line blur, let it soften. Let the warm heaviness spread out past the edges of you until there is no edge, only warmth, only weight, only the slow tide, only the dark. Let go of the drift towards sleep. Even stop reaching for it, stop listening for it coming. It does not come to those who wait for it. It comes to those who stop waiting, and you can stop waiting now. There is nowhere left to get to. You are already here, you are already held, you are already quietly on your way. Nothing to do, nothing to hold, nothing to follow. Only the warm dark and the long slow breath and the weight of you given wholly over to the bed and the night. So heavy now, so warm, so far down. And the words growing faint. And the room growing distant. And the dark closing soft and gentle over all of it, like deep water closing over a stone, slow and quiet and kind. down, and warmer, and slower. Let it take you. Let it all go dark. There is no need to stay for the rest. Rest now. Sink, and drift, and sleep. The breath coming and going. Slow, soft, gone, warm, held, let go.